First Alert.
All right, a different week and more of the same. We do have a First Alert weather day. Happy to report it is just shy of 11 a.m. here on WBRC Fox 6 in Birmingham, and we do not have any warnings or watches up right now. So that's good news, but we're going to stay with you this hour to provide you a lot of weather information on what's going to be happening for the rest of the day. By the way, Governor Ivey declaring 46 Alabama counties again under a state of emergency. She did very much the similar thing last week when we had a state of emergency. Ended up with 25 tornado reports. Today, I think what we're going to be ending up with is a more localized threat for severe weather. I think the severe weather threat is not going to be as widespread. I think it's probably going to end up kind of this northwestern corner of the state later on this afternoon. That's my opinion based on the data that I'm seeing. It does not mean if you are in East Alabama, severe weather's not possible, or if you're south of Birmingham, severe weather's not possible. Certainly is, but I think this is kind of the bullseye that we're going to be looking at later on today. Let's get right to AccuTrack and start tracking some of this active weather. Zooming in right now, we do have incredibly heavy rain, quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning. You know, folks, we've already had reports of some flooding across parts of the area. In just a bit, we're going to get to some of those flooding reports. Matt Daniel is going to provide that. But I want to show you what's going on right now around Parrish, Drifton, Browntown, Bethel. Heavy rain. It is moving toward Graysville, Mulga, and Alliance. The rain is not necessarily a bad thing. If you remember me talking last night, I said one of the best things we could have happen would be you get up and we have a lot of rain through the morning hours. If we didn't have this rain, I think we'd be looking at those instability values across the area being much, much higher, and that would make the severe weather threat worse. So I'm all about the rain right now. Flood potential, there is some out there because the rain's coming down very heavily across parts of the area. These are some of the heavier rain bands we've seen. Northern Tuscaloosa County around the Samantha area, over 2 inches of rain. These 24-hour rainfall totals, and up through Coleman County. Had some reports of flooding through Coleman County. If you notice, 3.4 inches of rain based on the radar estimates. And most of that happened this morning as that warm front's lifting up to the north. So a lot of rain out there this morning. Of course, we're not on TV because of the rain threat. We're on TV because of the severe weather threat. I want to get into the eastern part of the state. We've had some gusty winds pushing through northern portions of Calhoun County, up around the Piedmont area, north of Jacksonville. Cherokee County, center area, southward, south of Weiss Lake. Heavy rain all the way down through Piedmont. This will soon be over in Georgia. These storms moving at about 50 miles per hour. And once the tornado threat really materializes later today, the threat is going to be these storms moving so quickly. When there's a warning issued, you need to get to that safe place quickly because of just the sheer speed of what we're going to be dealing with out there. So incredible rain across parts of Cherokee County, northern Calhoun County. A lot of cloud to ground lightning out there extending back toward Gadsden, Burns Park, Cobb City. Even a little bit of gusty winds moving through the Jacksonville area. So that's the overview right now. What I think is going to happen here, we've been reading this, and Matt, I'm going to bring you in on this. We've had data coming in to us from the Storm Prediction Center. They're going to be looking at issuing a tornado watch, at least for parts of the area. We knew that was coming, and that's probably going to be by 11:30, 11:45. Bringing in Matt Daniel right now, who's also in the First Alert Weather Center. Matt, active weather expected this afternoon, and the hot zone, there it is. Tell us more.
Yeah, right there, right where I just drew that circle. Pardon my drawing, not the beautiful circle there, but this is the highlighted area, the Storm Prediction Center. They just issued a discussion, and it's a discussion that we listen to and read, and they're saying most likely we're going to see a tornado watch be issued in the next hour or so. So I'm sure the weather services in these areas are going to be coordinating that watch soon, but usually when you're in a high-risk area, just like what's highlighted in that circle in yellow, it's usually a PDS tornado watch. PDS, potentially dangerous situation, because we think the atmosphere will be ripe to produce those tornadoes that could be strong, EF2 or greater, and perhaps stay on the ground for a while. So really have to watch out for areas like JP was mentioning, Marion into Winston into Walker County, also into parts of Lamar, Fayette, and in Pickens into Tuscaloosa. Those are the spots that we're going to have to really pay close attention, because notice there's no rain out in this area. In fact, I'm actually going to put on the national radar just so we can get a full view of what's going on. And yeah, there's not much in the way of rain right now in that point of the area. And if we go into take a look at this as well, and notice maybe some breaks in the clouds in parts of Mississippi. So we always say this, you know, on a normal day, if it's sunny and you see those puffy clouds, it's really a good sign. Today's not a sign you want to see when it comes to sunshine or warm temperatures, because that's the fuel these storms need to grow, intensify, and become severe. So that is something we're going to have to watch as we go into the next several hours. But at least the good news for now, locally, we're not seeing any severe weather, but we are seeing some heavy rain, lots of lightning, especially in parts of Walker County, south and east of Jasper towards Dora, seeing some heavy amounts of rainfall. And that's the main concern for now, is heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds. And these storms are kind of elevated right now. We're not seeing all that energy you need to see tornadoes, so maybe some small hail can be possible in some of these cells. JP?
Thank you very much, Matt. And yeah, we do have plenty of colors on the radar right now, covered up with the rain. Not necessarily a bad thing across the area. Reading some reports from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. Tornado watch is going to be coordinated here with the Storm Prediction Center out in Norman, Oklahoma very shortly. Also reading our flood report, just passing along Sweeney Hollow Road between 25th Avenue Northwest and Oak Shadow Circle. We do have some flooding. That's in Jefferson County. So we've had some incredibly heavy rain. What happens? It rains so hard it just can't drain out of the area, so you end up with some standing water. That's going to be a problem again around maybe the Pinson area or Center Point as we get additional rain in from the west. And this rain is heavy. That is going to be moving toward Adamsville and Graysville right now. So again, what we're talking about on radar at this point, some heavy rain. You may have some wind gusts in there, but a lot of these storms are really not surface based at this point. So when you have non-surface based storms, they are way up high, elevated. That's where you start to get some hail reports every now and then. You get some gusty winds, but we are looking at a lot of rain out there, and really the rain is welcome news. The rain, what that will end up doing for us is helping stabilize the atmosphere somewhat. Is it going to eliminate the threat for severe weather? Unfortunately, no. I still think that the zone that Matt highlighted is going to be where we will have that concern, that warm front lifting to the north. Despite the rain, we still have temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s, and you can see that warm air starting to move up. Interesting enough, the warm air that we're dealing with today, that tropical air mass, indeed, from the tropics all the way down. If you followed that air moving up, it's down south of Cuba where it's coming up from. So very moisture ridden. It is warm, just really the perfect scenario for the kind of air mass that you need for severe weather. But at the same time, we are getting that heavier rain in right now. So the heavier rain is going to at least possibly reduce that threat for severe weather a little bit. But I want to make sure that you're kind of getting the right message here. If you're in Marion, Lamar, down through Pickens County, northern Tuscaloosa County, Walker County, and Winston County, on through Coleman County later on this afternoon and this evening, you're going to be looking at a threat for tornadoes. Look at this. High winds right now moving through Alliance, moving up toward Graysville and Mulga. So despite not having a tornado warning there, that is a sign of very gusty winds. So these are going to be gusty winds that will eventually impact I-22, the Graysville area, as well as Adamsville. Speaking of I-22, our WBRC First Alert Storm Tracker on I-22 heading toward the northwest this morning. The Storm Tracker is on the road right now. You're hearing the kind of the natural sound, if you will, kind of going into the hot zone of severe weather. The reason we send the Storm Tracker out, give us pictures, what we call ground truth, so we know what's going on, so you don't have to. You know, radar is great, radar is fantastic, but there is absolutely nothing better than getting a real visual on a storm and what's going on. So Storm Tracker is going to be out. We've got Josh Gadd out there who's going to be bringing us live reports today from the WBRC First Alert Storm Tracker, getting back to our radar view, and you can see that rain and those stronger winds moving through West Jefferson right now. I want to give you that first alert. This is moving toward Graysville, Adamsville, Mulga, Sylvan Springs, Alliance starting to pick up those higher winds. This is not a tornado signature. This is an indication of some gusty winds. Gusty winds also can produce some damage, so we talk a lot about that. Even if there's not a tornado moving toward your neck of the woods, the higher winds can be problematic. So Gardendale and Fultondale, Fairfield, you're going to be looking at higher winds. Mount Olive as well. Somebody emailed me a few moments ago and said, how come you don't have Mount Olive on the map? Well, we're talking about you. So Mount Olive, if you actually zoom in close enough, it does pop up. So on this broad overview, we don't have every city on there. Just get a little too cluttery and you couldn't be able to see everything. So as you zoom in, it does eventually pop up there. Little Shoal seeing that heavy rain. Alliance and Dora, Flat Top, again, Graysville. I want to make sure you're getting that first alert. And we're going to go ahead and just kind of track this out. The storms themselves are moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So you're going to have some higher winds and the potential there for even some hail over the next few minutes if you're in this part of our viewing area. So we're tracking this out off to there's actually our shear marker just popped up. And it looks like West Jefferson at about 11:12, Bessie Junction at 11:14, Snowtown 11:14. Look at that movement. It's tracking east-northeast 57 miles per hour, and we're seeing about 80 mile per hour shear in that. So with that particular storm there, we may be looking at some higher winds. This is going to move up toward Kimberly and Warrior, Gardendale. If you see your name on the map there, perhaps I haven't mentioned it, just remember it's heading toward any one of these places in front of the red. Looks like even Birmingham and Fultondale back through Mulga here momentarily. Not a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. Just want to let you know where we may have some higher winds pushing through right now. We're kind of setting the stage for the active weather coming up later this afternoon. First alert weather day, the instability is going to be increasing throughout the afternoon and evening hours. Western part of our viewing area is going to be really the hotbed for that severe weather as we get into the afternoon. If you notice, it's really stopped raining back out to the west across parts of Marion County. Today's severe weather outlook looks sort of like a bullseye. Notice where that bullseye is, moving into northwestern parts of our viewing area. Zooming in right now, and you can see that likelihood of severe storms. Coleman County back into parts of Winston, Marion, Lamar, and also Fayette County, northern Tuscaloosa County, and also in Pickens County. Damaging winds, strong tornadoes, potential for large hail. The primary time frame is going to be from noon until about midnight. It's not going to be an overnight deal. It's going to be one of those that really, once that line gets going, it's going to move through rather rapidly. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., that's going to be the pink zone. That's our higher risk area. 1 p.m. to 11 p.m., I-59 or 2059, I-65 corridor, and 7 p.m. to midnight. Once we get into the after dark hours, we're going to start seeing those storms moving into Anniston, down through Talladega, Pell City, and on through Cherokee County. It's really going to start to line out off to the east. Matt Daniel now in the Forecast Center.
Yeah. Okay. All right, there we are. So I do want to give you an update. So as JP was showing you that timeline, obviously we are waiting to see if these storms can start to ramping up and start to develop and have stronger winds. Of course, we're continuing to track that one cell that is out in parts of Jefferson County, producing some pretty gusty winds. So we're going to be watching that potential for you right at around just south of Dora towards Kilgore, West Jefferson. That's where we're seeing maybe some stronger winds aloft. No warning for right now, but we are watching that. But I do want to let you know, when it comes to the severe weather, we want to make sure you take it seriously, have multiple ways to receive those warnings. I just got information that in the city of Birmingham, they're going to actually be opening up safe rooms very soon, in the next 15 minutes at 11:30. So we are going to be watching that potential for that. So if you need a safe room, they're going to be doing that. And you can get more information by visiting our website at www.wbrc.com. So make sure you tune in for that. But we are tracking this one cell in Jefferson County that is showing some pretty strong winds aloft that could be making it to the ground, JP. Maybe it's showing shear of up to about 80 miles per hour. So that could maybe perhaps cause some damage if some of those winds make it to the ground. But you can see those times towards Flat Top at 11:16 this morning, Graysville Heights at 11:18, Graysville itself 11:18, and Blossburg at 11:19. So we're going to be tracking these cells as they move off towards the north and east. And these cells, by the way, are moving very fast today. They're moving at speeds of 40 to 50, maybe 55 miles per hour. So it's not going to last long when these storms move on through, but they could pack a punch. And this is why we encourage people, try to avoid being out on the roads today, especially if you're in that high-risk zone. In fact, it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning out that was just issued by the National Weather Service. It expires at 12:15. This is going to be for Blount, Jefferson, St. Clair, and Walker County. So this is that storm we were just watching on the radar. You can see that polygon right there. I'll zoom out. I'll try to get rid of some of this clutter so you can sort of get an idea of what's going on. And there it is. There's that severe thunderstorm warning. And this storm, by the way, could produce up to 60-mile-per-hour wind speed and maybe up to quarter-size hail. So definitely don't want to be driving out and about as the storm moves off towards the east-northeast at speeds. See how fast it's moving. It is moving at 60 miles per hour. So as I was mentioning earlier, these storms are moving pretty fast. So there it is, that first alert for that severe thunderstorm warning right there. Let me go ahead and click on this cursor right here and give you those times. And JP, do you want to keep let people know where the storm's going to go?
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. And right now we are seeing the polygon extended all the way into St. Clair County. We will continue to crawl that information at the top of the screen and at the bottom. Springville area and Margaret, we're seeing the higher winds now around Adamsville and Graysville, and we're looking at Longview Estates. Looks like Blossburg, Graysville Heights at 11:20. Movement is very fast. It's moving at about 60 miles per hour. So 60 miles per hour, that's where we are looking at some of that stronger wind and how fast it's moving. Also, Aniana included in this warned area, so just keep that filed away. Later today, I want to show you, I just switched over to AccuTrack 2, and this is what's gotten our attention over the last couple of days, and that is the rotation potential later this afternoon. This has been consistent. Matt and I were talking about this 1 to 3 days. We have seen that potential for these supercells later in the afternoon to move through the northwestern part of our viewing area. So Marion County and Lamar, Winston County, and we even had one model that was actually showing something trying to move through later, maybe mid-afternoon, through Tuscaloosa County. So I want to make sure you're already thinking about this. We're seeing model data that shows things are going to get a bit rambunctious later this afternoon. And we'll go back to AccuTrack 1 right now. Live look outside. Where we are looking at that warned area. Alabama Power Building, 67 degrees, and the winds already beginning to pick up at 23 miles per hour. 23 miles per hour sustained at 17 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get back to the radar. We're going to do some storm tracking here. Now remember, we always say this, severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado warning, but severe thunderstorms can and sometimes do produce tornadoes. So where are we going to be looking at this storm as we head toward 12:18? This is eventually going to make its way, and what Matt's going to do is take this minute by minute. I like to give you the 60-minute advantage here. So we're going to show you where this storm's going to be in 60 minutes. So we're watching it at 11:29. It starts across I-65, okay? So we're going to run this on through. Gurley there at 11:49. By noon, this is in Springville. It's also at 11:49. Locust Fork, Cedar Springs, Compton, areas right around there. Your community, if you live near that area. Springville, right there at noontime, you're going to be having some hail. In fact, this storm was producing some hail a little bit ago around the Gorgas area, right there where the power plant is, near also the Miller steam plant. Running this forward through time, There's Steele and Asheville by 12:10, and also we'll include Walnut Grove in there. And by around 12:15 to 12:20, it's going to make its way toward Gadsden. All right. So what we're going to notice today, every single storm that forms is going to take pretty much the same trajectory. They're going to move from the southwest to the northeast, and they're going to be moving fast. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning right now in northern Cleburne County. Small part of this is going to be Calhoun and southern Cherokee County. Again, stressing it is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but high winds moving toward the Borden Springs area. This is going to be north of Fruithurst, and you can see our little rotating cylinder there just to the east of Piedmont, indicating that we do have some wind shear, at least aloft with this, may have some hail as well. So a first alert, some gusty winds moving into northern Cleburne County. That storm's going to be over in Georgia in just a little bit. It's moving fast. It's moving at about 60 miles per hour. The one thing about every storm today, they are fast movers, much, much faster than what we had last week. Those storms on average last week, 35, 40 miles per hour, not these. I want to show you the wind speeds right here. This is going to be around Graysville, up toward Bryan, and moving into Gardendale, I should say. 58, maybe 70 mile per hour winds. Okay, so they may be topping out at 58 up around here, maybe around 70 mile per hour winds moving toward the Graysville area. So keep that in mind. Brookside, I want to give you that first alert as well. This is intense out there, and we may be able to, Matt, if you take the Sky Vision camera, you can take the tower cam downtown, or we can take Alabama Power. And I'm going to move these cameras around so we can get a kind of a visual on this. I'm going to walk over to one of the other computers, and Matt's going to pull up the tower cam, and I'll show you what we're looking at. So right now, that camera is aimed over toward the airport. And by the way, that thunderstorm warning for Calhoun, Cherokee, and Cleburne County, that is going to go until 11:45. That's not going to last too much longer because it is moving so quickly. So we're going to move some of these cameras around. What we're looking at right now is a live view from Birmingham, from the camera right here on the back of the building. Okay, let's go to Power Cam. And I'm moving this camera off to the north right now, and we're just going to aim toward where we're looking at that severe thunderstorm warning. Folks ask us why we do this and we get away from the radar, because we like to actually see the storm. You know, daytime has an advantage. You can see the storms a lot of times. All right, so we're going to aim up toward, go up toward the Gardendale area, just a little bit. All right, so that wall of rain is going to be crossing here fairly shortly. I'm aimed a little bit more toward, let's go a little bit more to the west there. And that's about as far as we can get without getting parts of the building. So nothing suspicious there other than probably a wall of rain that is going to be crossing I-65. That's the thing about any kind of severe weather today. A lot of this is rain wrapped. It's very hard to see. But if we see anything suspicious there on the camera, we'll let you know. 23 mile per hour winds, 67-degree temperature. The temperature coming up. We'll eventually see the temperatures top out today in the lower 70s. Okay, back to AccuTrack and our primary tool during severe weather, our AccuTrack system, Center Point and Springville. Let's go ahead and zoom in right through here, and we're going to show you where these storms are going. We'll go back into future radar, the 60-minute advantage on where these storms are going to be over the next hour. So they're moving at about 50 miles per hour, and Springville at 12:23. 12:23, Warrior area right now, and we're going to be looking at Warrior and Kimberly, Compton and Gurley, and by 11:45 to noon, right there near Springville. Aniana also at 11:53, then crossing on into Steele, and eventually Gadsden, Reese City, all the way up toward Sardis City. So pretty intense out there on the radar, even through the lunch hour. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Jefferson, Walker, Blount, and St. Clair counties. On the other side of the state, it looks like those warnings have fallen off, haven't they? Matt Daniels also here with me. Wes Wyatt is due in momentarily. Wes is going to be with us. Jill Gilardi, if you don't have the First Alert weather app, good idea to go ahead and get it. Jill is providing nonstop information on the First Alert weather app. If you lose power, you can also watch our severe weather coverage on the First Alert weather app. So it's a pretty handy tool. I say it's like a Swiss Army knife. You get all your warning information, you get information from meteorologists, you have a way to submit pictures to us, which is pretty handy, and you also can watch our continuous coverage. That's some high wind right there. You see the blue and the green? Or I should say the red and the green. It's the red and the green. Graysville and Adamsville right through here. This is not necessarily a tornado signature. This is a high wind signature. That's why the Weather Service has that severe thunderstorm warning in place. Let's go ahead and drill down right on this area here, and this is going to tell us where we have places that are going to be looking at those higher winds. Right now it's Daisy City. Dogtown, you're about to pick up those high winds. Coalburg Road, Scarletttown, Republic, here it comes. And there's Coalburg Road, okay? Right there's Coalburg Road. It is going to be about 5 minutes from Coalburg Road before you see those winds really start to lay those trees down. Fieldstown Road as well, Crocker Junction, and within about 15 to 20 minutes, we're going to be looking at Gardendale and, hey, Mount Olive, you're in here too. Newcastle, you're going to be looking at some additional high winds. So I know folks are kind of on pins and needles in this particular area. You go back to January, that's when we had the EF3 tornado there. This storm right now looks like more of straight line winds, but we'll have to watch this little, what I call a little kink right there. Sometimes that starts to show some signs of trying to spin up right around the Dogtown area. So this is what Matt and I are watching very, very closely. And again, I always stress, if we're not talking about your town, why are we not talking about your town? Because things, at least at this point, are calm. We're zeroing in on where we're seeing the worst weather right now. So the Dogtown area moving toward Fulton Springs, and again, Fultondale may have some of those higher winds. We're looking at a live picture from our storm tracker en route on I-22 up toward the northwestern part of our viewing area. Later today, that northwestern part of our viewing area is going to be the hotbed for severe weather. That's where the wind shear and the instability will be the greatest. So right now, First Alert, Coalburg Road, Watson, Dogtown, Francis Height, Fieldstown, I-65, Gardendale area, you're going to have some higher winds. Fultondale, Walker Chapel Road, all areas where you're going to have those higher winds. Not necessarily a tornado, but you may have some winds over 50, 60 miles per hour. National Weather Service Office does have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Jefferson, Walker, Blount, and St. Clair counties. Because of this, also looking at some stronger storms right there on the Alabama-Georgia line, almost out of Cleburne County. That was a severe thunderstorm warning. All right, Storm Tracker is live in Winston County right now, and if we could probably just take that up full. Look at the cloud cover right there. You're starting to see an area that's not worked over by the rain in Winston County. Where it's not worked over by the rain, later today, we're going to be looking at the potential for this area to further destabilize, and this may very well be part of tornado country. I'm going to read this road sign. Where are they at right there? Heading up 44 intersection and I-22, Brilliant and Ewan. That is where the storm tracker is at the present time. Later today, and I want to make sure you are paying close attention if you're in this part of our viewing area, we have set it for days, and I'll go ahead and punch it up on AccuTrack 2. This is going to be some of the areas where we've seen the potential rotating thunderstorms. This is by no means a guarantee you're going to see a tornado move through Hamilton or Hackleburg, but we're seeing 3 days of almost the same pattern there of rotating thunderstorms, so certainly that does get our attention. Back to the radar map we go, and there's our watch. Tornado watch in effect right now. Notice the yellow counties. That's our tornado watch that is currently in effect for parts of our viewing area. Matt Daniel, he's looking at the computer right now. I'm going to let Matt take it and give us an update on how long that watch is going to last from the Storm Prediction Center of the National Weather Service.
Yeah, that's right, JP. We are looking at the tornado watch. It's a PDS tornado watch. It means a particularly dangerous situation. These are going to be issued when you're in a moderate or high risk day like today, and this is up until 8 p.m. this evening. So this watch now includes parts of Jefferson County, including Birmingham, Shelby County. Goes as far east as parts of Talladega, into Anniston, and up towards Cherokee County into the center. So the counties are highlighted in yellow. The blinking lights that you see flashing on your screen, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. And of course, all those colors are just showing the heavy rainfall across the area. So we have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't want to ignore the areas off to the north and east, but it looks like the strongest of that storm that was in southern parts of Cherokee County, that is now starting to move into parts of Georgia. So the Atlanta metro area is going to have to worry about that. But for us here locally, definitely keeping an eye on this one storm that's out in parts of northern Jefferson County. And what I'm going to do is just to avoid all of these colors, because I promise you these colors are kind of confusing to see if you're watching it at home, and I understand. We'll take that color off so you can just see the ground level, and we'll just see those storms. But we are watching this area. This is Birmingham's right to the south of this polygon. So downtown Birmingham's not in the severe thunderstorm warning. But Trussville, you are. Adamsville, you're included. Morris, Warrior, all the way up towards Springville, you are included in the severe thunderstorm warning. And as we take a look at the base velocity, and of course I have to remove the tornado watch real quick for you. Hit OK. There we go. Just taking a look at our velocity. This is showing the winds going away and towards the radar. This kind of gives us an idea if we're seeing any rotation within the system. And right now I'm not seeing anything as of now, so that's good news. We're going to do a shear rate. And we were just looking at this towards Gardendale, right along 65. No doubt we're probably seeing some pretty strong winds. I would not be surprised if we see some trees coming down with this particular warning. When you start seeing these bright colors, those darker reds, that's indicating some strong shear or strong winds that could make it to the ground. So that's why they issued the severe thunderstorm warning. Up to 60-mile-per-hour wind speeds, of course, can knock some trees down. JP?
All right, thanks, Matt. And we're going to get to, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get back. I want to make sure if you're in Gardendale or Fultondale, pay attention to this storm. It's not a tornado warning, but it is something that we need to watch. Weather's getting a little bit more active, and that storm that was in Cherokee County, yeah, we talk about you in Cherokee County, that is moving out of that area and out of Cleburne County. Coming right back, we'll get back to more severe weather coverage. Make sure you're paying close attention. Also in our First Alert Weather app, back in just a couple of minutes. All right, here we are back, and we do have what we call a PDS tornado watch. And I know you're working on a graphic, Matt. Is it a PDS tornado watch? Okay, PDS tornado watch in effect. For those kind of new around here, it's a particularly dangerous situation. We had that last week, and the reason those are issued is because when you have extreme instability and wind shear, we have a lot of those severe weather parameters that are way up there on the list today. So not at all surprising that that's what we do have, because there is the potential again for some of those long track tornadoes. So from now until 8 p.m., we do have that tornado watch in effect. You know what? With the way the day is set up, I don't think it's probably going to be much after 8 p.m. They may not have to extend it because the storms are going to move so quickly. So let's get right back to the main item of business. And I know your weather radios and your weather apps have been going off today. Here's the reason why. Let's zoom in right now and Warrior and Morris, Pinson, Springville and Margaret, Trussville, you're in line to be looking at these higher winds. Gardendale area, we're looking at higher winds there as well. That's happening right now. We're going to talk about some of those cities and communities. Morris at 1140, Croston at 1142, Majestic 1142, Columbus 1142, Pinson at 1144 and 1145, Fitzgerald Estates, Northgate Trailer Park at 1145. Fast moving storm moving east-northeast at about 57 miles per hour. And Compton, Gurley, Cedar Springs, you are in the path of these higher winds. Again, I'm stressing this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is not a tornado warning that is currently in effect for this area. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. We're spending a lot of time on it today because at any given moment, due to the environment today, we could see one of these upgraded to a tornado warning, or we could indeed have some very, very high winds. The back edge of this has not cleared Graysville or Adamsville, Maytown, Silver Springs. You may be looking at even some hail through there. Highland Forest down through Concord, Fairfield, Inslee area. Make sure that you're paying attention. There could be hail the size of about 1 inch with some of these thunderstorms right now. The severe thunderstorm warning that we did have for the eastern part of the state, that is gone. The reason for that, storm moved out very quickly. That was for very southern portion of Cherokee County, northern Cleburne County, and parts of Calhoun County. No warning in place there. The storms that we're looking at right now likely to move back toward northern St. Clair County, the Asheville area, and we're going to see those storms making their way up toward Gadsden. So 70-mile-per-hour winds, a possibility crossing I-65 right now in the Gardendale area and moving up toward Pinson. We've had a lot of rain in addition to these higher winds. In just a moment, we're going to show you some flooding video from Coleman this morning. It was coming down. We also had some flooding video around Center Point. We had, this is actually the Coleman video. And look at that. That is, that's the interstate area right there in Coleman. I mean, incredible this morning. That one storm, look at the 18-wheeler there trying to navigate that water. You don't see that every day. These storms producing rainfall amounts 4 to 6 inches per hour. So very intense. Fortunately, Coleman, things are looking better right now. The rain has tapered off. Later this afternoon and later tonight, we're going to be looking at a better chance of, again, some stronger storms. What Matt is showing you right now, these are the AccuTrack rainfall amounts. Coleman, 3.8 inches of rain right there along the interstate. Northern portion of our viewing area, those rainfall amounts 2.5, 3 inches. The problem is, and there's a tornado warning. Let's go to this. Tornado warning right now, and this does include Hale County and back into parts of Greene County, Lizzieville, Bologee, Utah, Akron. Let's go ahead and get a track. We'll go into our rotation tracker. I want to make sure we eliminate a lot of the confusion on there. So we're going to track right here from this bright area. And there's Bologee. It's happening right now. Lizziestown, 1140, Utah at 1149. This is a brand new tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. Clinton at 1150, and this does include the Moundville area, an area hit just the other day with, again, severe weather. This storm's moving fast. I want to make sure that you are getting to your safe place right now. Get to your safe place if you're in the path of this, because these storms are moving so fast. Utah area, get to your safe place. This is a big deal. These storms are moving at a very fast rate of speed. You can see Bologee right now, Bologee Street, Allison, you're all in the path right now. Utah, get to your safe place. You need to be there immediately. Storm is moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Looks like Oak Village. State Route 14 on into Stewart. Matt is showing you that very closely, what we are currently dealing with out there. So AccuTrack, we are looking at this spin in the atmosphere right around the Bologee area at this hour. So get to your safe place. I know your weather radio is going off, but you're also having the First Alert weather app go off. if you're in any one of these areas that we're naming, we're keeping this really clear for you. Bolaji, Allison, up toward Utah, Akron, Evansville, and Wedgwood, Havana, Harper Hill. Get to your safe place. And what is your safe place? Of course, yesterday we told you about mobile homes, manufactured homes. You needed to be in your safe place. Ahead of time, if you are in a house that does not have a basement, right here, that interior room right in the middle, that's where you need to be. You need to get as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. We want you to be safe out there. This is a tornado warning that is in effect right now for Greene and Hale County. It's possible this storm could make its way on into southern Tuscaloosa County, and what we're going to do right now is give you that 60-minute advantage. So we want to extend this out 60 minutes and just take it minute by minute. Bolaji right now, and if you watch the clock, Matt's going to play this through. Utah by around 11:50, and we're just taking you very slowly where the storm's going. Ralph, Knoxville, Moundville by 12:03, and on into southern Tuscaloosa County. Look at that. Inglewood, 12:18. There's not a warning for Inglewood, but I'm showing you where this storm is heading. May make its way toward Alpine Hills, on up toward Brookwood and Hillview. That would be around 12:36. So again, over the next hour, we're going to give you that 60-minute advantage up toward Birchfield and up toward Lawsontown, even North Johns. I don't know if it'll still be a tornado warning at this point, but this is where it is going, and that is going to be a big concern for us. Tornado warning right now, Hale and Greene counties until 12:30 this afternoon. This was a warning just issued a few moments ago. If you're in Moundville, you should already be in your safe place. Akron certainly, and Cypress. This rotation is going to be right here around the Bolaji area. It is tracking, folks. Listen to me. Utah, you are in the path of a possible tornado. Let's go ahead and check our debris signature there just to make sure we don't have anything. 11:41, and there's the track. And moving northeast at 43 miles per hour. We do have a shear marker on that. Not seeing a debris signature. Not at this point. We always look at that. That's an indication that you do have something that's reaching the ground. It could be aloft right now. So that's why we're on TV. And I don't want to forget about, I know folks will lose a little patience with us when we do this, but we do have a strong storm that is moving through Gardendale as well. We're going to revisit that. Let's go back up there real quick, and we're going to get back to this. So don't turn the TV off. We're heading right back to where the tornado warning is. But we have high winds moving through Pinson, Springville right now. Severe thunderstorm warning. Highway 79 area. This is going to be moving towards Center Point. Again, Fultondale. I don't see any strengthening with this, but you may have some hail in it. All right. So just want to give you that first alert all the way up toward Asheville and Springville, moving toward Raglan. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is a first alert weather day. Severe thunderstorm warning takes you right on into Asheville, Raglan, Coal City. Stays just to the north of Pell City. Does include the Pinson and Trussville area. We'll get back to the tornado warning. Just didn't want to leave you hanging there in that part of our viewing area. Excuse me. All right, heading back into where we're seeing the rotation right now. We'll go back to our rotation tracker. We'll clean this up a little bit. And right here, Allison and Bolaji. First alert for Utah, Wedgwood, Evansville, moving toward Akron, Oak Village. It is moving quickly. The trajectories on these are all aimed toward the northeast right now. And we do have that shear marker. Let's track right here to give you the latest. Bolaji 1144, it's past you, or it's right on top of you, I should say, in Bolaji. So make sure in Bolaji you are in your safe place. Lizzieville 1146, Allison 1149, and if you look at Utah 1158. 1158 for Utah. Evansville 1207, New Prospect at 1209. Eventually, folks, I think this is going to make its way up toward the Moundville area. The official warning from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham keeps this warning alive until 12:30. I'm hoping we start to see this thing weaken a little bit, but right now it is a concern. We are seeing multiple shear markers pop up right now. Currently, we'll raise that map up just a little bit. We'll keep everything kind of farther to the north here. Bolaji and 5 points. This is where we are seeing that rotation Allison right now. And what I'm going to do, we're going to zoom in a little bit here, and we're going to start naming off some individual streets and roads out ahead of this as we kind of zoom in just off to the east there of Allison. So getting in a little closer, Bowlagee Street. You know what? Bowlagee Street, this is going to come right down Bowlagee Street. This is where we have this, the thunderstorm itself is just rotating above Bowlagee Street in Allison, and moving up toward Culpeper Creek Road, County Road 135, Demopolis Highway in the Utah area here within about 5-10 minutes, and looking at Finch's Ferry Road. So yeah, it's moving quickly. 45, 50 miles per hour. It's not to Utah yet, but we're talking about you in Utah right now. So a first alert. We're looking at that rotation right now around Allison. We'll go back to velocity here and see what we've got. Rotation, and we're looking at this from Columbus, Mississippi, NEXRAD. Rotation's probably not quite as bad as it was. We'll go over to, let's go to base velocity. Still some rotation there. I am seeing just a little bit of weakening. Hang out a little longer here. I want to make sure you stay in your safe place, but hopefully we can see a trend with this thing starting to settle down just a little bit. Certainly we do have that tornado warning in effect. Tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock tonight for much of our viewing area. That is a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch in effect for much of the area. Matt Daniel is standing by in the First Alert Weather Center. Matt, an update on some of those other storms and also that PDS watch that we have. And also Wes Wyatt has just joined us here in the First Alert Weather Center. So we got you covered, folks. There's a lot of storms out there, and we're going to be looking at every single one of them. Matt?
Right, JP. We are just getting more information about this particular tornado warning for Greene and Hale counties. Right now, it's radar indicated. In other words, we're seeing the rotation within the system, perhaps producing a tornado. So nothing confirmed yet, but still want to take the storm very seriously. Obviously, if you're in the Allison area, towards the Utah, towards Evansville, definitely want to get in your safe spot now. Center area of your house, lowest floor, away from windows and doors. Have a bicycle helmet. Highly encourage you wearing that. Maybe some shoes as well. Make sure you have your plan in place. Have that NOAA weather radio. And I'm telling you, Jill's going to be knocking it out with these Engage weather posts through the weather app. So make sure you download our WBRC First Alert weather app, as you'll get those updates through there. But there's that rotation aloft. We're going to put in that shear rate again, and not seeing as much as rotation as we did before, but still want to keep a close eye on the storm as it's moving pretty rapidly to the north and east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. I want to show you this tornado watch, as JP was mentioning before. Is a PDS tornado watch. Everybody shaded in that yellow area, and what I'll do is I'll zoom out just a little bit so you can see it on the screen. Notice it does include Sumter. It goes into Greene, Hale, Bibb, and Chilton and Shelby counties towards Talladega. It goes into Calhoun and into areas like St. Clair, Blount, into Etowah and Cherokee counties. It includes Jefferson and, of course, Coleman, Walker, Marion, Winston counties, all in yellow up until 8 p.m. And it's a particularly dangerous situation, meaning any tornadoes that form, especially this afternoon, that's where we think it's going to really start to peak with some of the activity. Those could be strong, EF2 or greater, and could stay on the ground. So that's that PDS tornado watch. You're probably seeing that scroll at the bottom of your screen, but tornado watch up until 8 p.m. JP?
All right, thank you very much, Matt. And yeah, we got the tornado warning still in effect right now for parts of Greene and Hale County. We're going to have Wes Wyatt standing by here in just a little bit. Wes is going to be giving us an update on what's going on in St. Clair County and also in Jefferson County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning there. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. It's not a tornado warning, but Wes is going to update us on that storm. I'm going to get back to the tornado warning, and it is impacting the Utah area right now. So we're going to zero back in, just kind of show you the big view across the board so you can see what's happening. So as we get back into Utah, you'll see that we do have this system or a cluster of storms making its way up toward Moundville, Cypress, and Havana. We'll take a look right now at our velocity data and see if this thing's looking any worse, and it is not. So hopefully we will continue to see this kind of weaken. It still can have some rotation in here, certainly, and we are seeing that, but again, it's not to the point of what it was just a little bit ago. We can go back into rotation tracker here, and the reason we're zoomed in on Utah is because this is where we do have the tornado warning. This is the cell that we're looking at. There's only one tornado warning in effect, and it's the one right now for Greene and Hale counties until 12:30. And we're looking at this from multiple radar sites: Evansville, Wedgeworth, any of the towns or roads that are in the path here. Eventually it would head up toward the Moundville area as well. So we're going to be looking at that. Had a whole lot of flooding as well from some of these storms. I do have some concern that the storm in St. Clair County as well as Jefferson County may be producing some pretty good rain and the potential there for flooding. You guys back in the back, let me know when Wes Wyatt is available, and we'll go check in with him in just a moment. But right now, Utah, we do have the at least some signs of rotation as Matt tracks this out at about 50 miles per hour. There you go. McClure at 11:52, Oak Village at 11:59, Akron at 12, and Cypress at 12:08. Cypress at 12:08. Make sure you're in your safe place. Moundville, you're also included on the track of this possible tornado. It is radar indicated what we're looking at right now in the First Alert Weather Center. And I want to stress, this is not the main event. The main event happening later on this afternoon and during the evening hours, I think, for the northwestern part of our viewing area. That's where we're positioning our First Alert storm tracker today, with those storms perhaps moving into the Marion County area and Lamar County. Wes Wyatt is also in the First Alert Weather Center. He has a look at where that storm around the Pinson area. That one's looking pretty mean, but it is not at this point a tornado warning. Wes?
Yeah, JP, just want to point out that for folks in West Alabama, 98 TXT, 94.1 ZBQ, our iHeart partner stations there, we are simulcasting on the radio, on the weather app. Stay with us because that storm JP's tracking, it looks like it is going to cross northern Hale County, right there around Knoxville and Greene County, and could end up around the Inglewood area, Shelton State, Hillcrest area there in southern Tuscaloosa County. Yeah, we're zoomed in here into East Alabama right now. This is, or actually central and eastern sections of the state. A lot of lightning. This is Jefferson County. We're zoomed in tight. You can see Pinson right here. Our system indicating we could have some wind gust in here over 60 miles per hour. But what really grabs our attention when our system picks up on what's called the shear marker, that's indicating where we could, of course, have some of that spin happening as well. And we need to watch it. If you're in Clay and Argo, Margaret, just be ready in case this is upgraded to a tornado warning. We are watching this closely. A little bit of spin showing up, but certainly this is going to produce some very strong wind gusts. I want to show you where this is going as we track this. We're giving you that 60-minute advantage here. This is our forecast radar. As we go out with time, you'll notice the next hour as this crosses St. Clair County. So here we go. I want to zoom in. You can see areas that will be impacted, and you need to be weather alert here in Springville, Caldwell, Asheville. All these areas impacted, possibility of some damaging hail, damaging wind gusts with this as this moves to the north and the east, and it looks like the track of this will take this with time. Let's follow this along. There's 1231. You can see around Pilgrim's Rest, Williams area. JP, looks like this could end up around Gadsden and Glencoe. And I do want to point out, you know, this morning we had all the rain. It seemed like it kind of cooled things off a little bit, but right now it's starting to warm up again. I could tell out there, JP. It's getting increasingly muggy, which is a concern around the area.
Yeah, we are starting to see the temperatures, the dew points increase, and as Matt's been showing us, he's zooming in right down to AccuTrack 1, and you can see right there, we're starting to see around the Clay area, those winds really beginning to pick up. So we're going to track right from here, and there you go, Ridgewood at 11:54, Clay at 11:58, Candlewood Lakes 11:59, Countryside Estates at noon. Storms moving about 35 to 40 miles per hour. I want to give you that first alert if you're in the Springville area. As Wes mentioned, this one would actually probably end up moving on into northern Calhoun County as well as Etowah County. So again, you're watching in Etowah County. Downstream, you may be looking at this as well as Calhoun County. So we're seeing some signs here. You may have a little bit of rotation trying to happen. So we're going to keep an eye on that moving into St. Clair County. Get back to the tornado warning, and I want to show you what's going on. Yeah, we're going to be juggling the radar around. We have to move it around to show you what's going on in different different areas. Unfortunately, these warnings and everything are all over the place, and they will be today because of the nature of the beast. Take a look at this. Next 60 minutes, and we're going to walk you through this. Next 60 minutes is going to be the Akron area, and let's see just a second here. I'm reading some information. By the way, may have some hail around Fultondale. We're starting to see the updraft increase right around Fultondale. Maybe looking at some hail, just passing that along. But 1209, Cypress and Moundville. So 1209, this is a 60-minute advantage here that we're giving you with our future radar. Inglewood, Hull, Alpine Hills, Duncanville, you're not in the warned area, but that's where it's going to be tracking into southern parts of Tuscaloosa County. So with the nature of how fast the storms are moving today, we need to really do this and talk about where these storms are going to be in 60 minutes, even outside the warning polygon, because they're going to be moving so quickly. I want to make sure that you have time to get to your safe place. But right now, we're talking about a storm still showing some signs of rotation. We'll take it back to live mode so we can show you what's happening right this second. And going back down to right here around Utah. I was looking over at the computer here. I was looking for any signs that we may have some damage or anything like that. I'm not seeing that at this point in time. If we do, we'll let you know. We still have a little bit of rotation right through there as we look at what we call our relative velocity. This is the radar looking at the winds in relation to the forward motion of the storm. So Akron and Evansville, this is where we do have that rotation showing up. Finch's Ferry Road, okay? This is where we're going to be looking at some high winds. If one were outdoors right now and they looked up, and don't be outdoors, you would see the whole storm just rotating counterclockwise. So that's what's happening right there. I want you in your safe place. And look at this. That's where we're looking at some of those higher winds right now at around 58 miles per hour moving up toward the Akron area. Wes Wyatt is standing by here in the First Alert Weather Center. And looks like, Wes, we've got another one that's trying to take aim on the Moundville area. We're going to be looking at this storm. Right now, it's not as strong as it was, Wes, but still it's serious out there. I'm just looking at the lightning strikes. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, it's rather intense, JP. That really grabs our attention right now. And just looking at this is Highway 14 through Utah to Wedgeworth. This is right around Roebuck Landing. Looks like the way this is going to cross, if you know where the Lock 8 Park is, right around Akron, areas like Stewart to the north, Stewart, Akron. If you're in the Powers community, this is going to be tracking in your direction. Very similar path. It's wild, but it's almost right where we tracked that other tornadic storm the other day. It's going to take this thing right through Moundville. If you follow the storm track, this one may go just a bit to the east of that track, but the way this lightning is intensifying, really wrapping up, we've got a very pronounced hook echo with this at the moment. We've got strong gate-to-gate shear, all indications. We have a tornado here with this storm based on radar data. Oak Village, Cypress, this is going to pass just north of Havana Junction. This is Highway 69 south. This is Highway 14 running through Wedgeworth and Sawyerville. Wedgeworth, this is going to be close to you. It looks like it may pass just north of Highway 14, but if you're in Moundville, if you're watching in Duncanville, out around places like we mentioned the other day, Indian Creek Road, Rosser Road areas, Big Sandy, right there on Highway 69 through the Hulls community in South Tuscaloosa County. We want you to be ready to take action here if we see this warning extended. These are the kind of storms, as Matt and JP are talking about, that are going to produce these tornado warnings that could last for multiple counties, the long track type setup out there today. That's why we have this rare high risk. So we're watching this one. Tuscaloosa, also Hale County, northern Hale County, and we're also keeping a watch on that Jefferson County storm, folks, here in Clay, Chalkville. We want you to be ready in case this is upgraded, but we have indications of some very strong winds. JP, the lightning with this, and I know you and Matt are watching this thing, seems like the last scan right there, just based on that hook echo, that's a little bit of a concern. Big concern, actually.
Certainly is, Wes, and yeah, I noticed when I tossed it over to you, your display over there just covered up with the cloud-to-ground lightning right now, and we are looking at the Akron area right now. What we're going to do is kind of clean this up again. We'll go into what we call our rotation tracker, and right here, this is going to be around Dara up toward Akron, Havana, Cypress. There's our brand new, this is brand new shear marker here. We're going to click in there and give you a track. where this is going. It's moving towards Cypress at 12:08. So you got about 10 minutes to get to your safe place. If you're in Cypress, we've been talking about you for a while. Make sure you're in a safe place. We do have what we call the hook echo. That's kind of an old school way to determine if you have a tornadic storm. So it certainly has the shape of it. We're not seeing the intensity of the shear right there that we had on our rotation tracker, but still this is very concerning and would be moving up toward the Moundville area. And I want to make sure in southern Tuscaloosa County, make sure you call your friends and relatives in southern Tuscaloosa County, because I think this is likely to end up making its way up toward the Duncanville area. So just keep that in mind. Probably staying to the south of the interstate. I don't see it moving more toward the north. This would move toward Moundville, Hull, probably Duncanville area. Powers at 12:10, Moundville 12:14, and we were talking about Hull, and that's 12:21. So we're seeing the wind shear with this one at about 80 miles per hour. In relation to where we typically see that, that's fairly high, but we have seen that thing peak out with wind shear over 100 miles per hour. So it's not toward the limits, but again, it's enough there to produce a tornado. So that is a bit concerning. Let's do a reset, show you the big view. I want to show you the big view on what's going on, where the rest of the storms are. Severe thunderstorm warning continues right now, and that continues until 12:15 for St. Clair County. Wes was spending some time on that one as well. We're going to zero in on that, and I don't want to leave you hanging. Severe thunderstorm warning capable of high winds moving through Springville, crossing I-59. This is going to be moving into the Asheville area in about 10 to 15 minutes, Ragland, and we may end up with a little bit of hail moving into Trussville here within the next few minutes. Odenville, we have not forgotten about you. Odenville also a possibility of seeing some hail and some high winds. Look at that little curve there crossing the interstate toward Misty Pines, and this is County Highway 30. This is right around Dogwood Estates. We're going to be looking at high winds. So again, I want to make sure you're getting that first alert not only in Jefferson County but in St. Clair County, because you do have some high winds there. The rest of what we're seeing on radar is non-severe, but I tell you right now, Clay, look at those winds. The Clay area, this is our triple threat, and I would tell you right now, you may have 80-mile-per-hour winds starting to move into the interstate. And Margaret, you may be looking at those high winds any moment combined with some hail. So keep that in mind. You're watching WBRC Fox 6 News. Normally we would have the noon program. In fact, we're going to begin the program and come right back with more weather.
All right, yeah, we're taking a look at some of the images of things happening around the area, and we're just going to go straight back to weather. Of course, our weather team has been here all morning watching what's happening out there. JP?
All right, thank you very much, Toy. We're going to be with you this. All right, we're back with you. We're going to be with you this afternoon, continuing to track severe weather and severe thunderstorms moving through St. Clair County. I want to give you that first alert. Springville area, Ragland, Coal City, Asheville, high winds moving your way. I don't see signs of rotation that we're going to have a tornado warning here, but you are going to be looking at the possibility of some very high winds and hail moving through St. Clair County. Back to the tornado warning that is in effect until 12:30 this afternoon. If this continues the current trajectory, that would make its way on into right there, Duncanville. All right, Duncanville, southern Tuscaloosa County. There's the track. This is the hook. This is that little return, hook return that we're talking about, and that's right there around the Akron area. I'm looking at Moundville at 12:16. We're also looking at, looks like Phipps at 12:22, Hull 12:23, Little Sandy at 12:27, and Inglewood at 12:28. Storms moving northeast at 43 miles per hour. And this is a very similar trajectory or path that we saw last week when we saw all of that damage along Rosser Road last week. Well, here comes another potential tornado, and I'm not seeing, do we have any debris or anything showing up there? Nope, not seeing that. All right, not seeing any of that right now. Gardendale area, we're seeing reports of hail about the size of a quarter, and that is in Gardendale. So not a big surprise at all. Hale County, that's the tornado warning that is in place right now. Storms moving at about 45 miles per hour. Okay. Right here, it's starting to tighten up just a little bit more. This is going to be around Stewart and Oak Village, Cypress area. So again, Cypress, and right through here, we may be looking at some indications of some stuff being lofted. Usually when it's stronger, it kind of shows up as that bright blue, but we may have a little bit of a debris signature starting to show up there between Akron and Stewart. I like to do this, get close to the computer monitors here and just kind of go over County Road 36, State Route 60, and it looks like County Road 42, Oak Village area. And this is going to go right up, really, 42 there up towards Stewart. It's going to cross Stewart, move up towards Cypress. It's going to stay south of the river. There's a brand new shear marker that has just popped up. This is moving up toward the Moundville area. 1212 with Moundville, Maxwell at 1220. And again, I want to stress Duncanville, we're talking to you right now, not under the warning, but it is a concern there with that possible tornado moving into southern portions of Tuscaloosa County. The forward speed is tremendous on these, moving at about 56 miles per hour. Weather radio is going off right now in Etowah County. Look at this. We have new warnings for Etowah as well as Calhoun County at the moment. So Gadsden, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Jacksonville, Weaver, back through Anniston, Ohatchee, crossing Neely, Henry there. We're looking at that tornado warning, not tornado warning, excuse me, a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a concern with hail and very high winds with this. So we're visiting this right now because your weather radio's First Alert weather app is going off. Make sure you're checking that weather app. Jill Gilardi, continuous updates there with that information. We're also crawling that at the bottom of the screen. Heavy rain, possibility of hail right now, not only the possibility, but the likelihood between Springville and Margaret on up toward Blount County and Aniana. First Alert if you're in Asheville and looking at Highway 231 there, and also up toward the cement plant there in Ragland. Within about the next 15 minutes, you're going to be looking at some high winds. National Cement, I believe that's the name. And Jacksonville, this is going to be near you within about the next 30 minutes. These things are hightailing it off to the east right now. Back to the tornado warning, and we're moving the map around because the storms are moving, and we've got multiple warnings in place right now. Let's zoom in, and there we go. Let's track this one again. Cypress crossing right over you right now. It's near Stewart. Moundville, minutes away. Moundville, make sure you are in your safe place. Moundville, it's going to be there 1224 based on the computer. 1224, actually an update, computer updated 1216. Little Sandy at 1228, Inglewood at 1229. Movement is northeast at about 45 miles per hour. We are actually starting to see that shear increase. All right, that's you think about that, you think about the rotation actually tightening up. BTI, that's our threat index. You start seeing that over a 5, and it really begins to get our attention. Duncanville, I'm talking to you, Duncanville and Hull. Give it about the next 15 to 20 minutes, and you could have a tornadic storm moving into southern Tuscaloosa County. I'm going to move out of the way so you can see. There's a look at the cities that are going to be in the path. So southern Tuscaloosa County, a first alert. We're watching this on AccuTrack. We're also watching it in Hale County. So this is now in Hale County, moving up toward the Moundville area. It's going to move right across the Alabama, or I should say the Tuscaloosa and Hale County line. We're seeing a 90% chance of hail with this as well. So not only do we have the heavy rain, you will have hail, you will have strong winds, and you do have that possibility of a tornado. In the years of using this software, anytime you see this kind of yellow colored line, that is indicative that you are probably going to be looking at some damage. I'd like to track from right here, right around Stewart, if we could get it a brand new track. The data is coming in very quickly here. This is some of the best equipment that you can have to track storms, actually built right here in the state of Alabama in Huntsville. And they use, it's really NASA technology that we're using to do all this. There's Havana at 12:12, Duncanville at 12:31, looks like Judson Park at 12:35, and Golden Acres at 12:35. So Duncanville and Phipps, I am giving you that first alert. We've been talking about this storm for a while. Hopefully everybody upstream from this, you are in your safe place. I want to make sure you're in your safe place and you are in an interior room of your home. If you are in a mobile home, manufactured home, hopefully you have heeded our alerts over the last several days and made alternate plans to get into a more sturdy structure. This is the high res. Really high res velocity data. Start seeing that bright lime green there between Cypress and Havana indicates that we do have those higher winds. And here's where it's moving. Havana right here. We're going to start seeing that making its way just to the south of Cypress. This whole area is rotating right now. East-northeast movement at 45 miles per hour. Duncanville, Moundville, a first alert. This is tracking towards you. Looks like Raintree Country at 12:31 and also Taylorwood Estates at 12:31. So right now, serious storm tornado warning in effect. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings for the eastern part of the state. We're staying on the tornado warning at this point, spending most of our time there because this is where we have the most dangerous storm at the moment. We're also, Matt and Wes are watching the storms in East Alabama, Etowah County and Calhoun County, severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now. Wes Wyatt is in the First Alert Weather Center, and interestingly enough, kind of the same area. We were talking about Rosser Road last week, and Moundville had some significant damage in that part of our viewing area. Here we go again. A different week, and we're tracking that storm. This is kind of your old area. You grew up very close to exactly where we're tracking that storm.
Yeah, in fact, I'm talking to family right now in Moundville, and they're all seeking shelter right now and said it looks like the track is going just a little bit to the east there. I will tell you, JP, that where this one's crossing, the one last week moved through the downtown area, very close to the Powers community. This one is turning over, you know where Pam's Diner is, right there on Highway 69, just outside of Moundville to the south. That is where this is going to cross, right around Pam's Diner. It's going to move up towards Sandy Fork, LaGrone Road. If you're watching in South Tuscaloosa County, let's keep an eye on where this moves in the southern part of Tuscaloosa County. And then this one's going to actually turn a bit more towards Duncanville as well. So as JP noted a few moments ago, we want to give you that advantage and that first alert. We're not under a warning in southern Tuscaloosa County, but if this held together and moved in, you've got the early alert here, the first alert. We're just letting you know in those areas to the north. So here's Moundville. Here's Highway 69 south. The tornado is going to cross between the city and Moundville. I mentioned Pam's Diner, which is right in here. You can see the tornado just to the south of there. As you go further south where the road forks at Havana Junction, Highway 60 heads over towards Sawyerville and Wedgeworth. This will stay just north of there, but this is a big concern, big hook echo. And what you're looking at is actually the precipitation showing up on radar. It's wrapping around that rotating thunderstorm that gives it that hook-like appearance. But you want to focus right in here on these areas to the far south and east. And it looks like Massey Loop Road right now, okay? For friends here, the Massey area, a loop road, that is where the tornado is currently located according to radar. That's going to put this at Sherwood Forest at 12:32. It's moving east-northeast at 45 miles per hour. So these minutes, these seconds are critical right now to get to where you need to be. If you're watching around Lake Payne, I want you in your safe place as well. First alert around the Lake Payne area in northern Hale County. This warning continues, and based on what we're seeing right now, we still have a pretty good indication here that we could have a tornado. A quick reminder, as you get to that safe place, make sure you have the weather app. You can also tune us in. We're on TXT, also 94.1 ZBQ. We are on right now. We're going to stay with this. Make sure you get the latest information. Matt standing by. Matt, you've been watching this storm over in St. Clair County, and it looks like, well, actually, it looks like we just got an updated tornado warning. Matt, what's the latest on that warning?
Yes, we got a new tornado warning out. This is now for Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. This is going to be for the southeastern parts of Tuscaloosa. So we're looking at areas mainly south of the city, so including Moundville towards West Blockton, Lakeview. This is it's still Doppler indicated severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Moundville, or 60 miles north of Greensboro. And once again, this storm is moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. This tornado warning, by the way, is set to expire at 1:15, which seems kind of late, but hey, we got 1:15, and this is going to extend into West Blockton, into parts of Duncanville area. So if you see anywhere in your area highlighted in red right there, this is the area of concern. If you're in that warning, your NOAA weather radio is probably going off right now. Your weather app's probably going off, and I guarantee you right now, I'm sure Jill's probably sending in those updates right now through our app and through social media. But you can see that red polygon, Academy Park towards Chambers, even as far north towards Lakeview, you are included in that particular tornado warning. And again, this is set to expire till 1:15. JP?
All right, thank you very much, Matt Daniel in the First Alert Weather Center. Wes and Matt working with us this afternoon. Jill providing those updates. See that curve right here, this little curly Q that is moving up towards Cypress right now, between Cypress and Havana. This is the concern, and that's what we're tracking from. We've been on this one for a while. Starting to see it tighten up a little bit. This is by far the strongest storm that we currently have on radar right now. This is why we are staying with this storm, because it is a tornado warning. Not a thunderstorm warning. Rain country, rain tree country, 1232, and it looks like Sherwood Forest at 1234, Golden Acres at 1236, Peach Grove and Huntland at 1236, moving at about 50 miles per hour. Coaling area, you're going to be under this warning. Vance as well. We're going to get the Vance area, Mercedes plant, Interstate 2059, and this is going to be a storm that is going to impact most likely the Duncanville area within about the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, Duncanville, we're seeing our computers say 1232, and we're going to back this out and give you the 60-minute advantage, because again, I want to show you where these storms are going to go over the next hour, so you have time to prepare and get to your safe place, because I know sometimes it's a little bit of an effort to get to that safe place. Where's it heading over the next 60 minutes? You need to watch the clock. We're going to do this very slowly. There's Duncanville at about 12:28. Okay, we're going to continue to kind of move this forward, and we're looking into the future. There's Coaling at 1240. Watching the clock, Academy Park, that's going to be around 1245. And if you watch this track, Bessemer, Helena, we're talking to you. Bessemer and Helena, 1250, maybe 1 o'clock. And then Birmingham, eventually moving into Birmingham, Hoover, and Vestavia Hills by around 1:15, if this does indeed stay together. I don't know if it's going to continue as a tornado warning, but this storm itself is going to be making its way right through Birmingham, Homewood, down through Hoover. So I'm giving you that first alert right there. Bessemer, Helena, Homewood, Hoover. By 1 o'clock, this could be on top of you. It's probably going to track to the north of Alabaster, what we're looking at. There we are. We're seeing this little donut right here. And let's go back to our debris signature. I just want to make sure we're not getting anything. And I'm looking over here at the, not seeing a debris signature, so that's good news there. Looking at the National Weather Service information. And by the way, we did have some quarter-size hail again around the Pinson area. That's according to the Weather Service. So right there around Pinson, and also just to the north of Chalkville. This storm right now that we're tracking is moving into the Duncanville area, and you can still see a very pronounced rotation on it. You see the green and the red close together, moving right now near Phipps and County Road 50. So County Road 50 and the Phipps area, make sure that you are in your safe place. We're cleaning it up with our rotation tracker, and where you see this kind of darker color, this is where we have that stronger rotation. This is where the most likely that tornado is right now. Again, it's all been radar indicated. It's been radar indicated, so we don't have a report of a touchdown there, but it is certainly very close to being able to touch down. If you notice, the clouds are very low today. When you have those lower cloud bases, doesn't take a whole lot to get a funnel and see something actually extend down to the ground. So Duncanville, I want to make sure you're getting that first alert right now. Also West Blockton. I don't want to forget about Bibb County. Bibb County, I'm talking to you. Bibb County, you are going to be looking at this as a warned area as well. Bibb County, and eventually I think it's probably going to get really close to Bessemer and on through Helena, Hoover, Vestavia Hills over the next hour. So I'm giving you the first alert. We've been talking about where this storm's going to be over the next 60 minutes. Judson Park at 12:35, Pearson at 12:38. There's an update. This is brand new from the computer. Notice we're getting some intensification right here in that rotation. We're seeing it getting stronger right here. This is going to be now between Moundville and Phipps. Look at this. Let's zoom in on this a little closer here, Matt. This is County Road 50. County Road 50. This is where we're likely to have this tornado happening right this second. This storm is tightening up. It is rotating. This is a great tool that we're using here that really kind of eliminates some of the clutter so you can see where the tornado is. Wes Wyatt is here in the First Alert Weather Center. Wes is looking at this as well. And, you know, Wes, just kind of talking back and forth, you know, some landmarks where this is going to be crossing close to here over about the next 15 minutes.
It looks like it's going to move just north of Lake Payne. JP, this is out in the forest area right here. If you live, this is Hagler Coaling Road, and areas back to the north here towards Bear Creek Road. It looks like it may pass in this general vicinity. That's State Highway 82 that's running towards Duncanville, back towards Centerville. Eolin north, just to be safe. It looks as though this will be passing in that general direction, but you can clearly tell, look at this, how this is wrapped up. There is evidence of rotation, no doubt about it, with this radar signature here as this moves through northern Hale County. Looks like it has crossed Highway 69 Moundville. Looks like the worst of this now passing just to the south and east of you. Here's where it's located right now, near the Gabriel Creek Road area. This is Sandy Fork I mentioned a few moments ago. You can see it crossing Sandy Fork and then moving to the north and east. I want to throw it back over to JP. We got some more information coming in right now. JP?
That's right, Wes. That's right, Wes. It is intensifying right now, and we do have a debris signature. All right, we got a debris signature. This is County Road 50. So now we do have evidence that this is reaching the ground. It is moving quickly up toward the Duncanville area, and we're seeing that intensification. It looks pretty significant on radar right now. We're going to kind of back this out. This is going to cross between Duncanville and Hagler on toward West Blockton in Bibb County. So again, stressing we got a debris signature. This is brand new information. That means we've got evidence that this storm is actually reaching the ground right now. So Duncanville, 12:32, Hagler, 12:37, Pearson at 12:38, Little Hope at 12:41, Harmon 12:42, okay, and Grimes 12:42, Coaling 12:43, Eolin 12:44, Stewart Settlement 12:45, Cedar Cove at 12:45. So if you're in the path here, I want to make sure you're in your safe place. We're getting that balance right there of incredible wind shear. There's winds moving very quickly aloft, and we also have the instability beginning to come back. So this area is particularly concerning right through here. And if you're watching in Bibb County, this is going to track to the north of Centerville up toward West Blockton, County Highway 5. Give it about 15 to 20 minutes. It's going to be on top of County Highway 5. And start thinking about it. You're in Shelby County. I think this is probably going to go just to the north of Alabaster based on the current path. So again, Shelby County, you're not under a warning right now, but I want to talk about Shelby County because right there, just to the north of Phipps, we've got a debris signature. Much of this area is forest. It is not a lot of population out here, but you do have some folks that live in this area that have pieces of property, and hopefully it's not impacting them. We like to see a tornado in the middle of nowhere impacting no one. That's our ultimate goal. But eventually this is going to start moving up towards some communities and some cities where you have houses a little bit more densely populated. So if you live right now in parts of Hale County, Southern portion of Tuscaloosa County on into northern Bibb County. We're talking to you. This is a serious weather situation here, and we are seeing some indication right now of some debris with that one. The tornado is moving 45 miles per hour. To kind of give you the bearings on this one, it's about 16 miles to the south of Tuscaloosa. This is not going to impact downtown Tuscaloosa or Northport. It's not a concern there. It's going to be the southern part. It would cross over there around the Mercedes plant, Coaling, Buttermilk Road, where the Harley dealership is. You're going to be close to that as it crosses over toward the interstate, so just kind of keep that in mind. Staying just to the south probably of Brookwood, but it is going to be to the north of Centerville. So I just want to give you some landmarks of where this could be an impact. And again, we're constantly mentioning these towns as we get new information in. As this storm moves along, we have updates. So some of you may be listening to us on the radio and not watching us on TV. I want to go back over the names of the cities, times of arrivals. Duncanville at 12:32. Pearson, 12:38. By the way, Hagler, 12:37. Little Hope at 12:40. Stewart Settlement, 12:44. Coaling, 12:44. Cedar Cove at 12:46. And Dudley at 12:46. 45-mile-per-hour storm right now moving on toward the Duncanville area. Make sure in Duncanville you're in your safe place for a little while longer. They're moving so quickly, it's going to move in and out very, very fast. By the way, that's a severe thunderstorm warning that is flashing at you up there in St. Clair and Calhoun and Etowah counties. That's a hail producer. May have some wind in it too, all right? So you may have some quarter-size hail in that particular storm. Don't want to forget about you there, but I don't see signs of a tornado with that at this point in time. We're constantly looking at all of these storms to make sure there's nothing suspicious going on. This storm, by the way, over toward Hale County is almost out of Hale County. So this is going to end up a Bibb and Tuscaloosa County warning. Give it about 5 minutes here and it is going to be clear of that area. I'm just checking to see, do we have any, no, I am not seeing any damage reports in any of those areas, at least at this point in time. That tornado warning's until 1:15 right there for Bibb as well as for Tuscaloosa County. So about another 3 or 4 minutes and it's going to be out of Hale County. The storm itself now moving over the Duncanville area. You're probably looking at intense rainfall in Duncanville. Also, you may have some small hail with this as it moves on through. That's where we're picking up the higher winds, and we'll kind of click on that, and is that 80, 90 mile per hour winds at least? Yeah, 100 mile per hour winds crossing out of Hale County into Tuscaloosa County. Let's take a look at Duncanville here. How many miles is that from Duncanville? Just as the crow flies there, that mileage is only about 5 miles from Duncanville that you're looking at these high winds. And I'm telling you right now, Duncanville, you need to take cover. You need to do it now because it's radar indicated. And we did have a debris signature. It may have happened, you know, in the middle of the woods somewhere and hasn't done any damage. But as this starts to move into a populated area, this thing is still a mean storm and it is moving very quickly. So Duncanville and Hagler, it's one of those things. You've got friends or relatives that don't pay attention to the weather. Give them a phone call right now. Tell them to get in that safe place because this is a serious storm right now. It's going to be around Duncanville in 12:32. Coaling, it's going to be at 12:43. Dudley at 12:45. So it's going to be over in those areas 15 to 20 minutes. Duncanville, it's only about, really, for all practical purposes here, about 6 minutes away. So about 6 minutes away from Duncanville. I want you in your safe place, okay? You should have already been there, but if you're just hearing me now, do it now. You don't have time. Duncanville, I need you in your safe place. Wes Wyatt here in the First Alert Weather Center. Wes is going to go over some of the individual places where this is going to cross over. We're going to get right down to the nitty-gritty, down to the street names, where we are going to be looking at possible damage from a pretty serious-looking storm on radar. Wes Wyatt, First Alert Weather Center.
Hey, JP. Yeah, we want you in your safe place. If you're anywhere from, you know where Gilgal Baptist Church is right there in the Duncanville area and points to the south off of Bear Creek Road. I will say say it looks like it is going to move closer to Duncanville Baptist Church in these areas a bit further to the south. This is Bear Creek Road that you see right here. Tornado now crossing out of Hale County. It's right around the Sandy Fork area. You can see South Sandy Road. It's crossing right now out in this part of the county. We have the forest. So, you know, it may be, as JP noted, you know, in a rural area. I just got a report from some family in the Moundville area. Said the sun's shining right now. So we actually, you know, have some improvements there. We also have some power outages, talking to some folks here in South Tuscaloosa at the moment. So there are some folks right now that are without power, you know, and just in case folks don't have a weather radio or a weather app, you know, you may want to call, alert friends, family members, help spread the word to let them know what's actually tracking through South Tuscaloosa County right now. And actually what I want to do, I want to go over, we've got a camera in the downtown area, and let's see what that view looks like looking back to the south here from Tuscaloosa. And you can see moving that camera, looks like we've got a pronounced low base here with this particular storm, but a lot of rain. We're actually, there's a Bryant-Denny Stadium, so just looking at the situation, we're focused back in here to the south and east direction. That's the storm, no doubt about it. You can see it's tracking well south. There's the University of Alabama campus, downtown Tuscaloosa. So areas as you go south of Skyland Boulevard, you know, down towards the Duncanville area, looks like where this is going to cross. And one thing JP mentioned a few moments ago, if you are in Shelby County, we just want to give you a first alert, northern Bibb County, where this is going to cross. Let's talk about where this is going. We want to give you that advantage on this particular storm. And it looks like the way this is moving, it's going to cross Highway 82 around Hagler. We've been talking about the Hagler-Coling Road area, and then moving out here around Clements Road, okay? If you're watching us on Clements Road, the Pearson area, you are in the path of this at the moment. Pearson, Clements area, Hagler-Coling Road. If you follow this along, this is the Belchers community. We're looking at Bibb County here. So I'd be really concerned if you're around West Blockton. This may cross right around Highway 5 with time near Caffey Junction in those places. So let's watch it here as this moves across the northern part of Bibb County. And actually, if we follow this, let me back this view out just a little bit. We want to give you the wider view just to show you where Vance is with respect to this, the Mercedes plant and all those areas. There's Coling. Vance is back in here. So if we follow this, it looks like the tornado may track just south of Vance. Nevertheless, if you are in this polygon, your weather radio going off, we want you safe at the moment. We're just trying to pinpoint where we think this is going to track based on the latest scans here on the radar. West Blockton, mention you. I want to give you the first alert. There's Highway 5, West Blockton, Woodstock, Caffey Junction, you are in the path. There's going to be some large hail, very intense lightning with this, risk of some damaging winds in addition to that threat of a tornado as this moves to the north. We have no active warning at the moment in Shelby County, but the conditions are favorable for tornadoes. We've got the watch in effect. Jefferson County, a watch in effect. Anywhere from Smithson back towards Helena, McCalla, we need to keep a close watch on this. Lakeview, we are included in the tornado warning. Brookwood, we're just outside of this. Looks like the worst is going to be south of us. Tuscaloosa, downtown proper, we are outside of the polygon. The warning is including the south and eastern part of Tuscaloosa County. We're about to go back to JP standing by here on the in the Weather Center, as well as meteorologist Matt Daniel, as we track these multiple storms. And we also want to follow up with the rest of the area and talk about the other storms impacting other parts of East Alabama. JP?
Okay, Wes, and we're back here at the First Alert Weather Center. We want to give you that 60-minute advantage where these storms are going to be in the next 60 minutes. So, of course, Duncanville, Wes was talking about, and where's it heading? If you watch the clock there at the corner of the screen, West Blockton by around 1246, Academy Park at 1246, and we're just going to take it minute by minute on where these storms. See, it's kind of still hooking around here. And as we get into Shelby County at 1250, we start seeing West Jefferson County and Shelby County. Look at that. We're going to stop it right here. There's 109, and I want to give you that first alert. If you're in Helena, if you are in Bessemer right now, this is where the storm's going to be. I think by 109, you still have this little hook showing up there, and that's going to cross just to the south of Hoover. We're going to keep it rolling, and looks like by around 1:30, it's going to be moving across 280 and up toward Greystone area, Inverness, and on up 459, maybe up toward Liberty Park by around 1:30. So Grandview Medical Center is going to be right there around 1:30. So just giving you a heads up, a first alert where this storm is going to be in the next hour. So with these storms moving so quickly, you need to have that first alert where those storms are going to be over the next hour. That's where it's going to be. We'll go back to where it is now and get back into the different streets and roads and where this is going to be impacting, and that's going to be in northern portions of Bibb County and southern Tuscaloosa County. West Blockton area, that's included, not Centerville. This is going to stay to the north of Centerville and just right there around Coaling, okay? Also the Vance area up toward Academy Park, and eventually for our friends up in Bessemer, maybe even McCalla, we could be looking at a tornado threat. And I did mention Helena on into Shelby County. First alert there, we got hail. We do have this thing wrapping up pretty tightly out there, so we are getting multiple shear markers indicating that we may have, you know, again, a very strong rotation. It's no longer, by the way, it's no longer a Doppler indicated tornado. This is a confirmed tornado, okay? It is right there between Duncanville and Hagler. This is where it is. And Matt, let's zoom in a little bit closer here, right there to this area. State Route 6, this is where this is crossing right now. And I think the worst of it may stay just to the south of Duncanville and maybe slightly to the west of Hagler. I want you both in your safe place, but that's where it looks like the worst of this intensity is at the moment, crossing the road there. And that's going to move on up toward 2059. So we've got a strong rotation continuing to make its way up toward the Coaling area as we speak. And this is really what we do here. We eliminate all the clutter and just show you where the possible tornado is. We'll go ahead and track from this spot. One thing we find, when these storms are moving so quickly, they almost outpace the computer data processing. So we have to do a manual track right from here. Do a manual track from here at 50 miles per hour, and that's going to give us a pretty good idea of where that storm's going to be here in just a little bit. So there we go, 50 miles per hour. Stewart Settlement at 1243. McCauley Creek and Johnstown here at 1246, 1247. Vance, as I've been mentioning for a little while there, 1248. Buttermilk Road area, Banks, Dowdle, Lucille, Lowrytown, and Red Eagle, 1250, 1251. If you're in one of these areas that I have just mentioned, make sure that you're in your safe place. Get you, your family, your friends in that safe place, because you do have a tornado that is heading your way. At least at some point along the way, this has touched down. I continually look at Weather Service information here just to see, and Matt, you can yell at me if I'm missing anything from the NWS chat. Matt's in here too looking at that. I've been on the computer and also tracking the storms, but right now this is heading up toward Vance as we speak and up toward McCauley Creek. So that's what we have right now on First Alert AccuTrack. This is now making its way into northern Bibb County as well as Tuscaloosa County, southern Tuscaloosa County. Again, Wes mentioned this in Tuscaloosa, in downtown Tuscaloosa. I'm going to show you something. I'm just going to punch a button over here and you'll see AccuTrack 2. That is a look at downtown Tuscaloosa. Notice this. This is not necessarily good news for the western part of the state. Notice our temperatures coming up into the mid-70s, dew points in the lower 70s. We're starting to get this atmosphere even more primed for severe weather. Live look right there at Tuscaloosa. We'll go back over to the radar map right now. And again, West Blockton, I want to make sure you're in your safe place. Harmon as well. If you're in any of the communities in between any of the towns here, you know what I'm talking about. You need to make sure that you're in your safe place. Still seeing this right here. That rotation may have come down a little bit lower intensity. A little bit lower intensity. I think we got Matt Daniels standing by. He's in the other part of the First Alert Weather Center. Matt's driving the radar. Matt has some new information.
Yeah, I was just looking at the latest radar scans, and as JP was just mentioning, the latest scans looks like the actual spin, the rotation, might be weakening a little bit, but I don't want to let your guards down, because in this kind of cycle, it does cycle. It can strengthen, have a tornado, and then weaken, and then maybe form another tornado as it continues to move off to the north and east. So the good news is it looks like the rotation's weakening. The bad news, we still got a tornado warning. We still need to take it seriously. One thing I'm also watching, we're starting to see some showers develop ahead of the system as well, and sometimes that could maybe cut off some of that inflow to help strengthen it a little bit. So maybe that could be a good thing, something to watch for right now. But this storm is producing a lot of lightning, JP, Wes. I know Wes has been tracking it. We're just seeing lots of lightning in and around where we're seeing that rotation. You can sort of see that towards Coaling. Vance, you're probably hearing a lot of heavy rain, thunder, seeing lots of lightning, and hopefully you're not seeing the lightning because you're in your safe spot right now. You shouldn't be able to view a window at this point if you are in this Warren storm. I really want to quickly do an overview real quick just to let everyone know the active tornado warning right now is moving into far southeastern Tuscaloosa into northern Bibb County. So first alert for that. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning out in around the Gadsden area, including parts of northern Calhoun County, in around Jacksonville. You are in that severe thunderstorm warning, so we're not ignoring you here. We're just letting you know you're probably going to see some heavy rain, frequent lightning, and maybe some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And some of these storms up in the northeast Alabama also producing perhaps some quarter-size hail. So don't want to ignore that area, but I do want to continue to focus on this tornado warning. That's the only tornado warning that we're dealing with right now that is moving into parts of northern Bibb County. You got anything new, JP? Okay, so we're just seeing all this active weather. Zooming on out, I'm not seeing any active warnings to our south and west. Well, as soon as I said that, there was a severe thunderstorm warning issued in part just east of Jackson. So we're going to be watching these cells as they develop. They could eventually become impacts for later down the road for areas like Pickens, Lamar, Marion, Fayette, and Winston counties. But right now, areas just south and east of Tuscaloosa and right along the Interstate 2059. JP.
All right, thanks, Matt. And just looking at some information, Hale County EMA reports of damage on County Road 58 miles out of Moundville, Talladega National Forest, trees down and blocking a road. So, yeah, we probably had a tornado. That was that debris signature that we saw in that area. So right now we'll go back to our rotation tracker, take a look at this storm, northern Bibb County and also southern Tuscaloosa County, so you get your bearings right through here. We're going to look at the radar very closely. This, as Matt indicated, may be running into at least an area where it could be slightly more stable, maybe cutting off some of the juice going into this storm. But West Blockton, County Highway 5, and also Academy Park, Vance, and Banks in an area that we're watching. Other side of the state, and of course we don't want to ignore you, Gadsden area. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Etowah County, St. Clair, and Calhoun County. Very, very heavy rain. You may have some hail in this as well. It is a little less juicy there in the eastern part of our viewing area. Intense rainfall cannot rule out some flooding. We're looking live at our downtown Gadsden camera. So just want to show you what's going on in the eastern part of our viewing area. Here's a look at First Alert AccuTrack once again, and we're tracking from this little highlighted area. If you look at this, this is where we have the stronger rotation. So right through here, heading up toward Banks, Academy Park, and West Blockton. So we'll track from here, give you some updated information. Then we'll take you through the next 60 minutes, give you that 60-minute advantage on where these storms are going to be in 1 hour. So here we go, 50-mile-per-hour track. Belchers at 1247, Vance at 1249, Lowrytown 1251. That's where that's going to be. We're going to get those numbers back up there on you again, and again moving 50 miles per hour, making their way up toward eventually, I think, Shelby County, Alabaster northward, also Jefferson County. Start thinking about it just in case this hangs together. The Bessemer and Helena area, Morgan Road, McCalla, 459, all places we need to be watching. So Vance at 1249, and we have Ridgetown at 1252, Bibbville at 1253, and McGrawtown at 1253. One of the places I'm also concerned about, I was looking at northern Mississippi, and I'm starting to see a little bit of thunderstorm development in northern Mississippi. Remember the main event later this afternoon? I think we could start to see some of those thunderstorms developing in the northern part of Mississippi over the next several hours. As that happens, we're going to be looking at, again, northwestern sections of the state with that possibility of even stronger tornadoes right through there. So that's what we have right now. Let's zoom into this area right now with First Alert AccuTrack. And we're going to take this on in. This is going to be moving just to the north there of Stewart Settlement. Stewart Settlement, there's Johnstown just up the road, and Belchers. So this is where we have this rotating thunderstorm. This is always kind of cool to show you it this way because you can see the ground, and you can almost, it's kind of almost like a Google map kind of view, so you can see where this is going in relation to the cities and also the communities and the roads. That latest scan there from the radar showing a little bit of weakening. We'll go back into our velocity here and see if we're seeing the same thing. Yeah, it's not as intense, certainly not as intense as it was. So I'm hoping this trend continues. If this trend continues, eventually I think this tornado warning is going to go away. But right now we're staying with it. Weather Service is staying with it until we see all signs of any kind of rotation starting to fall off. But again, West Blockton, this is Highway 5 right there, this 5 in the interstate. This is going to move right there, West Blockton, Banks, and Academy Park. So if you're even a Lucille, make sure that you are taking your severe weather precautions. We had reports of trees down with this, so at least at some point in time, this thing was touching the ground. It was causing some damage. Could do it again. These things tend to kind of cycle back and forth, so we could see it in one of those weakening stages. A few minutes from now, it could start to strengthen again. We'll go back to our severe thunderstorm warning. Over in the eastern part of the state, seeing some indications right there around Neely Henry. We could be looking at some higher winds beginning to move up toward the Ohatchee area. This is going to move into Alexandria. Be prepared. If you're in this part of Calhoun County, you may have some 50-plus mile-per-hour winds as this moves through. I think you're going to see some hail with it. We're also looking at intense rain up around the Gadsden area. A few moments ago, we were showing you the Gadsden camera. I'm going to show you this right now. This is kind of our window on the world in Gadsden, and we are seeing some pretty heavy rain there, southeast wind 6 miles per hour. Look at that Gadsden view. Now it's coming down in buckets there. Gadsden 63, the wind is not too bad right there in Gadsden right now. We'll get back to our tornado track, and East Alabama, just letting you know, we got our eye on that storm. While we're watching our tornado warning, we are also watching some other places to make sure nothing sneaks up on us. And then back, this is where I'm getting a little concerned. Back in here, you see these individual cells back through here? This is kind of an untapped area. So we haven't had a lot of activity out there this morning. If we see any clearing through here, right through here, we're going to start seeing things develop, and it move right through Lamar and Marion, maybe Winston, Fayette, and Walker counties. So that's going to be a big concern later today for that tornado potential. Remember, that's the high-risk area that the Storm Prediction Center put out. So just throwing that out there. This is still the relatively, I think, calm time, believe it or not, before we really start seeing things ramp up later today. We'll get back to the tornado warning. Just want to give you an overview of what's happening area-wide. And let's see, we still get a little bit of like, that's the view from Birmingham, which is not very far, actually, geographically from where we're seeing these storms. West Blockton and Lucille, lightning is crazy with this. Intense cloud-to-ground lightning. Excuse me. All right, so let's go back to, we'll go back to our velocity and just take a look at the wind speeds and see how those are doing. Still seeing some rotation around the Banks area. Again, not a real strong rotation, not as strong as before. We're seeing some right here, and this is going to track between Banks and probably West Blockton. Make sure if you're in both of those areas, you're in your safe place. Academy Park, eventually moving on into, I think, Shelby County, at least as a thunderstorm. Could be a severe thunderstorm. It's possible that tornado warning could be continued. Matt, are you getting additional information?
Not from this tornado, but there's some flooding perhaps happening Yeah, so I'm just monitoring the National Weather Service chat room. They are issuing, in areas in Cherokee, Cleburne area, we are watching some pretty heavy rain moving through. There is some flooding that's also being reported, so there's likely going to be a flash flood warning. That's another threat we haven't even really mentioned that much is the flooding concerns. Some of this is going to be able to produce some heavy rain. I know we've had some video out of Coleman, I believe, in some spots. We saw over 3 inches of rain in those spots, so these can produce a lot of heavy rainfall, but just want to let you know about the possibility of seeing some flooding in around the Cherokee area. But yeah, we're still actively watching this tornado warning. If you live in West Blockton right now, the rotation is just off to your west, and so something we're going to be monitoring over the next 30 minutes or so as the storm continues to move up to the north and east. Now, the National Weather Service, they're agreeing with what we're seeing here with the radar. The signatures weakening a little bit, so there's no longer a confirmed radar. Or on radar. So right now we're just seeing possible rotation on radar, nothing confirmed through it. So we're watching this system continuing to push off towards the north and east. There's a new scan right there, and still showing some decent, some strong rotation towards Belchers just to your west. So hopefully you're in your safe spot. Remember, when it comes to tornado safety, we want you at the lowest floor, basement, if not maybe a hallway, a bathroom, closet, away from windows, inner part of the house, and make sure you have a bicycle helmet as well if you're under a tornado warning today, because we are likely going to see more of those storms develop over the next several hours. As JP was mentioning, storms are already firing up in Mississippi. That's another area we're going to have to watch as well. You got anything, Wes?
Yeah, Matt, just watching what's happening here across northern Bibb County at the moment. I just want to mention for folks that are in southern Tuscaloosa County, it looks like the worst of this at this point is right off of Vance Coling Road and Scottsville Road. That's right here at the Belchers community. This is Vance Coling Road. This is where it's going to be crossing here, and still a big concern right in this area. Notice our system detecting some very strong rotation. If you're just now joining us, we're zoomed in really close here to Bibb County, Alabama, underneath a active tornado warning at the moment. Tuscaloosa, we're still in the tornado warning, but for folks that have been concerned watching us here around the Duncanville area, the worst of this is off to the east and southeast direction. Here's Interstate 5920, the Mercedes plant back in this location. Looks like it's going to pass just south. There's Vance Road again, Vance Coling Road, first alert. This is about to cross right also around, this is Highway 5 right here. So Banks, Highway 5, Academy Park to Shawtown. Woodstock, I would also remain alert and weather ready at this point and be in my safe spot until this passes by. Just looking at this, still some very strong indications we have a tornado here according to the radar moving across Bibb County. Now this is the only, we're about to go to JP here in a moment, but this is the only active tornado warning that we have in the coverage area, but we are concerned and just want to highlight that there's going to be more development here into this afternoon. You know, we were talking about the afternoon and the evening as the primary threat. We're starting to see some more storms back to the west, so there could be another round here that we're going to be tracking. So just stay weather ready this afternoon as we watch these additional storms. East Alabama, Gadsden area, Calhoun County, we're watching you as well. We had a couple of camera views, and we'll show you quickly here before we go back to JP, just checking the situation. We've got a camera in downtown. There's Tuscaloosa. This is at the EMA office in Etowah County. It's 63 degrees over 63. A little bit cooler here across the eastern part of the state. Mostly just some strong wind gusts. We also have some significant weather advisories that we're seeing right now. And notice the rain in the downtown area has backed off a little bit. One of the big reports I'm getting right now, seeing a lot of reports coming in of flash flooding across parts of the state. A lot of video. Had some video from the Warrior area. There was actually a road closure over in Tuscaloosa County because of flash flooding. So that's one of the big issues. This is going to be a multiple mode severe weather event, anywhere from tornadoes to flooding. JP, we're going to be watching that threat, but also watching some of these storms developing back to the west.
That's right, Wes, and the tornado watch continues for this evening until 8 o'clock. It's a PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation. Same kind of watch we had last week. This one 8 p.m. because we don't expect this severe weather threat to continue throughout the overnight hours. We'll get back to the radar, and we're seeing some intensification again of that storm now moving through Bibb County, northern Bibb County. Let's zoom into this and show you what's going on right here. This little hook here or appendage is not making me all that happy to see that. Anytime you see that kind of looping down, moving toward West Blockton right now, you have the indication that just passed Belchers. It's radar indicated at this point in time. We're going to check for any debris signatures here momentarily. We've got a thunderstorm that is rotating, and I want to make sure if you're at a West Blockton, you are in your safe spot. Okay, I didn't see a debris signature. That was just some clutter around the Shelby County radar site. And again, Belchers, we could be looking at some higher winds moving through here in just a little bit, and I think Wes would be able to get that one on standby. Is our Shelby County Airport camera that's going to be aimed off to the west, and that may give us at least a little view of what's coming. West Blockton and Lucille, County Highway 5, Hebron, Ayden, and again, I want to talk about Shelby County, the western part. I want to give you that first alert because we could be looking at a storm moving very close to Shelby County before too long. Tornado warning continues right now for Bibb County. This storm is essentially, it's almost out of Tuscaloosa County. Almost out of Tuscaloosa County. This thing's going to stay, I think, to the south of the interstate, but right there, Banks and West Blockton, County Highway 5, this is going to be a concern. Belchers right now is where we're seeing some of that rotation. Maybe looking, haven't had any damage reports, thanks goodness, at least in any, let's see what I got here.
National Weather Service may be handing off to Atlanta.
That's right, I'm seeing that. By the way, yeah, they go to the Peachtree City office. And the reason the Weather Service is doing that is because they have a possible tornado warning forthcoming for Shelby County. So listen to me in Shelby County. You know, they're located right there at the Shelby County Airport. Wes Wyatt's here in the First Alert Weather Center. He's also talking with the Weather Service, and just hearing from John DeBlock, the warning coordination meteorologist there. So
Yeah, they may be, what we're talking about, the National Weather Service office there at Shelby County Airport, they may be handing off because they are preparing this shelter. So Shelby County, we want you to be ready to take action here if this warning is expanded. As JP noted, that's going to take this thing right there around Glen Carbon, Pelham, Alabaster. We would all be included if that warning, if you just kind of follow that. This is it right here, red to green. That's the rotation. It was a little broader as it crossed Coling-Hagler Road, but right now it's crossing Highway 5. JP, I'm going to go back over to you, but this thing right now, it's right around West, it's over West Blockton. If we have a tornado here, it's moving over the city of West Blockton. That's going to put this towards Hebron, and it looks like it may track very close to Tannehill State Park here. It's not going to be too far away as this moves to the northeast, but we're just pointing out here, southern Jefferson County as well. I would say McCalla and areas to the south towards Tannehill, you know, some of those locations we're talking about. We want to give you that advantage, that first alert as this moves in your direction.
All right, thanks, Wes. Yeah, we're looking at the latest track right now, and on the computer, we're talking about McCully at 1258. Looks like Gray Hill at 104, Anita at 107, and then on into Shelby County. And this is going to be the Maline area, also up there into parts of Helena and also Bessemer. So we do have now Shelby County is under a tornado warning. Tornado warning, Shelby County. Just a bit ago, we told you about the possibility of this moving into Shelby County. That warning for Shelby County until 2 p.m., and that does include Helena, Alabaster, Calera, Chelsea, Highway 280 area, the Inverness area, Hoover, Mars Hill, all included in this track. And Wes is going to stand by with the Shelby County Airport camera. We're going to have that so we can see this as it moves closer to the Alabaster area. So all the way just, well, I included Calera. It's going to be just to the north of Calera, all the way through Alabaster. We include Columbiana slightly in that, just to the north. Westover is in here, and Sterrett. So this is where this is going to be over the next hour. I want to make sure if you're in Shelby County, you are getting to your safe place. This is moving out of Bibb County and tracking up also very close to Bessemer. It will include the Helena area. It will include right around Morgan Road, Mars Hill. So right through here, make sure you are in your safe place. Go ahead. If you are in Shelby County, get to your safe place. It is a first alert. We are looking at the possibility of a tornado moving into Shelby County. Let's zero zero back in on what we're looking at here on our first alert AccuTrack, and we're going to take a live look right now, zeroing in. This thing's starting to ramp back up again, and this is going to be West Blockton, Shawtown, Primitive Ridge. This is in Bibb County. Look at that. This is where we're seeing some intensification moving up toward McCully and Hebron. All right, so let's get a track right here. This is Highway 5. We'll go ahead and track this. It's moving at about 50 miles per hour. So the warnings now, I think they're taking shelter there at the Shelby County Weather Service Office, Birmingham Weather Service Office, because of this threat. Hebron 101, Gray Hill 104, Marvel at 104, 104 in Boothton, Gurney at 107, and included in this, and we're going to get to this in just a little bit, our future radar. And Wes, if you hold on that camera just a little bit, that view will come in. It takes about 2 or 3 minutes for that to come in, so we'll just kind of stand by on that. By the way, the Shelby County Airport now reporting winds at 33 miles per hour, 71-degree temperature. This is going to hit some pretty well-primed air, and we'll take a look right now. Shelby County Airport camera, there's a look at AccuTrack, and this will give us a good vantage point as those storms, as probably what will look like either a wall cloud or maybe even a gust front will move across that area. This is on the northern side of the airport, so we're going to leave that at least readily available. We're getting a new shear marker there off AccuTrack, and that shear marker is showing West Blockton at 1259. All right, 1259. So essentially right now on top of West Blockton, Hebron 103, Garnsey at 107. We're seeing east-northeast movement at 45 miles per hour. And to be honest with you, in terms of a tall thunderstorm or your classic supercell, it's not. I'm seeing the top on that at about 13,000 feet. So that's not necessarily a tall storm. I think later on this afternoon, we will have storms with much more intense updrafts, especially in the northwestern part of our viewing area, Hamilton area, down through Lamar County. What I want to do now is go into future radar mode, and this is our 60-minute advantage here. Jefferson and Shelby counties under a tornado warning right now, and this is because of the storm coming in out of Bibb County. We're going to remove some of the clutter here and make it easy to understand, kind of back it out. And right here, this is the area in question. So we're going to move this minute by minute. Where is this going to be over the next several minutes? So we'll take it up to about 1:15, and we're going to see that little, see, that's where the hook is, right there. And this is going to be moving close to Bessemer and Helena, right through here, all right? So this is going to cross probably, based on the computer, just to the north of Alabaster, moving up toward Pelham. And eventually, I think, based on what we're seeing here from the data, Vestavia Hills, Hoover, it's going to cross probably to the north of Chelsea, maybe very close to Grandview Medical Center, very close to there, 459, the Summit area, eventually on into Mountain Brook, Liberty Park, 459 on up toward Irondale where the car dealerships are. We're going to get some additional probably hail up toward the Trussville area, and that's going to be around 2 p.m. So I know my what we call the WEA alerts are going off. My phone is buzzing right now. Yours is too from your cellular provider. This is a hook, man. I'm telling you right here. This is right around McCully and Hebron. This is where we are seeing. You see around Gray Hill and Academy Park, this is where we're probably seeing the hail. And this right there, there's your debris. And this is moving through Bibb County. So this is on the ground. We've got a debris signature right now, and this is moving toward Gray Hill, and this is going to be making its way up toward Pelham and Alabaster, Maline area. First alert, Helena, make sure you are in your safe place. Bessemer, make sure you're in your safe place. Morgan Road, make sure you're in your safe place. The shopping center up there, I think it's called the Colonnade in Alabaster, you need to be in your safe place. It's heading very close to you. It's going to cross Highway 280. It's going to move across the Inverness area and probably almost just due south of 459, may impact Hoover and Vestavia Hills. So make sure you're in your safe place. Looks like it stays to the south of downtown Birmingham. It's probably going to ride right there just to the south of that Mountain Ridge or Double Oak Mountain area. And one thing you have to watch out for with these systems, and we'll get to the ID here momentarily, you have to watch out for, we're getting into an area of increasing terrain. You've got Double Oak Mountain there. Sometimes with that increasing terrain, the friction will increase the wind shear, and these things can tighten up. So we'll have to really watch that closely over the next little bit. 1 p.m. right now, severe weather coverage, WBRC Fox 6, Birmingham, Alabama. We're going to be here for a while, folks. Tornado warning in effect for Jefferson and Shelby County. Northern Jefferson County, Birmingham northward, this is not a factor, all right? This is going to be the southern portion of Jefferson County, and it's going to be the majority of Shelby County. We're seeing some pretty intense data showing up right now in Bibb County. The storm is not in Shelby County or Jefferson County yet, but it is moving that way. This data is showing intensification right now. Let's zoom in on what we're talking about. The warnings, by the way, until 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we're seeing this moving right toward Hebron as we speak. Latest radar data, 101 right now. This is moving toward Anita, Brantleyville, Mossburg, Shelby County Airport, the Alabaster area. When that gets a little closer, we'll lay eyes on it with the Shelby County Airport camera. But this apparently, based on the data I'm seeing right now, there has been a touchdown at some point there in Bibb County. This is the one we've been tracking for a while now. Wes has got the National Weather Service chat up over there, and has there been any reports of any damage, at least at this point in time?
Just highlighting, JP, that this is moving into a highly populated zone, and they're treating this as a confirmed tornado. Even as before we saw that debris ball that was showing up, or that debris signature on AccuTrack radar. I'm just following out the forecast track as this moves towards Pelham and where it's moving. That arrow is pointed right at Oak Mountain State Park. So this may hug Cahaba Valley Road and that general vicinity. If you're watching along 119 and points to the south, it's if you follow the latest track. Now, this will be adjusted. That's why we're going to stay right here with you just in case this jogs a bit further north, but it's going to be right in there, not far from Valleydale, Highway 119, and areas to the south, right around Oak Mountain, Pelham, and right now the indications of a tornado, and where we have debris being lofted by this tornado. Radar's telling us we've got debris. This thing has touched down, and you can see some indications right in there of significant rotation, extreme rotation with this at the moment. When you see that color go from red to yellow, that is over Griffintown Road. If you're watching in Griffintown Road, hopefully at this point, if you are listening into us, you're in that storm shelter or that concrete reinforced safe room. And if you have no option here, this is moving fairly quickly, and minutes are critical, seconds are critical. If you're in Glen Carbon, Smithson, do not try to get in a vehicle and outrun this thing. It's almost now into Shelby County at the moment, and I just want to stress, if you're in those areas, get to the interior part of the home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Maybe grab a big blanket, heavy blanket for some extra protection in those safe spots. Pelham, Alabaster, moving in that Oak Mountain direction right now. JP standing by along with Matt as we track this right now. A severe situation unfolding southern Jefferson, Shelby County now underneath a tornado warning.
Yeah, and right now you see this. I'm going to step out of the way. This is actually our debris signature. You don't see this very often pop up, this rotating wheel. So the computer's processing that debris signature. A lot of this lofted right here, and I'm going to hand this over to Matt. I just wanted to look. Bishop Ridge Road, folks. Bishop Ridge Road, River Road, Anita, Boothton, Ayden, Marvel, Booth Ford, Gurney Junction, and Gurney, okay? I want to make sure you're in your safe places moving into Shelby County. It's really tightening up now in Bibb County. It has moved across the Hebron area, and I'm going to kind of transition back over to the weather wall and show you what's happening right now. And there you go, Bishop Ridge Road. If you live along Bishop Ridge Road, you need to be in your safe place. This is a serious situation. For all practical purposes, with the way this is tightening up, this is a tornado emergency. What we're seeing with that level of population, no longer, you had a lot of forest, a lot of trees, and every now and then you had a populated area, certainly Hebron, one of those areas. But then you get into Shelby County now, in Jefferson County, Bessemer and Helena, Alabaster, you're looking at a densely populated area, and this is going to cross on up toward 459, up toward the Summit, up toward the hospital. Keep that in mind, Grandview Medical Center. That's where it's going to probably be very close to that area. Right now, it's not in Shelby County. If you're watching us right now, and we just took a strike here, that's why all the computers flashed real quick. We're looking at Indian Springs. I don't want to forget about Indian Springs, Pelham, Tank Farm exit. We're looking at the Home Depot area. That's going to be impacted over around Alabaster, the Colonnade there where the Jim and Nick's and Full Moon located, and the Shelby County Airport, probably just to the north of the Shelby County Airport. This is likely to kind of follow up Double Oak Mountain as it moves into Shelby County. So just moments away, Bibb County, we're going to give you the all clear in just a moment. There's a live look at the Shelby County Airport, and I'm going to punch this up right now. Wes has got that up. This is our Shelby County Airport camera, and let me step out of the way. You can see that's the storm coming, and it is moving right there out of Bibb County, and this is kind of like the overhang of that storm. Montevallo, a live look. Currently 69 degrees, 69 degree dew point, prime time tornado weather that we're looking at there in Montevallo. So we got a couple of cameras, and our Chelsea camera will have a great view of this too. It sits way up high. So Chelsea's going to be able to get a good view of this as we switch around. So we're going to have some eyes on this storm as it crosses up toward Turner. And again, Pelham, Alabaster, Maline, Elliotsville, all areas that we really need to pay attention to. There's a look at the temperature. It's already up to 72 degrees right now in Chelsea. 72 degrees, and the cloud cover is increasing. There's a look at that system, that storm really starting to ramp up right now and tighten up as it moves up toward Gurnee and Glen Carbon. So this is the rotation right now. I think it's a good opportunity to go back and get another look at this storm in terms of the relative velocity or the velocity data. River Road, by the way, I want to give you that first alert in Shelby County. River Road, get to your safe place. Glen Carbon, I want you in your safe place. If your phone's going off, if your weather radio's going off, this is critical information here. The way the environment is today, with how much wind shear that we do have and how much instability, these tornadoes could be some serious damage producers. Brantleyville, again, talking to you. Matt's going to give us the latest track on this storm. And again, Jefferson County, you're in this warning. It's going to be the extreme southern part of Jefferson County, Bessemer area. We're going to include Bessemer, 459, and eventually this could make its way into Hoover or Vestavia Hills. I tend to think it's going to probably skirt just to the south of 459. So hear me out. I know you may be concerned about it in northern Jefferson County. It's not a factor for Fultondale or Gardendale. To be honest with you, this is going to stay to the south of Birmingham. It's almost going to be on the Jefferson and kind of Shelby County line. Matt's given us an updated track. Turner at 114, Bamford at 117, Fox Trace at 117, Chestnut Glen at 118, Mossboro at 118, crossing the interstate here in just about probably 15 minutes. These storms moving 50 miles per hour. Pelham and Helena, Turner, Bessemer, I want you all in your safe place. I want you there right now because it is still an intense area of rotation that we are currently seeing. How's that looking on the velocity data right now?
Let's clear this out.
Matt's working the radar right now, and I tell you what, this is so close to the radar site. We're getting an excellent picture on this storm right here around Gurnee Junction, moving toward Brantleyville. There's Alabaster right here, and up toward Pelham, and this is going to be Highway 11 right through here. So this is where this is going to go, probably up toward Indian Springs, and may still see some debris right there close to the Gurnee area. All right, let's head up toward the Helena area, head up slightly to the north there, and we'll get right on the Jefferson County line and zoom in just a little bit tighter there, and we'll show you what's going on with the Helena area. There's Mars Hill, Elvira, and Eastern Valley. So right now, as we check out the radar view, we are looking at that storm. There's Helena, and I'm going to take you right here, kind of give you a heads up on what's going on. Helena is right here next to Pelham, and in terms of a distance, this is going to go, this is about 12 miles from Helena, okay? And it's still very tight. Matt made the comment, he said it kind of looked almost, the way it was showing up on the radar, kind of hurricane-ish. So we're going to zoom in right here. I'm going to go into future radar mode. Future radar mode, and give you an idea where this is going to be in the next 60 minutes. So just moving this along. Watch the time at the bottom of the top of the screen. So this is at 1:20. This is probably going to be right around the Turner area, and Helena, this is going to be around 137, and by around 1:45 on toward Hoover, and eventually very close to Homewood, 459, and on toward even Mountain Brook and up toward Irondale by around 1:45, 2 o'clock. So that's what we have right now with this storm. Still seeing the rotation there. We're still seeing that on radar. This is going to be right now, as I mentioned, this is going to be around River Road that we're tracking this in Shelby County, moving up toward Turner and Glen Carbon. If you're watching us right now in the Chelsea area, the way this is looking at this point, and it could change some level of direction, you're in the warning. I think this may end up going just to the north of you. We'll have to wait and see. They kind of expand this cone out to cover everybody, but the way our future radar is showing this, it may end up going a little bit closer to Inverness or 459, but don't let your guard down. Every now and then, they like to make a bit of a right turn. We do have a strong south wind that is going to tend to kind of turn some of these more to the north, so we may see more of that turn up toward Inverness, 459, maybe even the Mountain Brook area. Gurney Junction right now, and again, Bessemer, you're not in this, but this gets real close to the Bessemer area, so I want to make sure you're aware. Hoover, you're actually in the polygon, okay? Hoover's in the polygon, and we're going to be looking at Hoover and Vestavia Hills southward, Quail Run, the Ballantree subdivision. That's going to be in the path of this possible tornado, and we still have, there's our circulation up around Turner right now, and you can see that track going right up toward the Pelham area as we speak. It's going to be about 10-12 miles from Pelham, so I want to make sure you are in your safe place right now. It's going to cross Highway 31. It's going to move very close to the Home Depot area in Pelham, crossing probably Highway 11. You get right through here, kind of mountainous, hilly territory. Highway 11 here, and then up through here. It's going to cross over around the Valleydale area and eventually up toward Inverness, what we're seeing right now on First Alert AccuTrack. So we'll get another track right here to give you an idea where this is going. Again, these are fast-moving storms, so you need to be in your safe place. You need to be in that safe place right now. Turner at 118. Fox Trace at 121, Bamford at 122, and Straven at 123. Notice Helena, Alabaster, Pelham, Hoover, all in the track of this. Liberty Park is going to be also in Leeds, Irondale. Grandview Medical Center is going to be in the path of this. Also, Brookwood Hospital, not too far from where this is going to be as well. So all of those facilities, I want to make sure you are listening to us, and again, seeing a very tight rotation. My concern over the next few minutes, as we start seeing some more of this terrain interaction, you may actually see the wind shear increase a little bit and this thing further tighten up. That's always a concern. There's some of these little, what we call micro scale processes sometimes that can enhance these systems and really cause them to tighten up and intensify. So Maylene, Brantleyville, Foxhaven, Alabaster, and Pelham, make sure you are in your safe place. This is going to be tracking to the north of Calera in Shelby County. Wes Wyatt is standing by here in the First Alert Weather Center, and Wes, you know, I've been looking at these things all morning. This is the worst one that I have seen, and it has managed to hold together. We've had debris signatures on it, and right now our rotation tracker, you can hear the lightning. It's all part of this cluster of thunderstorms. It's going to remain, I think, to the south of downtown Birmingham, but this is the potential for a dangerous situation right now moving through Shelby County.
Yes, indeed, and this is all part of that same thunderstorm. We're getting the lightning, the heavy rainfall in the Birmingham area extending south through Hoover and Vestavia, and that all wraps into where we have the tornado. I'm just zoomed in here really close, and I've been following along the path of this, and the way it's tracking, it's going to move very close to Helena High School. This is Colmont Road right here. If you're watching in Turner, this is on top of you. You need to be inside that safe place at this point. Helena, you can see this brings us right across the downtown area, moves very close to 119, so Cahaba Valley and Oak Mountain State Park in this general vicinity. That is going to be in the path of this if you follow this along, and then it continues on there past Oak Mountain, perhaps over towards Chelsea and areas back to the north. But if you're in the Pelham area, seek shelter at the moment. We have some extreme indications here of rotation around Turner, Lindsay's crossings. Here's Bluff Ridge subdivision. And by the way, for folks around Bucksville, had some messages from folks concerned around the Montevallo area. It looks like the worst of this is to the north. We mentioned Marvel a few moments ago. That's out in the Cahaba Wildlife Management area. Marvel in that part of Shelby County, but soon Roebuck, and we're talking about Roebuck here in Shelby County, Helena, Chandler, looks like Indian Hills, and I mentioned around Oak Mountain State Park. Let's check out some of the camera views we have. We've got some live views, and we may be able to see this thing looking back to the west. I've been trying to orient the camera. We've got one here at Boardman Carr Law Firm. That's from Oak Mountain. Now, this is a look from Shelby County Airport, Calera. It looks like the worst of this is going to stay just north of us, but this is back to the northwest direction. You can see that dark sky there, very low cloud base as that storm approaches. Here's what it looks like. I tried to zoom in to the north from Montevallo, and you just see it's over that terrain there. It's very difficult to see that low base, but we're going to have a lot of rain with this as it moves in. It may be difficult to spot, but there's a look at Cherokee Beach, some of these areas. And by the way, let's show you, we want to give you that 60-minute advantage. Here is a look at the future radar, and want to take this out 1 hour. So for folks watching us down the road, this is a long track supercell type thunderstorm here. It's producing the kind of tornadoes where it recycles. So we could see additional warnings as this continues to the northeast. So let's follow this along. Now what I want to do here, I want to circle where the tornado is located. You can see right around Glen Carbon, moving towards Helena, Alabaster, and Pelham. Okay, as JP noted, this is a potential tornado emergency type situation here because we're getting indications of debris, maybe a tornado down. If we follow this along, there you go. There's Highway 119. You see right there, State Route 119 at 139 based on this forecast track. Let's take this on out. Let's see where we're at here in this position. The tornado would be right around, there's Valleydale Road. Here's Valleydale right here. Here's Cahaba Valley. So Valleydale to Cahaba Valley, Altadena area. Okay, want to give you the first alert if you're watching us around the Altadena area. And then Heatherwood Country Club, those areas. Inverness, Shoal Run, Bridgeton area. Let's move this on out. Let's get out to close to 2 o'clock and show you where this could be. If this holds together, it looks like this would track across 280 right there around Shoal Run. JP, looks like Oak Crossing, the Leeds area, Donovan. Okay, if you're watching anywhere in here by 2 o'clock, this thing could be on top of you. You see right around Bridgeton area, there's Cahaba Valley Road. Here's Rex Lake Road here. Rex Lake Road, Cahaba Valley Road, and in the Winburn area. Want to give you the first alert. All right, want to head back over right now to JP. We have a tornado warning, Shelby, southern Jefferson County. We're watching this closely. Stay with us, JP.
All right, thank you very much, Wes. And we're getting some reports there. I know the screen's black right now. That's going to come back. We're going to change things. Okay, there we go. Also, the Oak Mountain right now. So again, we're going to get those maps on there. There's a look at, this is moving toward Helena right now, and zooming down the Hillsboro community there, neighborhood in Helena. Make sure you're in your safe place. We're looking at that's kind of the track, and toward Oak Mountain, get in the safe place. I'm hearing that the police department there in Helena is already saying we've got something heading right for us there in Helena. They're tweeting that out, so make sure, get in your safe place. Wes, in just a moment, stand by with that Shelby County Airport camera, because the northern edge of that may be able to capture this as it moves on through. And this is my wife. I just checked with her. She is in Chelsea, and she said the sky is green in Chelsea. And the reason for that, this thing's got a lot of hail in it. Anytime you have a thunderstorm with hail, you have that green sky. So sometimes that's a little bit of a precursor for a tornado happening. Let's get back in, zoom in as tight as you can here, Matt, on the radar. And I want to talk about these individual streets and neighborhoods. And this is Pelham right here. So right here, that's going to be the tank farm area. There's Interstate 65, and there is Roebuck, not to be confused with the other Roebuck, and Colmont. So this is Shelby County Roebuck. This is where it is moving. Fox Haven, Dunaway Farms, Navajo Pines, First Avenue West, just to the north of Alabaster, I think. Right here is Shelby County Airport's down this way. And we're going to back out this view just a little bit. By the way, Deerhurst, there's Helena. Let's draw a line right here from here to here. And this track is moving right there toward Helena. I want to make sure you are in your safe place. In Helena. This is going to be to the south of Bessemer, okay? May eventually get into Vestavia and Hoover, but right in Indian Springs as well. And here's the track. So Helena, this is going to be moving toward Helena within about the next 5 minutes. Next 5 minutes, Helena, you need to make sure you are in your safe place. It is minutes away. Dunaway Farms, Cahaba Valley Estates, Indian Hills, crossing I-65, Oak Mountain Amphitheater. If you're around any business, any place close to there, right here, this is our circulation moving right there toward Pelham as well. So again, you're kind of in the crosshairs of where this possible tornado is. And you can see there's our rotation. Our computer's telling us where this rotation is, this wind shear. We can kind of ignore the rest of this. This is just some messy stuff around the radar site in Shelby County. So Cahaba Valley Estates, Ballantree Country Club, Highway 11, even Valleydale Road, Heatherwood. We're all talking about that area right now where we're going to be looking at that possible tornado. We'll take a live look right now off AccuTrack 2, and it does look like, based on what we're seeing here at the Shelby County Airport, this is just going to be to the north of the Shelby County Airport. Birmingham National Weather Service office still in control of the situation here. They have not given that up and sheltered because of the track. This is going to go right there toward the tank farm exit in Pelham. And Matt, zoom in right through here. So there's Highway 11, Ballantree's down through here. There's Mallard Point right here. I'm going to give you a landmark. Zoom right here where my hand is. That's the tank farm. All right, everybody knows where the tank farm is. This is the Home Depot in Pelham. Okay, this is Pelham Parkway right here. Pelham Parkway, that's the Home Depot, and right here, this is State Route 119. This is Blueberry Estates. This is moving towards you, and we're going to expand this view just a little bit. This is going to be, it's not going to be far from Shelby Baptist Medical Center. I want to make sure folks there are paying attention. Hospital there. Always like to touch on all the different hospitals. Eventually, this may move up toward Brookwood and Grandview. Back off to the west, there is Helena, okay? So Helena, make sure you are in your safe place. And what Matt's going to do, we're going to measure this, just measure the distance right here from Helena. And we're only talking a few miles. That's 2.5 miles, 2.25 miles from Helena right now. I want to make sure you are in your safe place. It is moving into Helena as we speak. Roebuck, it is passing over the Roebuck area now. County Road 52, Falliston, Toccoa, First Alert, it is moving towards you. Hillsborough area and Helena moving towards you, talking to you. The Home Depot in Pelham moving close to you. We're looking at the Tank Farm area, I-65. Anybody listening to us on the radio, I'm sure we're being broadcast on our iHeart stations. If you are in Alabaster and you are heading north right now, stop, don't do it, don't continue north. We don't want you on the interstate at this point in time. If you're in Birmingham, heading south on I-65, stop at the nearest exit. Don't head down into northern Shelby County right now. We don't want you there because we are looking at the possibility or a likelihood of a tornado about to touch down, if not touching down, in Shelby County. So we're talking about Pelham Parkway right now, and also the Tank Farm area, the Home Depot there in Pelham, Cahaba Valley Estates, and then over toward even where the Publix is there in Pelham, okay? Where the Racket Center is, where the Publix is, where the police department is, First Alert. That's where we're looking at this moment. There's Helena Road. a first alert. County Road 52, we are seeing significant rotation with this. We are seeing, again, this is a storm that has a history of producing some damage. That damage has largely been out in the woods, so we had some debris lofted there. I do not, at this point, have any significant issues or any significant damage. So Weather Service right now says take cover, Helena. We do have report of that tornado debris signature was 4 miles south of the Bessemer Airport. So that was 4 miles south of the Bessemer Airport where we had that debris signature. Again, Highway 11, also I-65, Pelham Parkway, Helena, all areas we're talking about. This is right on top of Helena right now. Take cover immediately if you are in Helena. County Road 52, and we are zoomed down right to the nitty-gritty here of what's going on. This is I-65, not Walmart, there's the Home Depot there, and then back right here, County Road 52. There's some attorneys' offices right here that we're looking at, so make sure you take cover. Very critical in this area. We do have that first alert. Helena, a first alert. This is a serious situation moving into Helena. I'm going to step over here on the computer and off screen momentarily. I want to grab something here and take a closer look. So in Helena, it's right over Helena, and we're looking at Roseberry Road, 2nd Street, Elm Street. I want to make sure you are in your safe place. It's right on top of you right now. It's not, if you're listening to me, if you're still able to pick up the signal there, this is going to last probably about another minute or two, and then it's going to be in Pelham, okay? It's going to be moving up toward Little Oak Ridge Estates. It's going to be moving toward Mallard Point and Pelham and David Drive in Pelham. I want you to hear me out. David Drive in Pelham. I want to give you that first alert. Ruffin Road, we're starting to see those high winds in Ruffin Road right now. We're looking at Toddyson Drive, Mullins Drive, a first alert. Shelby County, we're zoomed in on. I know Jefferson County, this is going to eventually be moving up into the Hoover area, maybe Vestavia Hills. We're going to stay on it right now because we have a tornado emergency right now in Helena. So I want to make sure folks are paying close attention to what's going on here. I'm going to back this out just a little bit. So where does this end up going after this? I think it's probably, stand by, I'm going to give you our future scan here. We need to tell you where this is going to be heading. So it's over Helena right now, fast-moving storm. By 1:37, it's at Indian Springs, okay? And then we eventually see this moving up toward Inverness. We're going to have it Valleydale. It's going to be around Spain Park. And on up toward Dunavant. It's going to move toward Irondale, toward Moody, probably staying just to the south of 459. Grants Mill Road will also eventually be impacted by what we're seeing right now. So I'm taking you back into live mode. Pelham and Helena, I want you taking cover. Pelham especially right this second. Helena, it is now moved up toward Cahaba Valley Estates. We're gonna find out here momentarily if we had any damage in the Helena area. We're gonna take a live look. I'm gonna switch over to our Chelsea camera because this is gonna, and Wes may be able to pan this around just a little bit. We're actually okay. So we're looking in the right direction of where this is going to be coming from. This is a pretty high vantage point from the attorney's office there in Chelsea. So we are looking toward Pelham right now. This camera is going to be looking right across Highway 11. Matt Daniel is standing by with more information.
Yes, we now have another tornado warning that we also just got issued. This is for Pickens County until 2:30. It's radar indicated. It's near or over Paulette and 17 miles southwest of Aliceville. It's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So I don't want to ignore this warning, and I definitely don't want to ignore this other warning either. So tornado warning for Pickens County. Right now the circulation is right along East Mississippi, about to make its way across the border. I'm going to switch it on over to to GWX, and you can sort of see where this velocity signature is showing up. First alert there for a tornado warning. Have some areas, locations. So if you are in Paulette, towards Aubrey, towards McMullen at 150, Beavertown right now at 151, Pickinsville at 151 as well. If you're in the city of Carrollton, Pickinsville, make sure you are in your safe spot. Tornado warning right now up until 2:30. So so we are going to be tracking this. But let's go back to JP shortly, and we're going to talk more in detail about that tornado warning that's moving through Shelby County right now.
All right, what we're going to do here is kind of divide this up. Matt, we're going to take the Shelby County warning. Wes, we're going to at times toggle back to you with the Pickens County warning. So,
yeah,
Wes,
JP, you may go to the camera here. I think I may have a view.
Okay.
We've got the Chelsea camera pulled up here.
Stan, I hate to interrupt, Wes, but we got a live picture from a chaser at the Pelham Tank Farm. Let's get those live pictures in. Pelham, I want you in your safe place. Live pictures right now from the Tank Farm area. We've got one of our video chasers right there trying to intercept that as we take the picture. Pelham, you can see a lot of people kind of slowing down. This is going to be, and I think that is coming in close to the Tank Farm area. Okay, Tank Farm area in Pelham. This is going to be I-65. We're looking live. Do we know if this is a southbound or northbound? I would assume southbound on 65. Okay, it looks like southbound on 65. Pelham Tank Farm, this is where this is crossing right now, and hopefully that person is watching the radar closely, because this is going to pass right over the top of them in Shelby County. So heed that warning. It looks like they may be kind of sliding off to the right-hand side, and they know exactly what we're talking about. I tell you what, I wish those other people would do the same thing, because they're going to drive right into this. And, you know, some folks are really, you know how they are. Some folks don't pay attention to the weather, but you need to not be heading into this. Matt, zoom back down into this, and we'll go back and forth between the live picture and also what we're looking at on radar. So this is now crossing I-65. And we're looking live. Let's go back to the radar real quick here, and we'll stand by with that picture. And I'm over here at the key. We can talk to me and Matt around the radar. Wes is going to stand by with the Pickens County warning. All right, so right here, this is going to be Pelham Parkway that this is crossing over right now. And zoom in as close as you can, Matt, to that. This is going to be State Park Road. This is going to be right there around Oak Mountain, all right? And we're looking at Indian Hills. This has now cleared Helena. By the way, it's cleared Helena. We're looking at Terrace Drive, 119 Indian Springs. It's going to head up there toward where the library is in Shelby County, Indian Springs Village. Those places are going to be a concern. Also, I think, based on, and this is what Future Radar told us, areas just to the north of Highway 11, it looks like this is going to stay to the north of you, 119 all the way to Highway 280. 119 to 280. This is Double Oak Mountain we're looking at, and this is going to stay likely just to the north of Double Oak Mountain. So we're looking live right now, and we haven't forgotten about Pickens County. We're going to get back to that tornado warning, the potential tornado not in Pickens County just yet. Just make sure if you're in Pickens County, you're taking cover right now. Again, looking live at some video from Pelham at this hour, and we're looking at some video coming in as that storm now just crosses Interstate 65. We'll broaden the view. This is Highway 280. Let's go ahead and kind of take this forward in time, where this is going to be going. The Narrows is going to be right here. This is going to be Highland Lakes. Greystone here. That's going to be the Lee Branch Shopping Center. Lee Branch Shopping Center on 280. Eagle Point, I'm talking about Eagle Point, Greystone, Shoal Creek, all areas that could be impacted by this possible tornado. Wes is he's going to show you the view right here. I'm going to switch over.
Yeah, this is going to be the best view.
Yeah, that's if this. Yeah.
To the north towards Oak Mountain, towards the actual tornado here. I'm going to try to pan around for you, okay? So right in here, I was noticing a few moments ago, you can see the real low base. I want to try to zoom in. Just hold on here. I'm gaining the controls to the camera. So right in here, JP,
Yeah, I got it right there, Wes.
Again, we're zoomed in. You're looking live here from the Chelsea area towards if we had the tornado on camera here, it's tough to see with all that rain, but they're back in that general direction. You can see the winds really picking up. That's the gusty winds feeding into that storm where we've got the tornado at the moment. And you know what? It looks like this is going right along that track that the forecast radar was showing, JP, moving right towards Oak Mountain. So this is going to be the view right here.
Yeah, live picture right now from our Chelsea Sky Vision camera. So we're going to toggle back and forth. This is moving up toward 119 Heritage Oaks, Dunavant, Vandiver. We might want to back that out just slightly there, Wes, just to kind of help us get our bearings, but that's going to come over. You get past Chelsea there, and it's pretty hilly terrain just off to the west of Chelsea, Double Oak Mountain. So somewhere along there, we're probably going to see this. We'll go back to the radar, and Wes is watching that. If we see anything suspicious there, we'll certainly get back to the live camera. 280 and 119. All right, so 280 and 119. Right now, Indian Springs, get in your safe place. Indian Springs, I want you in your safe place. Indian Springs Village. This is going to be around Oak Mountain as well. We're going to be looking at Briarwood Christian School, that area. We're going to be looking at Meadowbrook. Okay, Meadowbrook and also Eagle Point. We still have significant rotation. This is Cahaba Valley Road, okay? And 119 over here, this is going to be Valleydale. And this right now is probably about 6 miles from Highway 280. 119 and 280, if that continues that way, it's going to move up toward Shoal Creek and also the Greystone area. So a first alert, that's what we're looking at. Looks like it's going to stay away from Chelsea. It looks like it's going to stay away from Chelsea and stay just to the north of Chelsea and County Highway 11. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if we see any movement to the right or anything. And at this point, I don't know if we've had any damage reports from Helena. Let's go back to our camera. I think Wes has got something over here.
Yeah,
there
I think
we go.
We may see the wall cloud, JP.
Okay.
If you look to the left there, you can kind of make out the edge of the wall cloud there on the left side of the screen. But that's it back to the northwest. Lot of rain with this. By the way, folks here in Pickens County, let me give you a quick first.
1 second, Wes. I know folks hate it when we interrupt, but Weather Service is telling us tornado emergency for Oak Mountain High School, Spain Park, Meadowbrook, and Inverness. So tornado emergency for that area. That's what's going on. I'll let you go ahead and get back to the tracking of that. I just want to interject tornado emergency.
Yeah, tornado emergency, and you mentioned this a few moments ago, JP, a very strong indication that we've got a debris signature. We want to let folks know if you're in Aliceville, Carrollton, Pickens County, we've got another strong indication of a tornado moving into West Alabama right now. Pickensville, we want you in a safe spot right now. Aliceville, Carrollton, anywhere along Highway 86, anywhere along Highway 17 there in Pickens County south. And Reform, we're included. Reform in areas to the south. You see the tracks. We've got this approaching Pickensville, Aliceville at 154, but a tornado emergency right now. Folks here in Shelby County, we want you in that safe spot. If you're right there on the Jefferson County line, here it is. And JP, let me get in here close where we can track this, moving right across Heritage Oaks at this time.
Yeah, this is going to be also up around the Narrows. We're going to be looking at Mount Laurel eventually as this crosses over Highway 280. There's a collision center right there near Highway 43. It's not going to be far from there. We're talking about St. Vincent's 119, the Chick-fil-A at 119, all places where you have the Lazy Boy Furniture Store, all areas. If you know those landmarks, you need to be in your safe place. Getting a report from Helena, heard the wind, at least at this point, haven't had a damage report right now. And Wes is going back with our camera here in...
It's right over Cahaba Valley Road, JP. I'm zoomed in really close looking at it.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at the camera. You can see that low base there back
That's
to
it.
the north. Yeah, we're looking towards Cahaba Valley Road. You're looking at, what could be the tornado right there. Look at that, the low base, the wall cloud perhaps there as it passes by that camera. That's at Boardman Carr Law Firm, located right there in Chelsea. And we're looking back to the northwest. That is moving very quickly here. It is getting closer and closer to Highway 280. Heritage Oaks. Again, this is running right along Cahaba Valley Road, JP. Let me see if I can pan back to the
and we're looking at Weather Service right now, and I'm chatting with them. This is going to be around Indian Spring Village. It's going to be near Hoover, and Wes is trying to get this tornado on camera right here. This is our vantage point in Chelsea. Helena Fire Department responding to a partial collapse of a structure, a porch area there in Helena. So that's where that tornado did pass over. I want to make sure that let's kind of back out that zoom a little bit there on our Chelsea camera because I think we'll eventually end up seeing something. There you go. That's going to be a good view right there. Wes has got to aim toward Highway 119. I'm going to toggle, actually Matt's got it. We'll toggle back toward the radar. And Wes, let me know if you see anything over there. We're going to go ahead and show you what's happening. This is Double Oak Mountain right here. And this thing's running right up 119. So where we see this circulation is right around 119 right now. Latest scans are showing it may be ramping down a little bit. Doesn't mean you get out of your safe spot. We're just seeing these things cycle back and forth. So right now, Highway 280 and 119. By the way, I want you to listen to me. Aliceville, get in your safe place. Aliceville, Southern Pickens County, get in your safe place. You may have a tornado moving through that part of the viewing area. I'm talking to you, Aliceville. You hearing me out? I want you in your safe place right now, moments away, Southern Pickens County. Heritage Oaks right now. We've had numerous reports of debris signatures earlier on with this. So Matt's given us a latest right there, the latest track. Shoal Run, excuse me, Shoal Run and Dunavant, and we'll check in with, there's Morgan down in the newsroom. Let's go back to our maps. Vandiver at 158, Sterrett at 159, Vincent at 203, and on towards Stewart Crossroads at 205. So again, in that polygon, we do have Chelsea and Harpersville. Based on what I'm seeing right now, if you're watching us in Harpersville and Chelsea, it's probably going to stay to the north and to the west of you. No guarantees on that, but probably to the north and the west of you based on how this thing's tracking. I'm going to say Shoal Creek, Greystone, Highland Lakes, the Narrows. I want to make sure St. Vincent's 119, Lake Purdy, all of those places, you need to make sure you are in your safe place right now. County Highway 43, that's going to be around the Mount Laurel area of first alert. And we're going to touch again back on Pickens County, Aliceville area. Let's take a look at that. Again, I want to give you a track here. Aliceville, Beavertown, Carrollton, Beavertown at 153, Pickensville at 154, and it looks like Beasley at 159. So again, a first alert. We are looking around Cochrane right now, possibility of some wind damage through there with what we're seeing on first alert Doppler, the storm moving east northeast at 52 miles per hour. 52 miles per hour. We'll get back to the storm in Shelby County right now. Shelby County Tornado Emergency, National Weather Service. We'll go back to Shelby County, show you what's happening at the moment. And what Matt is doing, he's using our rotation tracker. This is a great tool to help us eliminate the junk and really show us where the tornado could be forming. Now, this is looking a little better based on what we're seeing. We're looking real close to this storm from the Shelby County NexRad radar. So what we're seeing right now, we are seeing it starting to ramp back down a little bit. Stay in your safe place. You know, I saw it ramp down one time before and it ramped back up again. Here's Matt.
The National Weather Service, by the way, because of Oak Mountain, they're wondering if maybe the beam of the radar is not showing it. So it's probably there. We just can't see it as well because of Oak Mountain in that particular area. Yeah. So that's probably
beam blockage.
Exactly. So we're not going to say it's wind down or that it's weak. We still have a significant tornado most likely moving right through Shelby County. We're already getting reports of some damage. Helena on Cunningham Drive, getting reports of that. Getting reports of assistance in Pelham. So this is definitely a serious situation as this storm continues to move off. Now here's JP with more details.
Yeah, Matt, stand by with the Chelsea camera. If you can go back to that, you had that just a few moments ago, and just want to see what this is going to be crossing again just to the north there, I think, of Chelsea. And yeah, there's a live look right there from the Chelsea camera. I think we lost power because the tree's not moving at all. The last gust there was 30 miles per hour. I don't know if we have the 119 camera standing by. I know we had a crew there. We were getting some video from a chaser, I believe. Okay, okay.
Hello.
Wes is, by the way, Wes, I just want to make sure folks along Highway 280 right now, make sure you're in your safe place. 119 and 280. 119 and 280, be in your safe place. Greystone and also Highland Lakes. We're looking at Highway 31, I believe. And Mark, do you know what city he is in right now? He's in Pelham, Highway 31. Okay, Wes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah, and if we have Apple TV ready, we can go to some of this video that I have. Actually, this coming in from Kevin Jarrett in the Pelham area, and we'll just show you. This is what it looked like here. You can see that low cloud base there. This is as it's crossing Highway 31 right there in Pelham, but this is just into us. We got some reports coming in. Our weather watcher Patrick Knighton reporting over in, let's see if we can actually pull up some of that some of those photos that we have right now. These are damage photos coming in. You can see some of the roads blocked there along Highway 5. So this is coming out of Bibb County, Woodstock area. Our weather watcher Patrick Knighton sending in some of these photos, but we got a lot of tree damage, some of those areas. So we do have a history of some damage with this storm. Again, it's crossing right there around the Asbury Church area. We mentioned Highway 119, Cahaba Valley Road. It's crossing around the Eagle Point Circle. If you're watching an Eagle Point Circle, let's get back to First Alert AccuTrack radar. I want to send it over to JP right now, who's standing by as well. And JP, update us on this. It seems like the worst of this may soon be crossing Highway 280.
Yeah, exactly. That's happening right now, and in fact, we're seeing it cross 280 as we speak, and this is going to be moving up Highway 119. I'm going to go back to our debris tracker here.
We got a new warning.
And where's the new warning at, Matt?
This is an extension of this warning. It's also including St. Clair and Talladega till 2:45.
Okay, St. Clair and Talladega County until 2:45, and now the storm is... Okay, just getting our bearings here. It looks like it is now making its way across Highway 280, and where we extend this at, I'm going to kind of zoom this out. This is going to include the Pell City area. We're seeing Shoal Run, Donovan. This is going to be a Greystone Crest. Greystone Crest, if you're at Greystone Crest, you may have a tornado kind of moving right along that area. This is going to include Leeds and Moody. Wes was showing you some pictures. These things have a history of doing damage. We got a number of trees down also along 119. I was reading from the National Weather Service. This is going to be moving towards Stewart's, Pell City, Coal City, all the way into Lincoln right now. So that tornado warning until 2:45. And I want to give you some good news. If you're in Helena, you're back toward Pelham, you're okay. This is past you. Alabaster, it is not a concern. We're okay. Aliceville, Carrollton in Pickens County. Again, Pickensville, make sure you're in your safe place. We do have a tornado warning there. We're going to check on that momentarily. We haven't forgotten about you. We just have multiple warnings that we're having to deal with right now. And this one is moving up toward Interstate 20 right now. I'm going to go back and look at the debris signature. We'll go back to our shear rate and just kind of go back through here. Bridgeton, let me give you that update. Bridgeton, Grants Mill, Donovan, okay, by around 155. Jefferson Park at 155. Oak Crossing at 156. Cahaba Hills at 156. Maplewood 157, McCombs at 157. It's moving fast, folks. It's moving at 57 miles per hour, almost 60 miles per hour, chugging right along up through the Greystone area. We're also looking at not far from Liberty Park and all the way up toward Interstate 20, Leeds area. We're going to be looking at also, we could be looking at this storm moving toward Chula Vista and on into the Donovan area as well as Pell City. The atmosphere getting primed for severe weather right now. We are watching a tornado warning right now for Jefferson and Shelby counties. We have not talked a lot about Jefferson County because it's right there on the line, okay? It's on the Jefferson-Shelby County line. This is now past Hoover. It's past Vestavia Hills. It's not a concern for Birmingham. It is now passing Highway 280, so it's past the hospital there and now making its way up 119, up toward Lake Purdy, may eventually move up toward Grants Mill. It's going to make its way toward very close to Irondale and may eventually get into Springville here momentarily. So we're talking about the storm in Shelby County. Wes Wyatt is standing by with the Pickens County tornado warning. We're going to get some more information on Shelby County. Wes is going to update us on Pickens.
That's right. We're going to stay with you here. Stand by in St. Clair County and Shelby County for that particular tornado warning that we're watching at. Right now, I'm zoomed into Pickens County here in West Alabama. A tornado warning until 2:30. If you're in Carrollton, Aliceville, we need you in a safe space right now. Beasley, Owens, anywhere along Highway 86. Reform, you are right there at the edge of the tornado warning polygon. I would certainly play it safe at this point, anywhere from Reform back to McShann on Highway 82. I've got some times of arrival. The Dilberg area at 1:58, 2 o'clock.
Quick interruption. Well, a tornado on the ground right now near Aliceville.
Okay, so we've got a report, we've got confirmation, and by the way, I believe we've got we may be hearing a couple of microphones here, but as we look at the situation here in Pickens County, McMullen, Bridgeville, as JP just mentioned, we have a tornado on the ground right now here in Pickens County, Beasley, Carrollton, Owens. We can't stress enough that we do have some spotter ground truth right now coming in on this particular storm of a tornado. It's located right now just outside of Pickensville. This is Highway 14, so areas just off of Highway 14 right now being impacted by the tornado. If we follow this along, this puts this around Carrollton at 202, the Owens area at 207. So that's the track, the latest on that particular storm. Let's get you to the big picture quickly here to show you what's going on. We're monitoring some of these storms now moving out of Mississippi. Let me clear some of this off the screen so you can see. Actually, let me do this. So the two warnings that we have at the moment, we've got Pickens County here in West Alabama, now St. Clair County, Asheville, Raglan, Lincoln. We want you in a safe spot. You are included in this warning now as we follow this along. It's now across Highway 280. So if you were watching us around Pelham, Alabaster, Cahaba Valley Road, those areas right now, some Cahaba Valley Road back towards Pelham on that western side, improving weather conditions at the moment for you. The worst of this now passing on towards Dunavant if you're watching us there, and again in St. Clair County. A lot of rain. We've got some localized flash flooding happening, some intense lightning. We've got a lot of video here coming in. These are not severe storms, but a lot of heavy rainfall, some intense storms gewing back towards Tuscaloosa. But the one in Pickens County, that's, as JP just mentioned, another storm where we have a confirmed tornado. I want to head back over to JP right now. We're watching you here in Pickens County. Stay weather alert and be in that safe spot until we give you the all clear if you are anywhere right there around Carrollton and Aliceville. JP?
Wes, here in the First Alert Weather Center, and we can go ahead and take the radar AccuTrack up full screen. Dunavant and Vandiver, Sterrett. Right now, looks like this is going to be just to the northeast of Greystone Crest that we are seeing, and I'm going to just get down as close as we can, and this is going to include County Road 43 up toward Lawley, anywhere between Sterrett and Dunavant. You need to be in your safe spot. That includes the Vandiver area. By the way, we've had some pictures of damage in our little inset over there. We'll get a location on that momentarily. And by the way, Wolf Creek and Stewart Crossroads, where I am seeing that rotation is right through here. You see that brighter color, or really it's a darker color in all of the green. This is aimed right at Vandiver as we speak, and this is going to be moving up toward Lawley. It's going to make its way on toward Chula Vista, and it may actually end up including Pell City. We'll go into the, that's really ramping up here. You can see that. See that hook? I mean, that may actually be almost like a debris ball.
It looks like maybe a
That's
small...
what it is. That's it. It's a debris ball. You can see that. So this is going to be, this probably, if it didn't do damage around Greystone or Shoal Creek, it certainly came close to it because we've got a lot of lofted debris right there. County Road 43, this is not far from the Mount Laurel area right now. Up toward Dunavant and Vandiver, I really need to make sure you are in your safe place because we are looking at a circulation right there. Winburn, Dunavant, Vandiver, and we'll expand this back up towards Stewart Crossroads. I'm going to switch positions here, but
JP, I just want to mention Brian Falls reporting here, one of our weather watchers, and he says multiple calls coming in of a situation we might have some folks, trapped, and we got some trees down.
Where would that be?
It's just a lot of scanner traffic right now of some reports coming in. I got a buddy here, Matt Dunlap, off of County Road 13, said trees down. He lives in Shelby County, right there in the Helena area, so he's reporting a lot of trees down. Said they're okay, but we're getting a lot of reports coming in. We just can't stress enough. This is still, it may look like, at times it may be trying to weaken, but this thing is still showing strong signs of producing a tornado in Vandiver, Dunavant, in the Winburn area.
All right. I talked to my wife, and in Chelsea, nothing there. This past just to the northwest of Chelsea. Also in Helena, getting reports of, at least at this point, we don't know everything, but at this point, minor wind damage. But that is looking ugly right there around Vandiver and Dunavant. You can see right there, Dunavant and Vandiver, right here. This is what, in reflectivity, this is what we call a debris ball. So we've got a tornado here. I would greatly be surprised if we didn't. And this is going to be making its way right there toward Dunavant and Vandiver. It has now crossed Highway 280, and it's going to be moving momentarily up toward St. Clair County. So already start thinking about where this storm's going to be. If you're in Pell City, this is going to be tracking towards you. Chula Vista area, Brompton. We've got some incredible hail right now showing up right along Interstate 20. And Wes, I know, is standing by with some of our cameras. We can probably move the airport camera, not the airport camera, but the Alabama Power Cam over toward the east and probably get a pretty good shot of this. If not, even the Chelsea camera. Well, Chelsea's down right now. Vandiver at 2 p.m., Lawley at 2:06, Brompton at 2:09 right now. And I think we may be getting Chelsea's camera back operational. Cook Springs at 2:14 and Chula Vista at 2:16. So this is moving right there toward Leeds and Dunavant. The Moody area. Margaret, you're in the warning as well, and Raglan, you're in that warning. So we do have a tornado warning that is moving through northern portions of Shelby County. And back to our other tornado warning. This is for Carrollton, Beasley, Aliceville in Pickens County. So we are dealing with multiple tornado warnings. Beasley and Cunningham, make sure you are in your safe place. Dangerous situation right now in Pickens County. I want to make sure everybody that's around Carrollton, Beasley, or Cunningham, and if you lose power, you can watch us on the First Alert weather app. Make sure you're paying close attention, because right here we've had reports of a tornado actually reaching the ground there in Pickens County. So Pickens County, I'm talking to you. Eastern part of the state looking pretty good right now, with the exception you got a possible tornado moving up toward Pell City and Chula Vista as we speak. So kind of the big picture. Matt's doing the reset so you can see what's going on area wide. 1, 2, and we got 3 tornado warnings in effect right now. Intense rain back through Marion and Fayette and Walker County. None of this is severe at this point in time. We've got our eye on it just in case, but that is a concern in Pickens County. We're going to move back over into Pell City right now. Let's go ahead and zoom in on Pell City and show you where this storm is coming up from. It's about to be up there around the Leeds right now, and there's our little hook, and this is moving up toward Chula Vista. This is going to come close to, I believe it's Victory Church right there on I-20. If you're familiar with what I'm talking about, this is going to be moving up toward, I believe, Victory Church, on up toward maybe even the Wolf Creek areas, Stewart Crossroads. Moody's got some hail right now. I'd be surprised if you didn't have any real small hail, maybe quarter-size hail showing up there. It's on top of you if you're in Dunavant. This is back toward Highway 280, so looking better if you're at Greystone or Highland Lakes. Just heard from my buddy in Highland Lakes. He had some gusty winds and some low clouds, but the tornado escaped where he was. As we look ahead, Prescott right now. There's Wolf Creek, Fairview Heights, Pell City, Chula Vista. Hopefully, folks, along the interstate here, we don't really want people driving through this mess. Terrible out there right now. So that's what we're looking at. A live picture over in the corner of the screen, and I believe that is over toward Shelby County, where we may have had some tree damage. I know along Okay, we're looking live. Mark's saying Helena is where we have that live picture. We had some tree damage there in Helena, and we're starting to get another shear marker I'm seeing right now moving into St. Clair County. Wes Wyatt, First Alert Weather Center, moving out of Vandiver right now, and Dunavant. This is moving up toward Interstate 20. Wes?
Yeah, moving towards Lawley Wall Creek. JP got some more pictures coming in. If we can stand by on that Apple TV source again, just let me know when we're ready to go. I've got some pictures coming in here from Highway 280 westbound. It looks like we've got a lot of trees down there, JP. Some damage reports coming in from Oak. Also Parkside Drive in North Shelby County. So here we go. This is here's some of the photos we have coming in right now. This is right there on 280. You can see coming across Oak Mountain, and I believe we lost that. If we can pull
Were you trying to get Apple TV?
Yeah.
I think we were competing for it. Can I stand by just for a minute? Can I take Apple TV?
Here we go right here.
Let me take Apple TV. Well,
so there's some of the damage I was showing. That's 280 westbound. That's right there at Oak Mountain. Go ahead, JP.
we may be showing the same thing, Wes. My wife just went out and she was getting damage pictures too. And let's go to my Apple TV. Did I lose connection here? Apple TV primary. Stand by. Okay, I'm going to take this up full. Stand by. And this is.
Yeah, that's the same photos. That's right there crossing Oak Mountain on Highway 280.
Yeah, that's where Elise went out and she was getting some video. Stand by here. I'll get this playing. I think we were competing for the same Apple TV. If I can get this thing. Yeah, working on making it full. It's not liking something here. Anyway, that's Oak Mountain. We were trying to make that full. It's not working for us right now, but a tremendous amount of damage. We can go back to the radar and just let you know, Oak Mountain and Highway 280. She says she looks like a bomb went off as that crossed there, Highway 280. So getting back to the radar, and we've got another what we call a shear marker, and it looks like Stewart's, Pell City, and Coal City. We are looking at that possible tornado moving that way. This is where we do have that high wind. Wolf Creek at 205, and we're looking at Cook Springs 207, Lakeview at 212. Looks like Hunting Ridge at 218. Pell City, you're included in this. Coal City, Raglan, you're also included, as well as Margaret. We are looking at high winds with this, and it is likely that this is going to cause some additional damage. So right now, pretty significant out there. Wes, I'm going to hand this over to you. I need to look at a little bit of data here.
Okay, yeah, and just want to let folks know we're still seeing a good indication. We're getting pictures in right now, a lot of video. Just stand by. We're going to have these photos and video for you coming in on Highway 280, but we are getting reports of some damage now coming in from parts of Shelby County, but it certainly looks like we had quite a significant crossing there across Highway 280, lots of trees down, and this thing almost just topped Oak Mountain there as it moved across Highway 280 there just outside of Inverness and down towards the Chelsea community. Coal City, Raglan, St. Clair County, right now we're under a tornado warning. The path of this is going to take this right across Interstate 20. So here's the thing. If you are listening to us on iHeartRadio, you're in the car, you're traveling to the east direction here outside of Leeds, you need to stop in Leeds, stop off of the Chula Vista exit, somewhere in here, let this thing pass. This is going to be crossing the interstate. We're actually right around Brompton. You know where the Brompton exit is? It's about to cross. This is the path right here, taking more of a sharp northerly turn on this latest scan, which would take this close to Odenville, Branchville, again, St. Clair County. And we also have confirmation, not only with this particular storm causing some damage, we also have a confirmed tornado in Pickens County as well. Aliceville, we need to get in here, take a close look at this, show you where this particular tornado is moving, and just looking at this storm, it's becoming more embedded in a lot of rainfall, heavier rain, still some indication of some shear. That would put this right over Carrollton. Aliceville, Pickensville, you are out of the threat zone now. Notice how that warning has been trimmed away. It still includes Carrollton and Owens. That's Highway 86 that we're talking about, Highway 14, and if this holds together, if we track this, I don't see this moving into Tuscaloosa County. Actually, it looks like this one it may move in the northwest part of Tuscaloosa County. I don't see it moving into the city of Tuscaloosa, but this could impact Samantha, Fayette, and back towards Newtonville and Berry. So I just want to let you know about that. Let's get back into St. Clair County here on this storm, and let me show you the path and the track of this. This is a look at the forecast radar. If we follow this along, I want to start this out where it's currently located. We're analyzing the tornado at this moment just past Donovan and the Vandiver area. There's Lawley, Stewart's Crossroads, and if we take this out 1 hour, this will be tracking across the Chula Vista, Brompton area. See right there? So I mentioned Chula Vista a few moments ago. Stewart's, Tanyard, Oak Ridge, Pell City. That would be around 223. And if we follow this along, we're giving you that advantage. Embry Roads and Raglan. Here we go, 230 to 240 on the path to that. All right, let's head back over to JP now as we gather more on this tornado warning now impacting St. Clair County.
Yeah, I want to go back. We're looking at pictures. This is just from about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. This is Highway 280, Double Oak Mountain area. My wife got out there, took these pictures on 280, and this is right after this tornado moved through. Getting reports of a number of trees down. One of my friends in Shoal Creek sending me a picture. The tornado hit the Shoal Creek area as well. Numerous trees down, and looks like this was really a big-time damage producer. You're looking at, again, I'm just kind of rewrapping that, and look at you'd say the road size down. This thing crossed the road, just making a heck of a mess. Now, Wes is showing you at 239, this is going to be around the Ragland area, so that's where it's headed. So I wanted to show you what this stuff was doing, and again, just an intense system rolling through. And we're going to go back to our computers here, AccuTrack, and showing you right here. Let's get back to it. Yeah, Shoal Creek area, confirmed damage, and we do have, in West, Brian Falls was updating us with some information. He may have some additional stuff that we can pass along here. There's a look at where we're seeing. This is around Prescott. This is going to be around Rock Ridge Road, Chula Vista. This is moving up toward the northeast right now and making its way up toward Stewart's. As we speak, this could be crossing Interstate 20. This thing is just, it's like a buzz saw cutting down trees. I mean, it is a big-time wind producer that we are currently seeing. And what we're seeing in that inset box, that is Highway 280, really close to Oak Mountain. That's just outside the Chelsea area as you head back into the Birmingham area toward 119. This is the latest track, Prescott. Now, Cook Springs at 211. Hey, Odenville. Hey, we're talking to you. I got a friend in Odenville. We're going to be, we'll check in with him, and I'll see, get a little bit of ground truth there. Hopefully Ed's taken his safe place. Chula Vista at 213, Crockertown at 218. Odenville, I want to give you that first alert at 219, Oak Ridge at 220, and Hardwick at 221. I know we got some damage reports coming in, and we'll be sharing those momentarily, but right now we've got another possible tornado to track right through St. Clair County, and we haven't forgotten about the one in Pickens County as well. Wes Wyatt, Wes, you got some info?
Yeah, I got some information. Looks like at this point in Helena, we got lots of damage, trees down First Avenue West, Cunningham Drive, Lawley Street, some significant damage, approximately 8 homes with minor to significant damage. No injuries reported so far in the Helena area. We got some folks trapped in the Eagle Point subdivision area. We talked about the Eagle Point Circle shutting down portions of 119 at 280 for, we've got some down power lines in that area. Again, that's along Highway 119. We're giving you that first alert along Cahaba Valley Road and 280. Eastbound portion of 280 by Eagle Point. We also have some down power lines in that area as well, so be extra careful out there. Getting some more photos in at the moment, JP. Looks like Willow Bend subdivision in Pelham. We've got some heavily hit area according to police reports from that area. And Eagle Point or Eagle Valley Drive in Cahaba Valley. Looks like they're placing kind of a staging location there, but they're already starting to respond, JP, to where we have. That photo and the video that you showed of all the trees right there around the Double Oak Mountain area, that just goes to show you, terrain does not shelter you when it comes to these tornadoes. If you think you live in a valley and you are protected from a tornado, we saw some areas on April 27th. We traveled out around, Colberg and, Raglan and some of these locations. It almost looked like logging crews went over the tops of some of the highest peaks in the state.
Yeah, that's a common misconception from folks. We get that question, hey, I live in a valley, I'm in good shape, or I live... No, tornadoes go up and down, and sometimes that terrain actually enhances the spin in the atmosphere. So common misconception, Not at all true. So you can see right there all that damage along Highway 280, numerous damage reports coming in. And Wes is going to be on standby. He's going to check back in with that Pickens County warning. We're going to spend a little bit of time here back into St. Clair County by around 239, 240. We're going to be looking at this thing making its way up toward Raglan. What's happening? This rotation is crossing the warm front, and as it does that, that's where we're seeing that enhancement. Perfect kind of geographic position for this to happen. So right now our rotation tracker not quite as impressive, but we've been seeing this thing ramp up and down all day long. So looking at Chula Vista right now, Tanyard, Stewart's, Coal City, we'll go back into the velocity and check that out. I want to see what the velocity is doing, and a little bit lower, so hopefully we can get this thing to kind of behave itself here over the next little bit. Chula Vista is where we're seeing that rotation as we look at our tornado detection mode and up toward Coal City. So Pell City, this is going to be 231 right here, and that's I-20. So this is going to be moving up toward Coal City. This is probably right here would be St. Vincent's in St. Clair County. So this is it's going to pass close to there, and also the Jeff State campus in Pell City. So just kind of be on guard if you're in that area, you're in that warren zone that we are particularly concerned about at this point in time. We're seeing numerous shear markers out there right now around that area. So what Matt's got us zoomed in on, this is going to be Bradshaw Road, and this is going to be Wolf Creek Road. There's Eden right there. So this is going to be, that's the Eden exit off Pell City, or off of I-20, and this is going to be passing very close to there. Pleasant Valley as well. I think this is probably going to go to the north of downtown Pell City as far as what we can see, perhaps even up toward Coal City a little bit more, or maybe where the Chick-fil-A is located, or back toward the hospital right now. But we are starting to see things, see it ramp down just a little bit. Not completely, it's still a warning, but hopefully we can see some improvements on this thing before too long. Matt?
I'd like to give you some good news, if I can give you some good news. So right now, the tornado warning that's in Pickens County, that storm has definitely weakened, so that tornado warning has been canceled. So good news for Pickens County, no longer in a tornado warning. The St. Clair tornado that we were watching that's been moving right through Shelby County. By the way, Shelby County, you're good for right now. This is starting to weaken as well. And as JP was mentioning, the rotation, the indications through radar showing not as much in the way of rotation. So maybe it's broadening out, but still packing a punch with some heavy rain and some gusty winds. So hopefully the weakening trend will continue, and we can relax for a little bit, but there's still going to be a pretty long afternoon and evening as we're going to continue to watch more storms develop throughout the day. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and then I'll step out of the way because I know I'm standing right in front of the monitor. Just to give you a perspective of what's going on, we've got a lot of heavy rainfall right now in parts of, looks like Fayette getting some heavy rain, no warning for you, into areas like Marion and Winston County seeing some steady to moderate rainfall. Right now in far eastern parts of our state, especially like Cherokee County, you're okay, but we are watching that storm that continues to move off to the north and east that's still tornado warned, and there is more storms out and right across eastern Mississippi that will be making its way into parts of west Alabama, like Sumter County. So we're going to have to watch those cells, as those storms could also rotate over the next hour or so. But still looking at that active tornado warning, which is going to continue as it continues to move off towards the north and east. So JP, that's sort of good news, but it's still going to be a long afternoon, I think.
Yeah, we still have the possibility of things really starting to fire up later today. Could this be round one? Then we have the second round. You can see these individual cells back to the west in Mississippi, and we still haven't really hit that tornado hot zone in the northwestern part of the state. This is kind of round one, and round one hasn't been a low-end round. We've got numerous damage reports, and those are just now beginning to come in. We've shown you some of those pictures. We get it back into St. Clair County, where we do have the active tornado warning right now in St. Clair County. As this goes farther to the north and eventually gets out of kind of the zone, we're gonna start seeing some significant weakening with this. This is Pell City, Stewart's, Coal City. We'll look at the velocity data here and see what's going on. This is going to be right there. That circulation is going to be around Stewart's, moving up toward Coal City and Embry Bend, eventually up toward the Ragland area. The farther north you go with this, the better it's going to be. But right now, pretty significant around Tanyards and Stewart, north of Interstate 20. That's where we're seeing the storm, and this is going to be moving off toward the northeast right now, moving toward the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And you're starting to see the intensity, it kind of goes back and forth. You start seeing it ramp up again. This is our rotation tracker, and this has done a pretty good job on being able to pinpoint where that tornado is. And I do think I'm going to go look at something real quick over here. And I do this a lot of times because I actually just need to get in and be able to see it up close, because sometimes at a distance it's hard to see everything. So this is going to be Mineral Springs Road. That's going to be Chula Vista. Also Bowman Circle, okay? Sunset Drive. This is right now around the Bradshaw Road area. Bradshaw Road, Stewart's, Bowman Circle. This is now north of Interstate 20. The way this is looking, this is going to pass north of Pell City. It doesn't mean that you're going to escape everything Pell City. You may have some hail in there, but I think where we see this tornado circulation is going to be, I'll just kind of draw it right here, all right? Drawing it right here. That is going to move up toward Coal City, may eventually make its way up toward Ragland. Between Odenville and Stewart's, this is where you have some hail that is currently coming down. So just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on. And this is kind of a long duration day, folks. Unfortunately, a high risk day. Areas west of Interstate 65 still getting primed for additional severe weather. Most of these storms will move through really quickly. And we've seen that today. Most of the storms, in fact, the one we've got circled right here in St. Clair County, is moving at about 50 miles per hour. So that's going to move up toward Coal City, Embry Bend, Neely Henry area pretty quickly. And to give you that first alert, that may indeed make its way on into Calhoun County. So I want you thinking about that right now. Avondale Village at 217, Oak Ridge at 217, Stewart's at 217, Pell City area. Again, I want you to make sure you're in your safe place as this passes over. We still have this little area here that's suspicious. So again, even though I think the worst of this is going to pass Pell City, you're not completely out of the woods yet. Down toward Cropwell, you're fine. This is going to be north of there. So Stewart's and Pell City all the way up toward Ragland, a first alert. It's moving quickly, moving at about 50 miles per hour right now, and that's going to eventually go into Etowah County. It's also going to make its way into parts of Calhoun County. A lot of rain, a lot of storms in our western counties right now. At this point, we do not have those counties under a warning right now. So you may have some concern about some places we're not talking about. That's because there's no warning right now in place in those areas. Let's get another track. This is a brand new shear marker. This is the most, this is the best tool we've got. When that marker shows up, it means business. It means you better take cover. And we're talking about Park Hill at 218, Avondale Village at 219, Glen City at 219, Oak Ridge at 219, Stewart's 219, Crestview Gardens at 220, and Delwood at 220. Also Ragland, National Cement, all of that area right now, all the way up toward Shoal Creek, not the Shoal Creek neighborhood in Shelby County, but Shoal Creek there in St. Clair County. So giving you that first alert, this is where it's going, likely to be out of the Pell City area within the next few minutes. Wes?
So we could have a tornado crossing Interstate 20 at this time between Chula Vista and Pell City. Okay, we're already seeing lots of damage reports coming in around Shelby County. Got some reports here, several cars damaged at Office Park, 280. 280's at a standstill past Doug Baker Boulevard with lots of emergency vehicles. Eagle Point Office Park at 280. It looks like we may have had some tornado damage there. No injuries reported as of right now, but a lot of first responders out there. We're trying to gather more reports, get information to you. I just want to point out we've got the tornado warning. We also have a lot of flash flood warnings that are happening. I'm seeing pictures coming in here. We got some I tell you what, can we go to Apple TV again? I want to try to just show you what kind of pictures that we're getting in. I've got a photo here, and we'll go to it here momentarily in Adamsville, but it looks like we have a vehicle that's trapped, and looks like we got back to JP. We got another report coming.
Yeah, we got a tornado debris signature right now, and this is St. Clair County again. Let's zero in on what we're talking about here. I'm back at the weather wall here, and we're getting that tornado debris signature, and this is going to be around the Coal City area right through here. This is minutes away from Coal City. So if you're in Coal City, Embry, Bend, or Raglan, you need to go ahead and get in your safe place. That is the Coosa River that this is going to be crossing. And by the way, I'm talking to some information about Shelby County and Newsroom. Hopefully you guys are listening to this. She's around Eagle Point off 280, and she's seen a whole bunch of ambulances head in that direction. So just passing that along, some information, 280 Eagle Point area, passing that along. Okay, Coal City, Embry, Bend, and Raglan up through Ohatchee. I'm giving you that first alert. Tornado debris signature, that's around Coal City right now. Coal City, tornado debris signature, Embry, Bend. This is going to be looking up also Lincoln in this area. So breaking it down, Coal City at 223, Embry, Bend at 229, Raglan 234, get in your safe place. Mitchellville at 239, Bowling Springs 242, and Reagan Chapel at 242. Hopefully, the farther east these storms go, they are going to weaken somewhat. But again, Ohatchee, Morrisville in this as well. Oxford not in it. I think it's going to be to the north. It may end up making its way into Calhoun as well as Etowah County. So right now, tornado warnings in effect for St. Clair County, and what else do we have there? A tornado, Talladega County, okay, because of Lincoln. Lincoln is now included in that tornado warning. So we're going to give you the 60-minute advantage. Let's take it from right now, and we're going to show you at 2:35, this is going to be in Raglan, all right? And we're going to be looking at this by around 2:52, Glencoe, Cobb City, and Colwell. If you're in those places, Gadsden, I'm talking, all right, South Side, Rainbow City, 250, 254, somewhere in that vicinity, make sure you are in your safe place. This may extend on into northern Calhoun County, Cherokee County. This is going to eventually get into there as well. All right. It may weaken. Let's hope it does. But I want you in Cherokee County. I want you already thinking about it, as well as Etowah County. We're tracking multiple tornado warnings. The Talladega County warning, that is not for Sylacauga or Childersburg. That's for the northern part. That's for the Lincoln area. Also around the Super Speedway. All right. Riverside, you're in that, although that's not going to last too much longer. They're going to trim this thing away. This is going to be moving up toward the Raglan area, Neely, Henry Lake, and on toward Ohatchee. We're seeing multiple signs of rotation in there. We did have a debris signature around Coal City, so critical there. You're going to have some flash flooding with this as well. So flash flooding a threat. You're going to have some hail, high winds, and the possibility of tornadoes. So again, Raglan, I'm giving you that first alert right now. St. Clair County, if this holds together, this is going to make its way into Etowah County as well as Calhoun County. Wes Wyatt standing by.
Yeah, JP, and you reported at Eagle Point a few moments ago. We've got injuries being reported by the fire department in Eagle Point. Several houses heavily damaged. We're working to grab more information on that. Look at some of the video that we have coming in from the Leeds area. This was from earlier, and if you look closely in here, you can actually see some debris that was lofted. This coming in, this is we've got a lot of video of not only tornado damage, but a few moments ago we had to break away for some information, but I'm getting a lot of pictures of where we actually had some cars trapped because of flooding that's happening in parts of the area. So we've got a significant flood risk that's developed for parts of the area. You go north of Birmingham, and that's one thing you got to watch out for. But just looking closely in there, we're getting a lot of video, a lot of reports. Just stand by. We're going to have some more coming in there from Highway 280. As we get in here a little bit closer, I want to show you Calhoun County now included in a tornado warning. Jacksonville, that includes us, as JP noted. If you are in Ohatchee, Alexandria, now's the time to get to that that safe spot. If you are located in Lincoln, this is right over Lincoln, Alabama, and this is a storm, a long-track supercell thunderstorm here, capable of producing, it's cycling through. We've had damage reports that we're following up on, and now with all indications, this is still an intense thunderstorm. Look at all the lightning with this, and if we get in here really, really close and put a track on this, let me just give you some times of arrival. JP mentioned Neely, Henry Lake, Raglan areas, and you know what, JP, we need to go to those cameras here very soon in Etowah County. We may get a view of this off to the south, at least the actual storm. Raglan 232, you can see right at this point the worst of the storms between Coal City and Riverside. Here it is right in here. The Hook Echo is right in this zone. I'm actually going to have to turn off some of the lightning here. It's so intense so we can actually see where the tornado would be. This is it, right in this zone right here. It's about to cross the Coosa River, Embry Bend, Raglan, okay? It's about to move across Raglan here at 2:33. You can see the time, 2:24, so we have just minutes to take action. Ottery community around 10:40, moving northeast at that 59 miles per hour. North of this, if you're in Asheville and back between Asheville and Raglan, you're probably going to encounter some large hail, damaging winds. This is a severe storm as it moves off to the northeast. Let's get to JP now. We have Calhoun County under a tornado warning. JP?
All right, yeah, this is going to be crossing the river, crossing Neely, Henry as we expected with this one. Right now bearing down on Raglan, Refuge, Lincoln, Grayton. That's going to be moving toward Jacksonville. This is going to be just to the north of Anniston, moving up toward Sax and Weaver. It is not going to include the Oxford area. So, by the way, in just a moment, I've got some additional video coming in from Apple TV. We'll show you that momentarily, okay? So this is tracking up toward Cobb City and Angel, Ottery and Hood, Ohatchee. Make sure you're in a safe place. In Raglan, you should have already been in your safe place since this warning's been in effect for a while. So let's go to Embry Bend at 2:29, Mitchellville at 2:36, Bowling Springs 2:38, Francis at 2:38, Ottery at 2:38, and 10 Islands at 2:39 right there on the lake. We are going to go to we'll go to Apple TV here. I want to show you this. This was the tornado and the video as that ended up crossing over. There we go. We're getting, this is from Highland Lakes as it crossed over Highway 280. Jason Junkin sending us that video. That was the storm he was getting video of. Tornado that moved across Highway 280. We can go back to the computers now and back to the storm tracking just to let you know what this thing's been doing throughout the afternoon. By the way, Jeremy Pate is FaceTiming me right now, and hang on just a second here. He's one of our producers, and
okay.
He may have to do West, because I don't think this phone is able to get onto Apple TV.
We're gonna work on getting you set up there, JP. Right. So what we want to do right now, we want to get back in on this storm. We've got a rough situation right now for St. Clair, Calhoun County. We've got a storm here with a history of producing damage. We're seeing some of the pictures here. I can tell you around Eagle Point and those areas into Shelby County. Right now, numerous reports around the Eagle Point area. Some homes damage in that area as well. So Shelby County, this is that same thunderstorm. The roughest part you can see as we look at the current time. Let me make sure we're up to date on this, and we have the latest scan. So there it is right there around Embry Bend. And let's get in the times here. We're showing Raglan at 2:33. Actually, I tell you what, let's go over to future radar and let's take this out 1 hour and show you areas that will be impacted. So we're going to start right now around Raglan, where the tornado would be. This takes the tornado across the river around Sulphur Springs at 2:39, Ohatchee at 2:47, okay? That's when we got the tornado at Middleton. If you're on Highway 144, Middleton area, Warrior Road, this is going to be crossing around 2:47. We're giving you that forecast arrival time. Crystal Springs, this would reach you in Union, crossing just north of Alexandria around 2:58, okay? So if you're in Mount Polk, Sulphur Springs, you will be likely impacted if this holds together. And, you know, this thing's pretty much tracked all the way across the state. It started out in Hill County. JP, this is going to be one of those. It's going to continue to impact these areas. It wouldn't surprise me if you're in southern Cherokee County, if you're watching around Ball Flat, Ellisville, anywhere center and point south. Be ready to take action because the way this is moving, it's going to track right around Knighton's Crossroads. Okay, if you're to the east of Glencoe, between Knighton's Crossroads and Piedmont, I want you in that safe place right now. It looks like that's where this is going to cross, but it's impacting Lincoln, Sulphur Springs, Ohatchee at this point. JP, let's head back over to you. I know you're trying to effort getting
Apple TV. Let's go to Apple TV real quick. This is Eagle Point. That's Eagle Point right now, okay? Eagle Point in Shelby County. That is the tornado damage there in Eagle Point just off Highway 280. My wife bringing this video to us right now. So that's what you've got. You got some major damage there in Eagle Point. We're going to show you that just to let you know the serious business moving through St. Clair County. This thing's been causing damage. So again, this is not just radar mumbo jumbo. This is the real deal. Let's get back to the maps here. And this is moving up toward Macon, Ragland, Sulphur Springs. You've got the computer telling us 100-mile-per-hour winds. Embry Bend, okay? 100-mile-per-hour winds. This is making a beeline right there toward Ohatchee, and it's going to be moving into Jacksonville, all right? Weaver and Hillcrest, Blue Mountain. This is going to make its way north of Anniston. By the way, there are injuries reported right now in Eagle Point from that tornado that moved through, and you can see right now as this moves out of St. Clair County. And this is moving into East Alabama. This is moving into Calhoun County right now, folks. Calhoun County, I hope you're paying attention. I want you in your safe place. Tornado with a history of producing some damage. We've got a Hoax Bluff camera, by the way. We'll be able to get a good vantage point of this. Ragland, 232, and that's about 2 minutes away. You got 2 minutes. Mitchellville, 235. Reagan Chapel at 237. Ottery at 239. 10 Islands at 239. Ohatchee at 240. Storms moving east-northeast at 64 miles per hour. 64 miles per hour. What does that mean when I tell you 64 miles per hour? This thing is moving across the state as fast as the car is going to be driving, and there's no stop signs and there's no traffic. So when we give you that warning, you need to get in your safe place. It's happening very quickly. So Ragland, hunker down for a little bit more, and it's going to pass over, and we'll be clear of that. Pell City, it's clear view. Coal City, it's clear view. This is going to cross the river. It's going to cross Neely Henry. It's going to cross Shoal Creek. This is going to move toward Pine Grove, Prickettville, Alexandria. All right, Alexandria and Bush. Okay, Alexandria, a first alert. You've got severe weather heading towards you in Calhoun County. This includes the Sachs area. It's going to include Weaver. Weaver, you're in this mess too. Make sure you're in your safe place, and eventually on up toward Jacksonville, and it's going to make its way up toward Piedmont. So we're giving you an incredibly early first alert. We want you with as much advance warning as we can possibly give you. In all these areas, hunker down. You've seen that damage. There's a lot of damage out there from these storms today, and we saw that, and there's probably a lot more damage. We're just starting to get some of those pictures in. Ohatchee, we're starting to see that storm cross right across. You know, familiar territory. I remember back in 2011, Ohatchee was one of the areas hit hard, as well as Shoal Creek. With the big tornado outbreak. So this is kind of a familiar territory right through here. Reminds me of that same night. I had a friend lost a house right there at Neely Henry. And this is going to be moving up toward Duke and Union and Melrose. Right now, it is just to the south of Ragland. We're pinpointing where we're seeing the worst of this storm right now, and it is going to be just to the south of Ragland. It is sitting right there kind of on that windy part of the Coosa River. It is moving toward Bowling Springs and Sulphur Springs right now. Wes Wyatt?
Yeah, JP, I'm working right now to establish a connection with Mickey, who's out at the Eagle Point area, so just stand by here trying to, do you guys have audio? Okay. Can you guys hear Mickey? All right, we're going to work on this.
Flooding, the big threat.
Okay, we're going to stay on this storm right now, moving through Calhoun County. We'll get back, and we know there's a lot of damage in Eagle Point. My wife's out there right now and kind of reporting in Eagle Point in Shelby County. We've got some damage also in parts of Helena, and we want to give you a first alert, Calhoun County and also St. Clair County. We do have this same storm. It is moving through Reagan Chapel, Bowling Springs, Ohatchee, Grayton, and Morrisville. I know your weather radios are going off. You're getting that first alert. You're getting the first alert weather app. I want you in your safe place. Alexandria, Jacksonville, Weaver, that's going to be those areas included. I think it's time to kind of back out and kind of reset the view, show you what's going on right now. And if you notice that little area right there aiming toward Jacksonville, it's going to be moving just to the north of Anniston. This is a bunch of rain back here, and we still have to watch these storms back out this way because we can see some individual cells starting to form. So it's not over yet. Matt?
Yes, JP, I just wanted to mention to everyone else, you might see all these polygons blinking, but in blue, these are all flash flood warnings. We're getting a lot of heavy rain in areas that are not seeing the severe weather. So there's a flash flood warning for Fayette, Jefferson, Lamar, Marion, Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Walker, Winston until 6:30. So what you need to know, stay off the roadways. We got severe weather and we've got heavy rain, and we could have some flooded areas as well. So I'm not trying to ignore you, but I'm just going to let you know there's a lot of heavy rain, and that's a good thing. If we have a lot of heavy rain, especially towards Coleman, that might lessen the severe threat, but we really have to watch the storm that's moving into Calhoun County, and also have to watch the storms off to the south and west, and also the storms trying to develop in parts of eastern Mississippi, because we still have several hours to go, but we still have that active tornado warning in effect. I'm going to go ahead and take these flood warnings off because it ends up cluttering the radar a little bit, and also try my best to step out of the way too. But there it is. There's that tornado warning right now in effect. It looks like the rotation is just just east of Raglan, moving off towards the east-northeast. And like I said, these storms are moving very quickly, about 50 to even 60 miles per hour. So a first alert as this storm just continues to cycle. We've seen multiple times with this long track. It's just a long track tornado.
Yeah.
We mentioned it. It started hours ago, and it continues to move off into East Alabama, and eventually it's going to be an issue for parts of West Georgia as well. So we're going to have more information. I'm not sure who to toss it to. I guess I'll toss it back to Wes now.
Yeah, let's see. Mickey, you standing by? I believe we've got you established now. Mickey, are you at the Eagle Point area?
Yeah, I'm in Eagle Point, and the fire crews are out here. We've got some damage. Let me see if I can turn this around for you. And just a second here. I might have to show you like this. You can see fire crews. I don't know if you could see that, but the roof is missing on some of these homes up there. And just a swath of tornado damage. There's grills down in this creek. There's trash cans and just extensive damage. We've got a missing roof over there. Were you able to see that okay, Wes?
Yeah, we're able to see it. Go ahead, Mickey.
And I'm going to walk over here across the street and see if I can talk to somebody that, that went through this, because I was talking to somebody else. They said it sounded exactly, what you hear, like a train coming through. Can I talk to you real quick?
I don't live here.
Oh, you don't?
I'm going to check on my friend's house.
Sir, were you here during this event? Yeah. Can I talk to you real quick? We're on TV. This is WBRC. What is your name? And how far do you live from this damage here? So can you describe what happened, with the tornado coming through?
Yeah, like about 5 or 10 seconds. Crazy winds going on outside.
And did your house suffer any damage?
No, very minor compared to everything else.
Yeah, so we've got, I don't know where all you've been to see this stuff, but I can see the roof is missing over there. I understand there's extensive damage in Greystone and just down the road from here as well. So,
yeah, I haven't heard.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for talking to us.
Hey,
Yeah, well,
Mickey, just we may just kind of keep some of the scenes coming in. We may check in with you. We need to get to JP because we do have some more warning information. We're watching Calhoun County right now.
Yeah, I'm a little too concerned about Calhoun County. We can get back to that. Mickey's doing a good job out there getting some of those damage reports right now. This is moving toward Ohatchee right now. That center of circulation, if you're watching us right now, this is now just to the east of the Ragland area, and this is moving up toward Ohatchee, Colwell, Crystal Springs, Union, and Alexandria. Okay? That's where we're seeing the possibility of a tornado. That's a pretty tight circulation, what we're seeing on radar. So that started to get my attention. It's kind of been cycling up and down. Tornado warning for Calhoun County. Calhoun and St. Clair County. In just about 5 minutes, it's going to be out of St. Clair County, okay? There's going to be a lot of flooding out there area-wide, so keep that in mind as you are out and about. But this is going to be an issue, I think, for Calhoun County, and it may be a problem for Cherokee County. I'm going to move back over to the weather wall, and we're going to get Matt's going to have the controls there of the radar. So I know there's a lot of damage reports coming in, and we're going to get to all of those. But again, want to make sure we're giving. There you go. That's what was really bothering me there around Reagan Chapel and Bowling Spring. We're starting to get that debris signature once again popping up, and this is going to be heading up toward the Ohatchee area, Middleton. I want to make sure you're getting that first alert, and then on toward Alexandria. Let's draw a line here from Alexandria to where we have that circulation. How far is that away? That's we're probably looking at about 10 miles. Yeah. About 9 miles. Okay, so this is moving 60 miles per hour. That's 9 minutes. Mile a minute. You got 9 minutes right there. Brutonville, Union, Melrose, Peaceburg. I want to make sure you're in your safe place. Ohatchee, that's right on top of you right now. Middleton and Morrisville down through Hill Drive. First alert. We do have a very strong circulation right now crossing on into Calhoun County. That's crossing into Calhoun County, getting some
Confirmed tornado, JP, tracking towards Ohatchee at this time, according to the Weather Service. So this is confirmed.
Okay. And I'm looking at just an incredible amount of damage right here at Shoal Creek and Farmhouse Road, the back gate to Greystone Farms off Highway 280. It is a mess. I've got a lot of pictures. We'll get to those at some point, but we do have a tornado right now in Calhoun County, and this is the same one.
This is the storm of the day.
Yeah. Storm of the day. This is what's been producing all of the damage all the way across the state. Supercell thunderstorm, long track tornado, and I do have a lot of concern right now if you're in Duke, Union, Colwell, Cobb City, and Bush and Jacksonville. We still have a very well-defined rotation with this and a debris signature. So this is going to be potentially a life-threatening storm. Certainly, you're going to have some damage from this. I would be surprised if you didn't. It's caused damage at least some form or fashion everywhere it's been. So at Ohatchee 243, Grayton at 246, and West Wellington at 252. Crystal Springs, that's going to be right around 254, and Colwell at 255, Reeds Mill at 255. So Angel also in there is going to be in the track, as well as Asbury. Eventually this thing makes its way into I think northern Cleburne County and Cherokee County, but now just cross the lake there, Neely Henry, on across Ohatchee. And we do have a strong rotation as that came across the lake. We're looking at that moving up toward Union as we speak. Just a few miles from Union. It's about 8 miles, maybe 7 miles from Alexandria. So Alexandria, make sure you are in your safe place. Ottery area, Ohatchee, Middleton, all places we're talking about with a storm that has a long history of doing damage and even causing some injuries. Wes Wyatt has an update.
Yeah, JP is crossing Highway 77 here, okay? It's almost right on top of Ohatchee. One thing I want to point out, I know we're not included in this warning polygon to the north, but our latest shear marker indicator shows more of a sharper northerly turn with this. I just want to point that out. If you're in Hoax Bluff, if you're at Pilgrim's Rest, some of these areas, we need to keep a close watch and be ready to take action if needed if this turns a bit further north. You can see it's running a little bit north of that more right track that we were seeing earlier, but you can see the track takes this right across Cobb City and those areas according to some of the latest data. Anywhere from Cobb City to Alexandria, be in that safe place at this point. This is a confirmed tornado. More debris signatures showing up on the radar with this. We've got the radar evidence. We've got storm spotters sharing reports as we gather some of that data coming in from where this thing's already produced damage. We have other storms in the state. I just want to point out what's going on here, and we're going to stay on this here in Calhoun County, but there's another tornado warning in Meridian, Mississippi. We need to watch what's happening back to the west and some of this development, but at this point, I've been monitoring Coleman County back to Jasper, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. Even though we're under a tornado watch, nothing really grabbing my attention at the moment, and Matt's watching this as well. We're watching all these storms here in the weather office. Ohatchee, though, this is the one, and just looking at the velocity signature, still a very strong couplet with this. That's Highway 144. It's crossing right now, JP.
And this is there's the debris signature Matt's got pulled up right there. This is what this is showing. Everything that's not meteorological, if it's not rain or hail, everything that's different that the radar is picking up, that's what we're seeing right there. So what's different? That would be trees, leaves, pieces of wood, shingles, anything a tornado can loft. By the way, St. Clair County, this is going to be out of your area in about a minute, okay? So this is almost out of St. Clair County. Moving up toward Ohatchee, Middleton, Grayton right now, and this is the latest track. Ottery at 245, 10 Islands, 245. We're talking about Oak Level at 252, Colwell 253, Crystal Springs 253, Pilgrim's Rest at 253, Reed's Mill at 254, and Southside, hear me out, 254. Southside, this is heading your way. Alexandria, this is also going to be tracking your way. Jacksonville, Bonnybrook, Asbury, all in the path of this tornado. Right now around Ohatchee, there's Alexandria. It's going to be 5 miles from Alexandria. At the speed this is moving, it's about 5 minutes away. It's right there, Ohatchee and Middleton. Pretty tight rotation. That is a serious storm that we're looking at right now. Still seeing the rotation tracker, very impressive. If you're between Crystal Springs and all the way down toward Bush, I want to make sure you're in your safe place because we do have the likelihood that a tornado is reaching the ground, that it's going to cause damage, it's going to knock trees down. We've got a history of power outages from this as well. So keep that in mind. It's going to be one tornado coming in, could be even after another back to the west. We're seeing a few shear markers out there. I'm hoping those things back in the western part of the state behave, but still it is going to be a concern. Crystal Springs and Union. Let's go ahead, Matt. Let's zero in on this and what's going on. So this is going to be Grayson Road. Bryant Road, I want to give you that first alert. If you're at Bryant Road, State Route 144, Mountain View, we want to make sure you're in your safe place. Alexandria, we want to make sure you're in your safe place all the way up toward Wellington and Union, Prickettville and Sulphur Springs. Get in your safe place now. This is a dangerous tornado that is tracking your way. Cedar Springs, Leedens Mill, all areas that are going to be impacted by this tornado. We'll switch over right now to, that's Hoax Bluff, and we've got our Hoax Bluff camera looking out toward that area, waiting for the possible crossing of that tornado as it gets a little bit closer. No warning now for Hoax Bluff, but we've got a camera kind of aimed that way so we can see in that direction. Numerous reports of damage this afternoon across Shelby County. We're working St. Clair County to see if we have some damage there as well. I know we had some trees down back into Bibb County and even parts of Hale County earlier today. By the way, I want to give you that first alert. If you're watching, do we have new tornado warnings, guys? I just want to make sure.
Yes, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, and Walker.
All right, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, and Walker. So we're going to have to juggle multiple warnings here. And here we go. Northern Tuscaloosa County. This is going to include Jasper and Dora all the way up toward the Sipsey area. This is going to be around Sandtown. We haven't forgotten about you in Calhoun County. We're watching that too. Alexandria, a first alert. Make sure you are in your safe place while we work this storm. Sandtown and Bethel. Right now, we are seeing a pretty good rotation on radar. This is moving up toward Drifton, Powellville right now. The forward speed is about 50 miles per hour. Here's the latest track from our computers, and we're seeing Bethel at 2:57, Marietta at 3 o'clock, Oakman at 3:01, Dixie Springs at 3:02, and we'll have a good vantage point on this from our airport camera. And in fact, Joey over there at the airport told me that he had a funnel he saw pass over not too long ago. So you may see some of that as this moves on into parts of this is going to be Walker County. And the majority of this warning is going to be in Walker County. It's going to graze right there, the southeastern tip of Fayette County. So Sandtown, Bethel, all the way down toward Pleasant Field and Kings Mill. So I want to make sure you are getting that first alert, looking at all the information coming in here from different weather watchers as we are tracking these.
JP, I just want to point out over 400 lightning strikes with this storm here. This is a very significant storm over Calhoun County. I just want to say, if you're in Wellington, Highway 431, if you're on Highway 21 in the Jacksonville area, Jacksonville State and areas to the north, we're looking at strong signals of a tornado here with this storm, and all the lightning you can see, it's almost continuous. Crystal Springs, this thing's about to cross, and it's going to be very close to Cobb City here, all the way down to Alexandria. And as JP noted, we're also tracking a secondary tornado warning in northern Tuscaloosa County. That's actually the same storm that produced the warning for Aliceville. It weakened. Now it's recycling across northern Tuscaloosa County. That's going to put this just outside of Northside Samantha. This is going to be moving into Walker County, so if you're in Oakman, anywhere along Highway 69, Wyndham Springs, Wiley area, back towards Townley and Parrish. Okay, if you're watching us in Walker County, we're tracking that storm there, but also this one that's produced damage across the state today. This has been one of those storms, I can't tell you how many times we've tracked tornadic storms that started around Tuscaloosa, Hale, Greene counties and end up here across northern Calhoun, and eventually this could make it into southern Cherokee County. Just want to point that out. Colvin's Gap, if you're in Asbury, if you're at Knighton's Crossroads, anywhere from Jacksonville north, okay, that's where this will be passing. And you can see a strong indication, still a strong inbound, outbound signal. So we've got the rotation showing up. Worst of this now, Ohatchee, looks like this is to the north and east of you. Markton, Old Harmony, if you're watching us there, looks like this is passing it to the south. So we're now tracking multiple tornado warnings. We're going to stay on this one. We're going to head back over to JP. We're watching the system now, northern Tuscaloosa and Walker County.
All right, thank you very much, Wes, and be on standby with the Jasper weather camera. There's our debris. What are we looking at there?
That's Calhoun County.
All right.
Showing.
Okay, so we've got the warning right now for Walker County, northern Tuscaloosa, as well as parts of Fayette County. Make sure you're in your safe spot. We're going to have to move back over here to Calhoun County. And the reason why, we've got a debris signature showing up there. In fact, Wes, well, I've got it over here on this computer as well. You see this circle? This means that the tornado is touching the ground and we've got debris lofted. This is a concern for us for Alexandria. We're going to spend some time on this in Calhoun County. Be thinking about this in Cherokee County. It's moving up towards your way too. Also Piedmont. We've got Rick Freeman, our weather watcher there in Piedmont. So again, this Ohatchee in the inset. Okay, here's a live look right now from Ohatchee. If you guys are able in the control room to take that up full, that is a live picture right now from Ohatchee over in Calhoun County. This is
I was stuck on that road over there. I was trying to make sure, and I was like,
okay,
I can't hear anybody.
That's where we have the debris signature over there in Ohatchee. And as I am looking at, I believe that's damage right there in the right-hand corner of the screen. I'm not sure exactly what that is. We'll effort that in just a little bit, but yeah, damage in Ohatchee. A live report coming in right now. This is moving toward Alexandria at the moment. So that is the damage in Ohatchee from that tornado. So no surprise that we've got a debris signature considering what we're seeing right there. So let's go back to the radar maps and Walker County. We haven't forgotten about you. We're going to check out Walker County in just a moment. But we got one on the ground right now, and this is a concern for Alexandria right now in Calhoun County. So, Matt, if we can zoom in on kind of the path of this and maybe go back to storm relative or base velocity, I want to look at where this is going to be ending up. So right here's this is the signature. We're going to zoom into this right now, get in around Wellington, and this is going to be, I think, to the north of Alexandria. Okay, I know Alexandria, you're down here under the banner. So this is going to be right here to the north of Alexandria, Sulphur Springs, Pricketville, Angel State, Cedar Springs, and West Point. Make sure you are in your safe place. This is a tornado that has a history of producing damage, numerous damage reports. Same tornado we started on a long time ago. I don't even know how many hours ago we had that warning, but we've been with it all the way across the state. It's moving at 60 miles per hour. If you're around Wellington Road or Pricketville, make sure you're in your safe place. Angel, safe place. Get to your safe place. Also, if you are over in Piedmont and even the Jacksonville area where this is eventually going to be going. I see we do have a shear marker on that. Let's back out on AccuTrack just a little bit here, and I am seeing that shear marker around Duke, and that's going to move up toward just to the north of Angel based on what I'm seeing right here. So this is going to move right up through this way. And there's the shear marker. Just saw that pop in. So this indicates this whole thing is rotating right now. Piedmont, make sure you're in your safe place. If you're in Piedmont, you got a little time before this moves your way. Asbury, Max Wellborn, Merrilton, all areas that are going to be impacted by this. We're going to switch gears. Calhoun County, hunker down. I'll be back. Let's go back over to Walker County and show you what's going on right now in Walker County. That warned area now, the majority of that warned area in Walker County, I know your weather radio is probably going off for Fayette County. It's only just a small percentage there of Fayette County. Most of this is going to be in Walker County. This does not even really include the Berry area. North of Berry, all clear. And this is almost out of Tuscaloosa County. This is going to be moving up toward Bankhead Parish and Drifton. There's I-22 right now, moving up towards Sipsey and Powellville. Bethel is where we're seeing that area of rotation. It does not compare in the intensity of what we're seeing over on the east side of the state. So I want to make sure if you're in Walker County, you're in your safe place. But the storm that seems to be causing the most problems, and we have the history of the debris and we got the damage, is over in East Alabama. So we're going to give you a track on this in Walker County. We'll come back and revisit this again. I want to make sure if you're in Jasper, you are in your safe place. In a moment, do we have the Jasper camera, Matt, that we could put, the one over at the airport? I think I had them kind of move that around more toward the southwest. I just want to lay eyes on that storm. Sardis, Oakman, Gorgas area, Jasper, of course, Cordova, Barney. This is going to be moving right there toward the Bethel area. This is the track moving Marietta at 304, Dixie Springs 306, Pleasant Field at 309, and Providence at 309. This is a very intense thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And were you able to see anything, Matt, on the Jasper camera? It's okay. We're looking at, of course, Chelsea earlier had the tornado just to the west of there, and we're going to check out Walker County. Then we're going to head back over to Calhoun County as quickly as we possibly can. Wes, are you standing by with Calhoun?
Yeah, I've
Okay.
got Calhoun pulled.
All right, and nothing there on that Walker County?
I can't.
Okay, stand by. Let me find some.
Okay,
real quick.
yeah.
Wes, I'll let you take it. We're going to find this real quick here.
Okay, yeah, we're zoomed in here over Calhoun County, and I've got multiple views pulled up. What you're looking at is Crystal Springs. This is where we're detecting the tornado. You're looking here at a debris signature that we're detecting with the tornado. That's it right around Sulphur Springs. And then also over here around, you can see the velocity on this particular panel. So we're seeing the rotation that's showing up. Let me actually go to full screen on this so you can see. I want to take this off of multiple mode. So right now, if we had to go in here and find where the tornado would be, it's across 431 at the moment. Glencoe, this is passing south of you. Here's an update. Webster Chapel, 3 o'clock. Well, just updated. Yeah, Webster Chapel, 3 o'clock. New Liberty at 3:01. Jacksonville, this is just to the west of you. It's approaching Jacksonville at the moment. We'll give you the all clear once this passes. I will tell you, unlike a few moments ago, let me actually look at this from high top. We'll look at this from another view. Well, there we go. Still some strong indications. We look at this from multiple radar sites, high top in Birmingham. There's Wellington that we told you about. It's now crossing 431. So Mount Polk, you are in the path of this. County Road 23, Clark Road, anywhere from Weaver to Jacksonville to Knighton's Crossroads. JP, I mentioned a few moments ago, how many storms have we tracked from one side of the state to the other? It seems like northern Calhoun County, that's kind of a popular zone through there.
Last time I tracked anything that far, it was April 27th. We were in the same studio tracking the storms all the way across the state, and this one has held together a good, eyeball in it. This is probably 80 miles or so, at least, that we have seen a storm holding together and producing a tornado. It is moving up toward Piedmont, as Wes suggested. We're going to go back into Walker County. And we're going to go visit that storm right now because we're still seeing some signs of rotation around the Bethel area. We do have our Jasper Airport camera standing by. Wes has got that up. I'm going to go ahead and we'll go. There we go. That's a look right now, and conditions obviously very favorable for severe weather there. It's 70 over 70, dew point 70, and we have the air temperature 70. So that is some juicy air that we're seeing right there in Walker County. The severe weather is not to the airport area yet, but I've got folks there that are watching for us. As that moves through. Tornado warning in effect right now. This is Walker County only. It is Walker County. It's out of Fayette and out of northern Tuscaloosa County. We'll head back over to the radar, and just want to make sure if you're in that polygon area right there between Corona and Bethel, make sure that you're in your safe place. Bankhead Parish, Aldridge, Drifton, all areas that could be impacted. Oakman as well. Be in your safe place as this tracks up toward probably even Cordova and Sipsey. Again, another storm moving very, very quickly. We'll go back, Matt, to the other side of the state where we do have what we call the storm of the day. Wes, you have something?
Yeah, just to let you know, JP, the Weather Service, they are noting that rotation has broadened a little bit there in Walker County, as you mentioned.
Yeah. And by the way, Cherokee County now under that tornado warning. So southern Cherokee County does not include Center. This is going to be south of Center, south of Weiss Lake. This is going to be the southern part of Cherokee County, and we'll go back into reflectivity mode here. Just want to kind of see how this is shaping up. It's probably got some hail in it as well. We'll check it out. Asbury, Alsip, Borden Springs, Ball Flat, and Pope. A first alert. We have a very, very strong storm. This is a supercell that we have tracked across the entire state, now moving through northern parts of Calhoun County. The damage, at least at this point, the heaviest damage that I've seen, pretty significant in Ohatchee, had some damage in Helena. You get around 280 and Shelby County, the Shoal Creek area, Indian Springs, we've got damage. We got damage 119. We've got damage around Eagle Point. So again, a first alert. It is a messy setup in that part of the state right now, or that part of our viewing area. Eagle Point, again, multiple reports that we're seeing of damage and injuries. Mickey Ferguson is there. In fact, my wife was also there taking, she had some pictures that she sent. We live very close to that area. So there you go. This is moving up toward Ellisville right now and also up toward Ball Flat. Matt, the way this is looking as this moves over into northeastern Calhoun County, we're starting to see a little bit less rotation with this. Perhaps as it gets to the north of that warm front, we may be looking at the ingredients really not quite as together as they were for this storm to be so healthy.
You know, you're right, JP, but this thing has been cycling the entire time. So when we think it's weakening, sometimes it grows into a bigger storm. And I really want to show you how this is a long track tornado. This is a shear swath. This is showing the track pretty much of this storm. We're talking about Bibb County, West Blockton, through Chelsea, or just north and west of Alabaster and Chelsea, through Pell City, and now moving right through Calhoun County. This is definitely what you would define as a long track tornado that's been cycling. It develops, makes contact, and then it lifts, and then it redevelops once again. So this has been going on for several hours. This has been the main storm we've been tracking for
I will interrupt you 1 second,
yes.
Matt. Canceling Walker County.
Okay, good.
All right, canceling Walker County. So we may want to refresh that, Wes,
Yeah.
on the computer there.
And Fayette was also in that warning.
Yeah.
They're canceled as well.
All right, Matt, sorry about that. Just
No, that's
to let the
good.
folks rest easy a little bit in Walker County.
All right, yeah, no, that is good news right there that we do not have that warning. But we are watching some storms as well towards the south and west. Just east of Meridian and Mississippi, we have a tornado warning, so we're watching that as well towards Sumter. Nothing for now, but something to watch. But as we do an overview, it's always important to do that overview to let people know what's going on. For now, the only active warnings that we're seeing is in northeastern parts of our area, southern parts of Cherokee County and in Calhoun. Everyone else is seeing some really heavy rain. We've got flash flood warnings in effect for many counties, including Jefferson, Tuscaloosa, and northbound even into parts of Coleman County. So heavy rain, a significant concern for central Alabama. The reason why we're not talking about you right now is because you don't have a tornado warning, which is good news. And we once again encourage everybody to make sure you have that WBRC First Alert weather app downloaded. Jill, she's not in the studio right now, but she is acting, she's going crazy with the notifications and letting us know what's going on. So that's a great resource as well if you're out and about. But tornado warning still continuing. That's the most immediate concern.
Yeah, for Calhoun, Matt, thank you very much. Calhoun and also Cherokee County. 3 o'clock, you're watching WBRC Birmingham, continuous severe weather coverage, first alert weather day, and we are looking at tornado warnings right now, moving toward Asbury, Alsip right now. Make sure you're in your safe place. This is going to move into Cherokee County, south of Center, south of Weiss Lake, and I want to make sure you are in your safe place in Cherokee County. Very important. I think we've got some video queued up right now, and that is potentially that tornado. That's it. That is the tornado. That's over Eagle Point. Eagle Point in Shelby County, where we've had all of the damage. This is the one that moved across Helena, over Pelham, up the 119 area, Indian Springs. That is the tornado that did the damage there in Eagle Point. Moved across 280, took down a bunch of trees up toward Shoal Creek, Highway 43, the Shoal Creek neighborhood. Plenty of damage there. Lots of damage, even reports of injuries that we're hearing in Eagle Point. I know my wife sent me a bunch of video and pictures from, and you can see the debris being lofted of Eagle Point, and there are a lot of houses that are either destroyed or severely damaged. Look at all of the debris being lofted by that tornado that moved across Shelby County. Let's get back to the radar right now. And Matt, you may be very correct on this one, because we see it kind of lose its luster, and there it is again. You know, and I think the only way to get rid of this one is to get it out of the state. And it's moving at about 50 or 60 miles per hour. Piedmont right now, make sure you're in your safe place. Merrilton, Asbury, Colvin's Gap, Alsip, all the way up into Adams Crossroads, Bluffton, a first alert. Storm's moving quickly. It's moving at about 60 miles per hour. And by the way, I want to bring you back up to date. Walker County, you're out of that warning. The warning has been canceled for Walker County, if you were wondering about that. Asbury and Merrilton right here. This is where we're seeing that circulation, and it's just minutes away from southern portions of Cherokee County. So again, I want to make sure you're getting that first alert if you're in Cherokee County. Long track tornado. This is a supercell thunderstorm, very healthy. The environment still healthy for these storms. We've got dew point temperatures mid to upper 60s. Really juicy atmosphere for this active weather up toward Bluffton and Adams Crossroads, Ball Flat, McFray Crossroads. There's our circulation, and it is glowing. I mean, this is textbook in terms of a tornado signature that you would see on radar. There's our famous amber line there, and when you see that marker, pretty guaranteed you're going to have damage, and just about every time we've seen this pop up today, we've had reports of damage. So here we go. New Liberty at 310, Asbury 312, Reeves at 314, Roy Webb at 314, Alsip at 316, Prices at 316, Knighton's Crossroads, it's heading towards you at 312. Pine Grove at 317 and Old Coloma at 322. East-northeast movement at 43 miles per hour. Tell you one thing that's kind of gotten my attention, these have not been incredibly high top storms. I mean, relatively, you know, a lot of these have been 15, 16,000 feet. This particular one, this is the supercell. It's up there towering at about 38, 40,000 feet. So this thing has a lot of updraft in it. It is producing some hail. And we're also looking at that tornado potential right there. A lot of wind shear as this moves over into the eastern part of the viewing area. So if you're watching right now, southern parts of Cherokee County, south of Center, south of Weiss Lake, I want to make sure that you are indeed in your safe place. Again, going back over the list of areas that this is going to be impacting, Jacksonville and northward into Asbury and Merrilton. And we're going to be looking at Alsip right there, Ball Flat. So in just a few minutes, it's going to be around Alsip, Reeves included in that. So a fast-moving storm. Get to your safe place right now if you are in Cherokee County, because it is moving towards you. Classic tornado signature right there. If you want to, Matt, maybe we zoom in a little bit closer and show you some of the streets and neighborhoods where this could be impacting areas. And this is going to be right now showing up around Roy Webb Road. Also New Liberty Road, Roy Webb Cutoff Road, Law Martin Road, and Piedmont Cutoff, Natville Road also in the track of this rotating storm, possible tornadic storm. This is the one that has caused all of the damage today. So we're zoomed in real close so we can name off the individual storms and streets. There's a look at Piedmont. Piedmont, make sure you're in your safe place. Vigo, make sure you're in your safe place as well. So this is going to pass real close to our buddy Rick Freeman, who's our weather watcher over there in the northeastern part of the state. Rotating storm moving at about 50 miles per hour right now. We're still seeing plenty of rain back out to the west, incredibly heavy rain in Walker County back through Tuscaloosa, but none of that is severe at this point. We are not seeing any warnings in effect on the western side of the state, at the least not right now. Wes Wyatt in the First Alert Weather Center. Wes has got the Hoax Bluff camera up, and he's looking at that storm as we kind of eyeball it to the south.
Yeah, JP, watching this storm in areas back to the east there from Hoax Bluff, and you know, you can see the low cloud base. I think we actually lost the signal. In fact, you may notice our signal kind of blinked a little bit. I think we just had another lightning strike here at the station. We've had a lot of cloud to ground lightning. And one thing I also want to point out, if you look at that map, I know you see a lot of red, our warning alert map in the upper left-hand corner. Most of what you see there, those are flash flood warnings. We have a lot of flooding happening out there, many of the secondary roads, so be extra careful. These areas that are more prone to flooding. First off, we're going to have some problems in those areas. All right, I'm getting word now that we've got some more live images coming in from Shelby County. This is Eagle Point. Okay, yeah, Eagle Point. We're bringing. Okay, this is our first live picture that we have from Eagle Point. We showed you a few moments ago, and we'll try to get that for you again. Just some incredible footage there as that tornado moved through this area. You can see it looks like the secondary floor of one home there with some significant damage, and you know, that's why we often say, you know, that those lower levels, a lot of tree damage in that area, down power lines. 280, Highway 280 right there across Double Oak Mountain. We saw where the tornado crossed in that area. I've got reports, had some reports coming in around Helena where we had some tree damage. County Road 13, I noticed a photo a few moments ago, some traffic backed up there because of some trees down over County Road 13 in those areas. But from Helena all the way over to Highway 280, this same storm that we're tracking, if you're watching us right now in Calhoun County, this is that same storm that moved through Shelby County, and at this point it is about to cross looks like right around Knighton's Crossroads here. If we get in really close on this storm, it is right at, I gave you the first alert at Knighton's Crossroads in County Road 19. In those areas, we are zoomed in to northern Calhoun County, southern Cherokee County. You know, JP, we're not under a warning in southern Cherokee County, but this is almost into Cherokee County. If you are watching us anywhere
You
here,
actually are. You're under a warning in southern Cherokee.
Okay, so we do have southern.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got southern Cherokee included. So southern Cherokee County, I didn't see the polygon there. So yeah, southern Cherokee County, you're included. Frog Mountain, McFray Crossroads and Pleasant Gap, just looking at the path of this. You know, the worst of this may stay just north Duggar Mountain and Piedmont and these areas. It looks like it's going to cross up here further to the west as it crosses 278, by the way, Highway 278, and then making its way up towards Estes Crossroads at this point. So tracking the same storm, we've got pictures coming in. We've had video of the tornado from storm spotters in the area and various footage as the tornado crossed Shelby County. We're going to try to go back to Mickey here in a little while. Mickey is on the scene also and sharing some live reports there from the Eagle Point part of Shelby County. This is the one warning that we have. Same storm that started out around Hale and Greene counties. As we look to the north, it looks like another tornado warning around the Florence area. So up around Franklin County, looks like we got another warning. And multiple warnings right now. I'll tell you this, if you're in southern Pickens and Sumter County, let's see what's going on here across Mississippi. We need to watch some of these storms. I think the air a bit further north, and JP, you can jump in on this, but you know, we've had a lot of rain in this area.
Yeah.
Matt, you may want to go to some of the surface observations and let's see what's happening here in this northern zone. But I can tell you here, there we go, Sumter County included in a tornado warning right now just issued. So these southern areas a bit more unstable. Matt?
Yeah, Wes, I'm going to go ahead and check out those temperatures as well, just to get a little better idea of what's going on. And I'm going to take off these warnings too, but especially when you start seeing the red colors, that shows the warmer temperatures. Here in Birmingham, it looks like we are cooled. We got some rain-cooled air, Wes, 68 degrees.
Yeah, that's a big story, you know, if 60s, and, you know, if we can cool things off a little bit, Matt, that would help us out. You know, these areas to the south where we have 70s in play right now, and we noticed Tuscaloosa earlier had jumped up to around 74 degrees. This is the same storm. Most of the, looks like, Matt, some of the worst of this may actually almost be in Cherokee County, moving east-northeast. Estes Crossroads, I mentioned, McFray Crossroads, and Frog Mountain. Jacksonville, looks like the worst of this is passing just to the north of you at the moment. It's crossing 278 at Knighton's Crossroads. There's Knighton's Crossroads we told you about. And Frog Mountain community in southern Cherokee County. Let's just look at the lightning with this. Still quite intense. And I want to point something out. We look at this from high top, and we look at the wow. The gate-to-gate shear with this, the inbound, outbound winds. You see right there, that is the couplet, and this thing still could be producing damage. Let's see if we have, looks like we still have somewhat of a debris signature that's still showing up with this as well. Let me make sure we have rotation tracker turned on. So Alexandria, Ohatchee, all these areas we've been talking about right there along 431. I will tell you the worst of this has now passed you. We still need to be on alert anywhere from Knighton's Crossroads northeast, okay? Goshen back towards Rock Run, those areas in southern Cherokee County. And I will tell you this, between Center and Piedmont, all those locations, it's going to be crossing right in there, possibly around Ellisville, okay? If you're watching in Ellisville, I want to give you that first alert. But this storm, as we noted, it's going to probably stay this way until it exits the state, and it may continue to produce some damage as it moves over towards Rome, Georgia, and moves out of the state of Alabama. We've got some flash flooding concerns around the city of Birmingham right now. I want to point that out for folks out responding where we have some damage that's happened here in Shelby County. I just want to point out still some indications there could be some lightning out there, so be careful. We got a couple of these storms over in the Shelby County. Tuscaloosa County, the thunderstorm activity starting to ramp up again. Some very heavy rain moving in from Coker, very close to Moore's Bridge and Highway 171. Pouring rain around Lake Tuscaloosa right now. But if we look in here at the rotation tracker, there's some weak rotation. It's showing up in there, especially over here in Tuscaloosa County, but not quite as significant at the moment. That storm that had us concerned in southern Walker County, where we have some of the strongest winds right now, Cedar Lake, Good Springs Parish, there's no active warning on this, but we got some heavy rain, West Jefferson, Medora, and Sipsey, okay? We haven't forgotten about you. We're watching these areas closely. Coleman County as well. You can see a lot of rain in areas to the north. But I want to go back over to JP. We've been examining this storm. that's moving into Cherokee County now, JP, and you know, just looking at that camera, I think we may have lost that signal in Hoax Bluff, but some of the worst of this mostly about to exit Calhoun County.
Yeah, we may have some other Gadsden cameras that we can access to probably get a vantage point. We've got, I believe, 2 other cameras there in Gadsden. We're looking at right now. And by the way, the little inset there is a live picture from Shelby County. That is the Eagle Point neighborhood. Serious damage there, even reports of injuries. This is the same storm that we're looking at right now, and this is going now into Cherokee County. Cherokee County, Bomar, Ellisville, all the way down to McFry Crossroads. I want to make sure you're getting that first alert. It's still a very impressive storm on radar. Temperatures over in the eastern part of our viewing area in the mid-60s. The environment, it's a little cooler over there, but still, apparently, it's still conducive for tornadoes to stay with us, because we're seeing this one. This is the storm is so well organized. It's a supercell. It's about 40,000 feet tall, that it really is just hanging together, and it's probably going to, you know, end up in Cartersville, Georgia, still as a supercell thunderstorm. The way this is looking, we do have that rotation that's now moving out of Calhoun County, that is moving on into Cherokee County right now. And I want to make sure, you know, Sumter County, which is just outside of our viewing area, is under a tornado warning right now. We'll have to monitor this because southern Pickens County, as well as Greene County, you may be looking at some additional severe weather on through Hale County. So we're watching right here. That storm is not in Sumter yet, but it's right here, almost at the line. So we're going to be watching these things for a while. This air mass may not be worked over quite as much. And up to the north, we're starting to see some tornado warnings that may eventually move into maybe the Muscle Shoals area, maybe into Franklin County. We'll have to watch these storms back through here, even across Mississippi, because remember, this is really still the high-risk area that was issued by the Storm Prediction Center. High-risk area, and we need to just make sure that we don't see any additional strong to severe weather moving through that area. Wes, did you have something?
Well, yeah, we're going to go to Mickey here soon, but if we can go to Apple TV, I just want to show you, I got some pictures here coming in from one of our family members, Lacey Sensula, out on off of Highway 119. I've got that on the Apple TV source if we want to go to it. Yeah, we're going to get that for you here in a second. But this was off of 119, Indian Springs area. Some of the damage you can see there looks like some roof damage and a lot of trees down. That's again off of 119. Be careful out there. This is where a lot of those reports coming in. You know, where we were tracking this just over Oak Mountain. Let's get back to JP.
Yeah.
This thing's tight. We've got another system that may be about to produce a warning. Let's get to that.
Yeah, we want to get ahead of this. I know we're hearing a little bit of natural sound there from some of our live pictures, but I want to show you what's going on right now toward Walker County and up toward Dora, right there on the Black Warrior River. On the Warrior River, we're seeing we're seeing some shear start to intensify, and this is going to be right there around Gorgas. Okay, the old power plant there, moving up toward West Jefferson, Bryan, and also the Dora area. So I want to make sure you're getting that information. There's not a warning out on it yet. You're not going to hear that information yet, but we've got our eye on it. We're looking at every storm out here to make sure that we're not starting to see some rotation, but we are seeing some signs of rotation right here. That is concerning. That's going to be moving toward Kilgore, Sayre, and West Jefferson. So right now, there's I-22. I'm giving you that first alert that we're going to be looking at the possibility of some more active weather moving into West Jefferson County, may eventually move into northern parts of Jefferson County. Weather Service is looking at that very closely. Let's go ahead, Matt, and we'll get a track on it. All these storms are moving at about 50 miles per hour. So I want to give you a track. I want you to start thinking about that severe weather plan. Okay, so we're going to track from right here, moving northeast, 50 miles per hour. Takes it right across Kimberly and Morris. There's Wegra at 323, Quintown at 324, Riverside Estates at 326, West Jefferson 326, Quentin at 327, and Wyatt at 327 as well. This is going to be, you know where the Bluff Creek area is, right there on the river. That's going to be moving toward that area all the way across into Jefferson County. So a first alert there, not a tornado warning, but we're starting to see see things start to tighten up a little bit in that part of our viewing area. We're also watching Greene County closely because we've got a storm that's moving into Sumter County that may eventually move into Greene County. I want to go back into Cherokee County, and we'll show you where we had that tornado warning. This is practically out of Calhoun County, but it's going to be in southern Cherokee County. Cherokee County, I'm talking to you. This is where we are seeing a strong rotation still around Ellisville, Adams Crossroads, Exie, Bluffton, and Pleasant Gap. So about another probably 5 to 6 minutes. Probably 10 minutes based on the forward speed of this. Probably about 10 minutes this is going to be in Georgia based on what we're seeing right now. So one tornado warning in our viewing area at this point in time. A couple of suspicious areas, and we do have our eye again on Greene County. If you're in Greene County already, don't let your guard down. You got more stuff that may be heading your way. So Greene County, Utah area, we're talking about you right now. Even though you don't have any warnings in place, we're watching mess coming out of Mississippi that will move into Sumter County. Wes Wyatt is in the First Alert Weather Center. Behind him, the Gadsden Sky Vision camera, and we are looking at some pretty soupy weather out there.
Yeah, we are, JP, and just want to, say for folks around Rock Run, southern Cherokee County, the Goshen area, there's Bluffton. This is still a significant storm right now, and all indications it's producing a tornado right now. Make sure you stay put. We'll give you the all clear once this passes by. It's now crossing 278. We're about to get the worst of this. It's kind of hugging the Calhoun, Cherokee County line at the moment. As we continue to track this same storm in Cherokee County, we want to take you to where some of that damage has occurred already across Shelby County. Mickey Ferguson standing by from the First Alert Weather Team, and Mickey's been on site where we've had a lot of this damage that's happened around the Eagle Point area, and we're going to bring Mickey up right now. Mickey, you're joining us now, and it looks like some significant damage behind you there. Sad to see some of those photos.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see this, Wes, but that is a house. It used to be a house right there. This is in Eagle Point, and I'm joined here by Estelle Mace. Estelle was living next door when this tornado hit, and she helped rescue the people that were in that house. Tell us your story there.
Well, hey, by the way, stand by an Apple TV. Do we have an Apple TV?
I'm on.
I got Apple TV. Hold on, I got something on Apple TV.
Kicked us off there.
I got something right here.
Okay.
This is worthwhile to look at, folks. This is from, let's go back. And this is the tornado as it went across highway right there. That is the tornado. This is going to be right there around Greystone. And it's on Apple TV. That's the actual tornado, folks, right there. That's the picture of it. And I don't think that's, they may not be able to get to that in the control room. I'll leave it up. You guys can figure that out. Let's get back to the tornado warning that is currently in place. And again, back into Cherokee County, Frog Mountain, Adams Crossroads, McFry Crossroads, Pope, and Noah. Those are areas that may be impacted by that tornado. So right there, that's going to be Adams Crossroads. We're looking at Cherokee County. We do have one tornado warning right now for Cherokee County, and that is, really, they have not cleared out Calhoun County, but it has now crossed into Calhoun County, and we may have one forthcoming. Matt, are you watching National Weather Service chat? Are they talking about this one?
Yeah, they are. They're watching that circulation right now. Right now, not warned, but definitely
Okay.
keep an eye on it.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. So we do have that area, Matt, that's moving up toward Bagley and Hull, and it's going to be making its way up toward the corner area. So we're watching that rotation, that area. We're looking live again. That's Eagle Point on Highway 280. That's where we had some damage earlier. We're looking at a live picture from right there. That was crossing Highway 280. Pretty good sound on that too, natural sound. There's looking toward Robbins Crossroads, Brent Crossroads, and this is moving up toward the Vulcan area and Flat Top. Now crossing I-22, crossing the I-22 area. This is showing is really kind of a broader kind of thing where you may not have a tornado there, but you may have more of a straight line wind deal. It's certainly something that could do some damage that we need to watch out for, but right now, no tornado warning warning on that. It's being evaluated by the National Weather Service. Heavy rain in Tuscaloosa County, and we're looking back toward parts of Sumter County, where we have these things are kind of lining up back out to the west and northwest. Pretty intense out there as what we're looking at toward Gainesville and Bologee. Right here is that circulation moving towards Sledge and Hamner. That's just outside of our viewing area, but we're talking about this because it could be moving toward Clinton and Utah. Make sure you are getting that first alert. Get that first alert there for parts of Greene County. So that's what we have right now.
All right, now I'm working on getting this photo here. Actually, we can go to that right now.
Did you manage to find that one that was, we had, Wes?
Yeah, I sent that. And where's this at, JP?
That's right there at Greystone at Highway 280. It's close to Greystone Cleaners.
Yeah, check this. If we're going to go to our Apple TV source, and we may try to get back to Mickey here in a few moments. We're just getting a lot of look at that. That is the tornado there, and look how it's going. You know, right along the mountain, the terrain, no impact. It's going right down the face of that Oak Mountain right there, and producing the damage. You can see it looks like maybe another little vortex there to the right of the main tornado, JP. But a violent situation there across Shelby County, and we're seeing the reports coming in right now. Cherokee County, this is the kind of system here that we're tracking that's moving across Rock Run areas, Forney, Bluffton, McFray Crossroads, anywhere between McFray Crossroads and Center. You know, Goshen, we've talked a lot about that, you know, historic tornado that impacted that part of Cherokee County, the Goshen Church tornado from years ago. You know, this is an area here across southern Cherokee County. You know, a lot of times when we see these high impact tornado events in the western part of the state, they often translate into the eastern part of the state in these same zones right there in southern Cherokee County. But that's a photo coming in. That was from Shelby County of the tornado that crossed there. But those spotters, I'll tell you what, JP, very close.
Yeah.
Crossed.
Yeah, I think that was an accidental spotter. That was a friend of mine's niece, and she just happened to be in that area. I was like, oh my gosh. And my wife was kind of not too far from there, and she said it passed in front of her on Highway 280. So this was very close to, right there at Eagle Point, essentially. The Greystone Cleaners. There is an Italian restaurant there on 280. You know exactly where I'm talking about. There's a little shopping center on both sides. I think Shelby County Sheriff's Office has a substation on one side of that. Bryan and Quentin, this is where we're seeing some circulation right now. And I want to tell you, Kimberly and Morris up through Warrior, you're going to be looking at this pass your way, Bagley and Corner. You may have, it may be more of a straight line wind deal, but again, I just want to give you a heads up. The computer, what's the computer telling us there? Probably 80-mile-per-hour winds based on that. Okay, around 70-mile-per-hour winds. Enough to do some damage there, crossing 78 Highway, already just to the north there of I-22. And again, going back into Cherokee County, we still have that warning in Cherokee County. It's a tornado warning. It's now, they can clear that out of Calhoun County because this now is in Cherokee County, and this is moving toward Bauxite and Bluffton. There's our circulation right here. This is going to cross the Georgia line in about 5 to 6 minutes. So about 5-6 minutes, that's going to be out of Cherokee County, and we'll have a better news to report. But I'm afraid to say I do have concern about farther off to the west and even the southwest of us. I think we could see some additional severe weather over the next several hours. This system's coming through fairly quickly, but it is really not letting up. This storm, the only way we could get rid of this storm is to get it out of the state. It has held together since we started tracking it back into Hale County. It has been rotating all the way through. It has been causing damage across the entire state. So this one in Cherokee County right now around Rock Run and up toward Adams Crossroads, that's a big deal. And again, if you're in this part of Cherokee County, I want to make sure that you are in your safe place. Tornado warning continues for Cherokee County. What's probably coming up here over the next couple of hours, we may run into some issues in northern Jefferson County, maybe southern Coleman County, based on what I'm seeing from the computer and some of the higher winds in parts of Walker County. I do have some concern that some of these storms could make their way back into Greene County. and we could get some additional severe weather moving up toward Utah. We'll have to wait and see. Depending this environment, it has rained some, so we may be looking at a little bit more stability there. I hope so. I think the northwestern part of the state, as we kind of reset the situation here, as we get into the shoals, there's going to be that potential for some severe weather there, including again up toward Muscle Shoals, tornado threat. And look at the rainfall. This is incredible. Flash flooding is going to be another issue there. This is 24-hour rainfall totals, and you get up into Coleman County, 4.1 inches of rain, 2.8 up into northern Tuscaloosa County, over 2 inches of rain there in Gadsden, and rainfall amounts certainly lower down to the south, and that does concern me a little bit because you look at some of these areas perhaps that have not been worked over as much by the heavy rain, and you may look at additional tornado warnings perhaps moving into parts of Greene County. This is kind of our warm front right through here, so this area is ripe for that severe weather. The warm front not quite into the Huntsville area. The really juicy air is even farther to the south with our temperatures in the 70s. Look at that. Demopolis at 76 degrees. Incredibly warm there. 73 in Utah. Prime time for additional severe weather there. So that is going to be concerning. We'll be watching that storm as it perhaps makes its way into Greene County. Let's look at some additional storms that could be moving toward Marengo County, toward the Demopolis area out of Mississippi. So we want to give you the broad view. What's coming up next and where we could have some additional problems. And I want to again emphasize northern parts of Jefferson County up toward Kimberly and Warrior. You can have some issues there. Look at that. That's a pretty good circulation that's moving up toward Gainesville, and this is going to make its way up toward Bolagie here probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes if that does indeed hold together. So that would make its way into Greene County. Weather Service is looking at that very closely right now. Sumter County is just outside of our viewing area. The reason we're talking about this, we may be looking at a storm that would quickly make its way across the river there and make its way on into Greene County, which is indeed in our viewing area. Let's go back into Cherokee County. Still have that active warning in Cherokee County, southern part of Cherokee County. Tornado warning in effect. Few more minutes. It's going to be gone. It's going to be in Georgia. So we'll be looking at that. Bluffton and Bauxite, Adams Crossroads. Right here's that circulation about 5 minutes away from crossing the state line. Adams Crossroads, Bauxite, Fording. Make sure you are in your safe place. Highway 25 there. Make sure you're in your safe place. And Cherokee County, a first alert. We've been tracking the tornado warned area, and we've been keeping a close watch on it. We've shown you some of the damage pictures. This is one that certainly has a bad track record on it. Supercell thunderstorm. What Matt's showing you is that track all the way across the state. Look at that. Helena and all the way through Pell City, Ragland area. Ohatchee, we had some damage there. So look at this. This is about 90 miles. 90 miles of a rotating thunderstorm. And really, we started on this. It didn't have the radar signature as much, but we started tracking this back in Hale County. So much of the state, we've been looking at this. So again, let's go back over to Dora there real quickly.
Yeah, it looks.
That's broad.
Yeah, it looks like a straight line wind.
Yeah.
Kind of event.
Almost, could be, maybe a microburst or something going on there. Doesn't mean anything you take lightly. You could have some higher winds through that. And that's going to be tracking over toward Kimberly and Morris and eventually I-65. So keep that in mind. Right there, an area that we need to watch very closely. Walker County moving into Jefferson County, right there around the Warrior River that we're currently looking at. So the tornado warning continues right now for at least a couple more minutes for Cherokee County. Wes has just returned to the First Alert Weather Center, and again back here toward the Bagley area and Partridge Crossroads. That's kind of a broad area of some high winds. If we're going to have any circulation, maybe around Crossroads or Partridge Crossroads, again, make sure you're taking your severe weather precautions if you're in that area in Walker and right there toward Jefferson County, because some higher winds moving that way. Wes?
Yeah. Right now, JP, what we want to do we have Rick Freeman on the line? Okay, we're working on, I just actually talked to one of our weather watchers there, Rick Freeman in Piedmont. And Rick, you hear me okay?
Yeah, sure can, Wes.
All right, Rick Freeman, weather watcher there in the Piedmont area, and Rick's been with us for several years. And Rick, you've seen a lot of these big tornadoes, the Goshen United Methodist Church tornado that went through there years ago. Can you tell us what's going on? I'm hearing reports of damage in that area.
Right. We were out on our weather watch team, and we kind of watched the front move through the same way it always goes, believe it or not, through the Goshen area. We were en route there. The rain got so hard we did see the rotation go over. When it all cleared, about that time we seen all our emergency vehicles coming out of Piedmont down to Goshen, and when we arrived on the scene there, we talked to some of the police officers. They are damaged. Their power lines down, posts have been snapped. There are a lot of trees down, and so they said there were damage in that area. So instead of us trying to be part of the problem, we just kind of turned around and came back and notified y'all. But the telephone poles and stuff are snapped in half, lines on the ground, and power's out in those areas.
All right, thanks a lot, Rick, and we'll be standing by. You know, if you have any more reports, share those with us. Again, that's Rick Freeman, our First Alert Weather Watcher in Piedmont, sharing some of those reports that Goshen, north the Rock Run, up around Adams Crossroads, all those areas, reports that this is still producing damage, the same one that's tracked across the entire state here. The worst of this is out of Calhoun County. For folks watching us here, I know we went to Rick in Piedmont there. The worst of this, as Rick noted, now through Cherokee County, we're starting to get some of those damage reports. McFray Crossroads and areas to the north, still some intense lightning. And just looking at this, JP, there's no sign of this thing letting up even after it moves out of Alabama. This is probably going to continue producing some damage into Georgia.
Yeah, this is going to Okay, this is going to end up going straight into Cartersville, Georgia, most likely. Now just beginning to cross the line into Georgia. That tornado warning now extended by the Peachtree City National Weather Service office to include Rome, Georgia. So it is moving now out of the state. We're starting to pick up some heavier winds, of course, in northern parts of Jefferson County. Keep that in mind, crossing over the Warrior River. And there we go. Greene County, here it comes again. We're going to be with you. More tornado warnings coming in out of the southwestern part of our viewing area. So Union and Clinton, let's go ahead and track this through Greene County. Brand new tornado warning. This goes until 4:30 this afternoon. So we do have a tornado warning right now. Mount Hebron area, Clinton and Union. This is going to also include Utah. And again, that's going to track up toward the Moundville area. Here's the latest track. We anticipated that we would probably end up getting another warning there in the Union area or in parts of Greene County. So Gainesville 342, Mount Hebron 347, looks like Clinton at 357, Utah 401, McClure at 405, in Union also at 405. So again, the severe weather just keeps on coming. We don't have the tornado signature now in Greene County, but we want you prepared for it because you do have possibility, at least a radar indicated tornado showing up right now in Sumter County. And all these storms are tracking northeast. We're seeing that movement at about 50 miles per hour. So as one tornado exits the state, we've got more rolling in from Mississippi. This is the kind of the bright color here next to the red. This is where we have that rotation crossing the river, moving up toward Gainesville. If you are in parts right now of Greene County, I want to make sure you are in your safe place. Greene County, Mount Hebron, Clinton area. And again, just like kind of the past of some of these previous storms that would end up maybe southern Tuscaloosa County on into Bibb County, and again, some of the same areas with that previous storm. 80-mile-per-hour winds, possibility. Could be 80 miles per hour or less moving up toward Gainesville. Right here, that is the circulation. So again, a first alert, Mount Hebron, Clinton. I want to make sure that you are in your safe place. And in just a little bit here, we will be sharing some more information about some of that damage that we had in Shelby County. We've got a reporter standing by in Helena who will be able to show us what happened there. So again, these storms, Shoal Creek area, Shoal Creek in Shelby County, I'm getting a lot of pictures, extensive damage in Shoal Creek. It's a mess over there. Highway 43 in Shelby County, Eagle Point, damage along 119. So there's a lot of folks in recovery mode right now. The storm in Cherokee County, moments away from being out into Georgia. So that's not going to be a concern. That was that same storm that caused all the problems. But right now, main concern in terms of anything tornadic out there is going to be coming out of Sumter County on into Greene County, Mount Hebron, Crawford Fork, those areas. Utah, you're in that too. So make sure that you are in your safe safe place. We are looking at multiple tornado warnings. Right now, Greene County is probably the most critical on the map right now. I want to go back into Walker County and Jefferson County to see what's up with that one. That was an area that did have my concern because of some higher winds. That may be working out a little bit better. Let's see what we've got in there. And that does look like some straight line winds. And I would say around the Warrior exit here all the way down toward Kimberly and Morris, you're going to have some high winds. This is going to cross the interstate here, and you're going to have some high winds with this. I don't necessarily know if you got a tornado there or not, but I do think you're going to have some high winds moving up toward Warrior and Kimberly. So I want to make sure in northern parts of Jefferson County, you're in your safe place. At least for a little bit. We need to monitor this. You're going to have some high winds with this as it moves out of corner, Warrior and Kimberly. Notice our little rotating cylinder there indicating that we do have some wind shear. So we need to watch this as it makes its way across northern Jefferson County and eventually on into parts of Blount and even possibly St. Clair County. So we're looking at that area as well. Let's go back into Greene County, see what's happening as we get that rotation right there in Greene County, crossing out of Sumter County. And there you go. Actually, we got one moving up toward Marengo County as well. Another area, this is going to be around Bolagie, Utah, and Union, that we do have a tornado warning in effect right now. So a first alert for that. Utah, make sure you are in your safe place. This is beginning to cross the river out of Sumter County. Folks that have friends and relatives down into Cuba and York, another area that we're going to be crossing or watching. This may eventually make its way into Demopolis, and this storm could impact the southern part of Hale County. So a first alert there. We do have some additional severe weather on the way across the area. It's going to keep us busy today. We want to make sure you stay on high alert for the possibility of additional severe weather over the next several hours. The atmosphere is still very ripe for this. Wes Wyatt is in the First Alert Weather Center. I'm going to toss it over to Wes.
All right, JP, and we're monitoring all the information coming out of Shelby County. I just want to say I've been taking a close look at this storm that we're watching here entering Greene County, West Greene, Bolagie, Union, Utah, Mantua, all these areas there. Again, Highway 14 has been kind of a popular zone here with a lot of this. But one thing I noticed is the forecast radar takes us right towards downtown Tuscaloosa. So let's see what happens with this storm here over about the next 30-40 minutes or so. If it holds together, it looks like this one would move a little bit even further north there towards the Tuscaloosa area based on the forecast radar. Northern Hale County, of course, we'll have to watch that and need to watch what's about to impact. If you're in Demopolis, be ready here. We've got some more intense storms, a tornado warning that's including southern Sumter County. So Ward, York, those areas, Livingston and Point South. I don't know if that quite reaches Choctaw County, but Cuba. This storm could impact areas like Forkland, Highway 43 South, Gallion, Sunshine, Newbern, Greensboro. Okay, if you're in the Greensboro area and Sawyerville, let's pay close attention to this storm that's moving out of southern Sumter County. So we got 2 tornado warnings that's happening. We get over into Choctaw County and just wanting to see what's happening. JP's watching this storm that's you know what, JP? We've got a shear marker right here with this storm around Warrior. We could have some damaging winds happening right now around Warrior and Linton.
That's a good one to spend a little bit of time on. We've been talking about this one for a little while. Wes has zoomed in on that, and I'll let you go ahead and spend a little time on that, and then I'll take the other ones.
Okay, yeah, that's Hayden in the Blunt Springs area. When our system shows us some good indications, we could have something trying to spin up here, or either we're getting some strong indications of some damaging winds. I would certainly be ready to take action here just in case we see this upgraded to a tornado warning, but at this point, we have strong indications that there could be. Actually, if we go over to look at the winds with this, there you go. Check this out, JP. Some of the data coming in suggesting 80-plus mile-per-hour winds around Warrior and Hayden, about to cross Interstate 65. If you are in Hayden, just want to give you the first alert for the possibility of some damaging winds about to move. There we go, JP, a tornado warning just issued for northern Jefferson County. So there you go. We're giving you the first alert here. Blount County, Cleveland, Locust Fork, Hayden area. Cleveland, you're in the path of this. Tornado warning now. Let's see what the expiration time is on this warning. That is going to be, let's go. 4:45. 4:45. Okay, meteorologist Matt Daniel here in the weather office with us as well as we're tracking this high-risk day. By the way, the high risk was expanded further east. It does include Jefferson County and more areas. Bottom line, this is one of those first alert weather days where we can see these kind of storms that not only produce, short duration tornado warnings, but, these are the kind of storms here. That's why we say we give you that 60-minute advantage here as we look ahead of where these are going. Sneed, Walnut Grove, Aniana, and points north. Susan Moore, you are in the path of this as well. So if you're watching me here along Highway 75, Highway 79, Bluntsville area, here's Baileyton to the north. Around Fairview, we had that storm that produced the damage the other day. It looks like just to the south, areas could be impacted. JP, I mentioned Susan Moore, Aniana, and back towards Hayden. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try to get that camera pulled up in Aniana so we can actually see this storm. Let's head back to JP right now as we monitor now 4 active tornado warnings. We're still watching far southern Cherokee County.
That's right, and do not let your guard down about the potential for some flooding out there too. There's a lot of rain coming down at a very short period of time. What we're going to do, we're talking about that 60-minute advantage. Where are these storms going to be over the next hour? And we're going to do this very slowly. So we do have the tornado warning in Blount County. We've got it in northern Jefferson County. Here's my hand, okay? And we're going to roll forward minute by minute. Where does this end up in about 60 minutes? Well, Aniana at 4:17, you're going to be looking at the tornado or possible tornado if it holds together at 4:17. Matt's going to roll this forward, and as we get toward it looks like around 4:30, this is going to probably move up north of the Gadsden area. Keep in mind, through Springville and Margaret at 4:46, you're still going to have some high winds and you're going to have some hail. And even on the back side of this, it's going to stick around for a little while. All right, we're down to the other storm, and this is a concerning one right there on the river around Gainesville. This is moving up toward Clinton and Union. Where does it go? Well, 4:17, we've got it in Ralph. That's going to be in the southwestern part of Tuscaloosa County. Watch the movement here. 4:30, it's going to be, I'd say 4:25. This is going to be in Tuscaloosa, all right? Downtown Tuscaloosa, 4:25. If this holds together as a tornado, 4:25. So right now, we're looking at our time is 3:47, so 4:25. You're looking at a possible tornado moving through downtown Tuscaloosa at 4:25, and that eventually is going to move into West Jefferson County and take that all too familiar path that we often see with those storms. And we've got the tornado warning in effect for Blount County. That's a live look. We'll show you Tuscaloosa County. Let's go. You on AccuTrack? There we go, AccuTrack 2.
Yeah, I got both cameras.
Okay.
We'll go from Blount County then back.
Okay. Aniana 69 degrees, and we're looking at Aniana here within probably the next 15 minutes or so. You could be looking at a tornado that is going to be moving through the Aniana area. So we're looking at that camera. The wind's right now at about 11 miles per hour going back toward Tuscaloosa, and you can see a pretty low cloud deck at this point. We've got some rain, but we don't have anything tornadic moving through Tuscaloosa. But the concern is, as we go back to our other source here, is that we're going to be looking at that storm out of Greene County that's going to eventually make its way on into Tuscaloosa, and it could impact Ralph. It could move into even downtown Tuscaloosa. So we want to get as far out ahead of these things as we possibly can. So if you're in downtown Tuscaloosa, 4:25, 4:30, start really thinking about that severe weather plan, because you may have a tornado that would move into downtown Tuscaloosa at 4:25 based on some of our computer projections here. And we'll take one more look. I want to go back into this one that's around York in Sumter County, and we're going to take every one of these storms kind of minute by minute. So we've got the rotation around York, and Matt's going to draw this out forward in time. And right now, this is going to be moving up toward Forkland. Probably southern Greene County, Moortown at 4:08, Doug Hill at 4:08, and Hall Creek, I should say, at 4:14. So again, we've got some other concerns there in southern Greene County as well as parts of Hale County over about the next 30 minutes. So a first alert there. A couple areas we're watching. Let's go back into northern Jefferson County and Blount County. A lot of concern in those spots. So right here, this is a part that area that we've been watching for a little while. We'll go back into our storm relative velocity, or even the base velocity. It's kind of tightly wound through there. This is going to be going up toward a Locust Fork in Cleveland, and possibly, the way the computer is looking, it's going to be Aniana, maybe north of Aniana, up toward Nectar in Cleveland. If I'm naming your area, make sure that you are in your safe spot. Get to your safe spot. You've got a rotating storm right there around Hayden, and this one could be producing some damage. I don't know if we've got a debris sig on that yet, or if we're going to get one. We'll take a look. Debris tracker looking good, so that's a good sign that we're not getting a debris signature there. Hearing reports, by the way, of neighborhood in Pelham with some severe damage from the storm earlier, and that's going to be the Cross Creek subdivision around Wilderness Drive in Pelham. I'm hearing similar damage, if not worse, than what we've seen at Eagle Point. So just passing that along. These things have been just nightmarish out there.
Southern Cherokee County, the worst of the storm, the tornadic parts over into Georgia now. Just want to let folks know there. And as you mentioned a few moments ago, unlike that last storm that moved through Greene County, the one in West Alabama, we're concerned about Tuscaloosa. I'm watching this camera that we have here, Locust Fork, Sugar Creek, Nectar area, Hayden. Matt zoomed in really tight here over Blount County, and I just want to let you know I'm watching this camera here in Aniana. We've got a lot of rain at this point. Visibility is very, very low. It's raining heavily over the city of Aniana, but even though it's raining right now, the worst of this and where we may have the tornado, as you can see behind JP, we're looking for that red to green area. There it is.
So Sugar Creek and Nectar, make sure you're in your safe place. Matt's going to zoom in fairly close here, and I'm going to name off some Little Shenandoah, Lehigh Road, County Road 22, Lehigh itself, 160. And we're going to be looking at Armstrong Loop Road and Center Springs Road. If I'm naming those areas, you need to be in your safe place now. You need to do it now. Don't hesitate. Get to the basement. Get to the storm shelter. Wherever your safe place is, go there now, because the storms are moving at such a fast rate of speed. There's not really time to hesitate on this and really think about it. Get to that safe place. We're trying to give you at least a 60-minute kind of lead time on these the best we can. So Locust Fork, and it looks like Deaverstown, Sugar Creek, all in the path. We expand that view. Aniana, 5 points, Hendricks, Murphy, and on, we'll even talk about Altoona. Down the road, we could be looking at Altoona being impacted by this possible tornado. We don't have any signs of anything on the ground or doing damage at this point. Now, that high risk area that we have, sun's starting to pop out in the high risk area, which is not a good sign. The wind shear is kind of lifting out of there. So we're seeing one part of it get worse, and we're also seeing one part of it improve, and that's going to be in Marion County and back into Winston and Lamar County. So we're watching that area. It's kind of behaving itself right now, but we need to keep an eye on that. Wes Wyatt has an update.
Yeah, JP, we've got some breaking information coming in here with some breaking drone video over Eagle Point. 14,000 power outages in the Birmingham area right now. As you can see, we've got quite extensive damage to several homes in that area, buildings around 280. Lots of trees down across 280. At secondary roads, be careful out there. This same supercell storm that's moved across the state, it's finally moved out of East Alabama, but we've got multiple warnings that are happening right now, and these are just some of the scenes that we're getting here at WBRC Fox 6. We're going to continue to follow this, bring you some of these pictures as they look at just some extensive damage there, JP. No doubt, you know, see the way things are twisted around. We saw some of the video, tornado moving through. We may have another tornado here closing in on Aniana. Folks at Locust Fork, Blount County, right now, be in a safe place. These tornadoes today, these storms mean business. We've had some damage reports. I know we continue to have some lightning strikes happening in if you see just a quick blank screen, want to go back over to JP right now. And JP, the lightning intensity I'm noticing here on our Aniana camera, it's starting to pick up.
It is. The wind's also starting to pick up there in Aniana, so we've got our eye on that. Also, I am watching Utah and then down toward Forkland and Demopolis. The storm in Utah right here, or moving toward Utah, is a big concern because it's going to move toward Utah in Greene County, and then if it does continue to really keep itself together, it's going to be moving into Tuscaloosa and downtown Tuscaloosa. I had mentioned 425. If you're in Tuscaloosa, that's going to be kind of the prime time when I think this would arrive. And we're going to zoom in on this. We're juggling multiple warnings right now. We do have Blount County. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Again, hunker down if you're in Nectar. If you are in Aniana, make sure you're in your safe place. We've got this between Mount Hebron and also Clinton, moving toward Union and eventually up toward Ralph and Knoxville. So no debris signature. Good news at that point. This is also going to include the Utah area, although I think most of our data is pointing that it's probably going to stay just to the north of Utah as it continues to track off to the northeast. And it's moving at about 50 miles per hour. One thing about every one of these storms are moving at about 50 miles per hour. Here's the latest track. Clinton at 358. Union at 408, and there you see Ralph in the southwestern corner of Tuscaloosa County. Ralph's going to be around 420, and then you get on into Tuscaloosa downtown. That's going to be around 425. Shadowwood 421, and Powers at 425. So a first alert right there, looking at Greene County under a tornado warning. We're going to go back up to Blount County again, where we're watching a suspicious area. And in a moment, I'm going to go back over to our WCRL, our Aniana camera. We're getting some pretty frequent cloud to ground lightning with that one. This little area right here, you see where it's kind of red looking. This is what we're tracking from. This is moving toward Nectar and Cleveland, Locust Fork. Make sure you're in your safe place there. That, just like clockwork, that is our shear marker that just appeared. When you get that, good indication that you're going to be looking at a storm doing damage. Stand by with the Aniana camera. I'm going to go to that in just a moment. Wallstown at 358 looks like High Rock at 401, Nectar at 404, and Deaverstown 405, all the way down Cleveland at 408. If you're anywhere in that vicinity of where we've named here, make sure you're in your safe place. We're talking about these storms moving to the northeast at about 56 miles per hour. There's a look at Aniana right now, and the wind's picking up to about 13 miles per hour. And if you hold it there long enough, you can see the cloud to ground lightning. We're looking at downtown Aniana as we speak. So some pretty intense storms out there. There's another one of those lightning flashes. So those are happening more and more frequently. With severe weather, as you get that lightning intensity starting to pick up, a lot of times you get concerned because, research has been done. Increased lightning is also indicative that the updraft's strengthening, and you could be looking at a tornado trying to form. Matt?
Yeah, JP, I was just going to make a mention for people watching us at home. There's a lot of curiosity when it comes to seeing all this damage. We highly encourage you to stay home. You do not need to be going out and taking photos or video of something like this, mainly because we still have active weather. Emergency responders have to get in those areas first, and third, we're getting a lot of heavy rain. There's a flash flood threat. We don't need people to be driving out and perhaps getting stuck because there's a lot of water on the roadways. So I just want to let you guys know about that. Try to stay home if you can. Let those emergency vehicles and all those people that can help do so in those areas hit by the tornadoes. But we're still watching this particular storm. The circulation is right just the north and west of Locust Fork, right around Sugar Creek. We're seeing that rotation, the bright green, even a little bit of red, showing some stronger rotation in particular within this particular storm. I'm going to put on the velocity. Maybe it's still showing a couplet there. When we say that, we see the green and the red. I always have a phrase, when green meets red, get under the bed. So make sure you take cover immediately if you're in the Sugar Creek area towards Nectar, Cleveland. You're in line of this particular tornado as this is moving off to the northeast at least 40 to 45 miles per hour. Some of these cells are moving up to 50 miles per hour. JP, you've got something new to share?
Yeah, just kind of reset the situation here, and what we are looking at, we'll give you the broad view. And I was going over some damage reports. A lot of damage in Pelham, okay? A lot of damage in Pelham. We're getting damage in Helena, reports from that storm that came through earlier, and reports of damage in Pell City near the Home Depot area, and also around Golden Rule and where the hospital is, maybe exit 158 there in Pell City, getting some reports of damage there. And Shoal Creek neighborhood, lots of damage there. Ohatchee, some reports of damage. So these things have really worked over the area. I want to show you the broad view, and then we're going to start narrowing down on some storms. It's straight up 4 o'clock, WBRC Birmingham. Continuous severe weather coverage. JP Dice along with Wes Wyatt and Matt Daniel here in the First Alert Weather Center. A busy high-risk day for parts of the state, and it's a First Alert Weather Day. And we don't use that term loosely. If we say it's a First Alert Weather Day, again, that's not just a buzzword. We want to give you a first alert. So we've got we've got 2 warnings here. This is going to be for Marengo County, and we're also looking, I believe, as Hale County now included in that. So Hale County's now in that warning. Greene County, we've got Blount County under a warning. The storm that was in Cherokee County is now over in Rome, Georgia. That's heading up toward Cartersville, Georgia, non-factor. So this storm in Blount County may be looking slightly better. We're not giving you an all clear on that, but we may see a little bit of improvement with that. These 2 are concerning down toward the southwestern part of our viewing area. We'll begin here. We'll go back into Blount County in just a moment. So right here around Livingston, we're seeing a little curvature there indicating that this is where we would have the tornado. We'll track this going into Hale County. This would be moving into the Greensboro area, and that is a very almost textbook tornado on radar. I don't know if it's reaching the ground, but on radar, that is very suspicious. It's moving east-northeast at 62 miles per hour, racing toward the Forkland area, and it's going to eventually make its way up toward Phipps. So this one's concerning. This one is going to eventually move into Tuscaloosa County. So we've also got this one around Union and Clinton that we're watching. So 1, 2 right there. So we're looking at this northward storm or northerly storm is going to be moving toward Coker and Tuscaloosa here within about the next 15 to 20 minutes. So we've got a shear marker there. Ralph, I want to make sure you're getting the first alert there, and downtown Tuscaloosa. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, we've been talking about you for about 30 minutes now. We always say if the weather guy's talking about you, it's never a good thing. 30 minutes from now, you may have a tornado moving into your area. So again, first alert for Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa County, you're not under a warning right now, but that could be forthcoming based on what these things are going to be doing. Greene and Hale counties, we do have tornado warnings in effect. I'm going to give you the updated storm track. Matt just put it on the screen. Knoxville at 412, Shadowwood at 416, all the way down towards Sylvan at 420, Foster's 421, Romulus, Acres at 421, and it's a fast mover, 65 miles per hour. And again, faster than a car is going to be moving because there's no traffic, there's no stop signs. It is straight line of sight, point A to point B. So Tuscaloosa right now, start thinking about those tornado precautions. And Wes Wyatt is standing by here in the First Alert Weather Center as we track yet more weather that's moving now out of Sumter County, that's going to be moving right into Hale County up toward the Greensboro area within just a few minutes. Wes.
JP, 3 areas of concern that we have right now. I want to start out with Blount County. I've been watching this one closely, and the tornado signature that we're seeing is following Highway 160 right through here. Sugar Creek, Nectar, Cleveland areas. Cleveland, this is almost right on top of you. You have just a minute maybe. You can see right in here the broad rotation. Hopefully by this point you are in a safe place. Hendricks, Cleveland, 5 points. Blount County, some of the worst of this now past Hayden. This is where the tornado would be. Hayden's back in here. Northern Jefferson County, you get into the Warrior area, places like that. This is to the north and east of you, but we're watching you closely here in Blount County. We had that marker indicating the possibility of some damaging winds, and the speed has really ramped up. Even though we had a warning earlier for Tuscaloosa County, this is still a couple of significant storms. And, you know, these areas here where we had the high impacts the other day with the last event, you know, around Demopolis, Highway 43 South, it looks like Utah Looks like this is where the tornado would be. Looks like that's going to be crossing, let's see, there's Bolaji. So Forkland impacted. Greensboro, we gave you that first alert. Greensboro, you are in the path, and it looks like also around Sawyerville and Wedgeworth. This will not be far from Highway 60 here in Hale County. So just want to let you know for areas Havana Junction and point south to Greensboro, looks like this one's going to cross in that general region right in here along Highway 69. So be ready. Another tornado warning. Look at this marker. This takes us right across South Tuscaloosa again in the city of Tuscaloosa. It's going to be very close with this particular warning. This is Knoxville. If you're watching me in Knoxville, folks in that area and Foster's especially, this one's going to be a little bit closer around Old Lot 9 Road, Ralph area, and Romulus. If you're around the Romulus Fire Department and those locations here in the southwest part of Tuscaloosa County, Gina and the Kirk community, it looks like this may be just south of you. Here's Melville, Hulls is in here, and this is Duncanville where we had that one warning earlier. So 2 tornado warnings. There's no warning for Tuscaloosa County right now, but if this holds together, we're just letting you know that it is going to be moving in that general direction. Want to reset the stage here, go to JP as we're watching multiple warnings. And JP, you know, I'm looking at the map in the corner of the screen. I see a lot of red there. A lot of that, we have flood warnings all over the place.
Yeah, Wes, flooding is going to be a big issue out there. These are huge rain producers right now, and we're seeing a lot of that rain also showing back up in parts of West Jefferson County. We're seeing it back into Tuscaloosa County. Very, very wet, heavy rain, a lot of lightning. We go back into Blount County, and we're going to spend some time here. We do have our camera on standby. We'll take a look at that in just a moment, but this is the circulation that is tracking up toward the Cleveland area right now. In fact, it's going to be sitting right on top of Cleveland, heading up toward 5 Points and Royal, Clarence, Sneed, and Hendricks. So if I'm naming off your area, make sure you're in your safe place on up toward the Walnut Grove area. Winds right now at about 13 miles per hour in Aniana. Honestly, I think this is going to be to the north of Aniana. You're probably not going to have a whole lot of impact from this, but Cleveland right now, you could be looking at some pretty high winds moving through there. It's not quite as strong as it was a little bit ago, but it is something that we're watching. You see the red and the green close together indicating that circulation. Also a little bit of a circulation up toward the Brooksville area. So a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. Now what's going to happen over the next several hours? Everybody wants to know, well, how does this work out for the rest of the day? The wind shear is beginning to lift out a little bit. So as that happens, that is going to allow at least some things to improve. There's still a lot of instability in the atmosphere, but what I see happening here, and Wes and Matt are listening to me as well, all of this stuff down to the south, really in what we really thought was probably going to be the hot zone, this is really limiting a lot of that moisture from transporting up into Marion County and on into parts of Winston and Lamar County. So that may keep things a little bit more tame in the northwestern part of our viewing area. The storm right now in Blount County, it's not going to be too much longer, and that's going to make its way on into Marshall County. So hang with me a little bit longer in Blount County. It's going to be on up toward Douglas and up toward that area, maybe Albertville here within about the next 15-20 minutes. So 5 Points at 411, Hendricks at 417, Liberty at 418, Winville at 422, Brooksville at 424, and Sneed at 424. So I want to give you that first alert. Very active weather out there right now. Possibility of a tornado moving through Blount County. Matt's going to pull up the WCRL camera that's there in Aniana. It's a high elevation. This camera's kind of been in the clouds all day long, and you can see a little bit of something out there as far as a little visibility, but the rain's so heavy and the clouds are kind of obscuring things that this is kind of the view in Blount County. It's somewhat limited right now. Temperatures at 65 degrees. So we have other areas farther to the south where the atmosphere is a little bit more ripe for the severe weather threat. So we'll go back to the radar. And that's what's happening in Blount County. Again, back toward Tuscaloosa, Ralph and Foster's, all the way into Greene and Hale counties. I think that's kind of the hot zone that's starting to develop again. That's going to be a concern. Look at that storm. Just to kind of point out, the one that caused all the damage at Eagle Point.
Crossing Interstate 75 north of Atlanta.
Yeah, Interstate 75. This thing's already crossed Rome. It's up there around Cartersville, Georgia, around where that power plant is up there. I mean, this thing has just been across the entire state. Let's go back toward the Belmont area, southwest corner of our viewing area. Actually a little bit outside of our viewing area, but this is moving up towards Sawyerville right now and Greensboro, up towards Sawyerville and Greensboro in Hale County. We've got a shear marker on that, and every time one of these has popped up, we have had reports of damage. So this thing is like, it's really like gold in weather prediction because it really gives us the ability to give you significant advance warning. Sawyerville, Greensboro, Brush Creek. Ralph, you're going to be looking at this other storm. This is the north storm, I'm going to call it. Ralph at 418, Shadowwood at 419, and then Moundville again. We've talked a lot about Moundville. Moundville at 424, Romulus Acres, 424. So multiple storms that we're watching right now. Blount County, that storm is weakened a little bit. It's still something that we need to keep an eye on. It is moving up toward Marshall County, which is going to be out of our viewing area here in just a few minutes. We haven't forgotten about you, Blount County. If you're in Blount County, actually the warning's out. It's Blount County, you're good. No more warning for Blount County.
There's a new tornado warning.
Is it a new one for Blount, or does it go for Marshall?
This is for Tuscaloosa.
Oh, okay. Blount County, all clear, no tornado warning. Tuscaloosa County, sirens are going off, weather radios are going off, weather apps are going off right now. We knew this was coming. Remember, we were talking about 425. We would see this moving its way into Tuscaloosa and downtown Tuscaloosa. That still looks like that is going to be really that time of arrival, and it may include downtown Tuscaloosa all the way down toward the interstate. So again, make sure you are watching this closely. Could include McFarland all the way down toward Duncanville and Moundville also in this track. If you're in the Ralph area, a first alert, you've got a tornado or possible tornado heading your way, and it's moving at 67 miles per hour. 67 miles per hour. The top on it's about 30,000 feet. Not an overly tall supercell, but still it is capable of producing a tornado. Ralph at 419 all the way. Moundville is going to be at 424 and Hull at 428. Tuscaloosa, again, Tuscaloosa downtown, you are in the crosshairs for, again, another possible tornado. I don't know if it's going to go as far north as Northport, but again, Tuscaloosa, Coaling, the Brookwood area, all a concern. You can see this is the rotation right here, and this is coming right up the interstate. Right up the interstate. It's right now near Union, moving toward Knoxville. Knoxville, get in your safe place. Wes Wyatt here in the First Alert Weather Center. Wes, you know, we've been tracking these all day, and there's some familiar paths. Last week we were talking about some of these same areas where we had tornado warnings and damage. And how many times have we talked about Moundville or Ralph or southern Tuscaloosa County? We also have Hale and Greene counties warned as well. Wes?
Yeah, multiple areas impacted by multiple storms, similar tracks. What you're looking at here is what we have highlighted. This is the rotation moving into the picture here. I'm zoomed in right around Knoxville. Here's Interstate 59. Foster's, this is just over the river here at Foster's. There's Ralph, and you can see if we follow this path, it brings this is Lock 9 Road here. So if you live along Lock 9 Road in southern Tuscaloosa County, expecting it to cross right in here around Foster's and Lock 9 Road, and that's going to take this back up. This is Maxwell Crossing right here for folks in South Tuscaloosa, very familiar with Maxwell Crossing. Inglewood School is going to be up here at the top of the screen. Let me back the view out a little bit, and it looks like it's going to pass. There it is right there. Here's the tornado moving into Knoxville area. It's going to cross right around Ralph. There's Romulus Road, and then Foster's, Inglewood School, and you can see where the city of Tuscaloosa is. This may impact, as JP noted, it looks mostly like a Tuscaloosa point south just based on this track, but that may take this towards Cottondale and Coaling, by the way. I want to mention those areas and give you the first alert if this track holds up. But Mantua, Union at the moment, this is right on top of your areas, and then we've got that warning expanded all the way to Lakeview, Million Dollar Lakes area, Birchville, Brookwood, you've got some critical time right now to take action. Right now, this is a call to action for folks in East Tuscaloosa County for a tornado warning. Duncanville, Halls, Englewood, Tuscaloosa, and now also a very strong signature showing up. Looking at this from Columbus and Birmingham, JP, by the way, this is going to take this other tornado warning across Hale County. We gave you the first alert, Greensboro and New Bern. If you're watching us in the New Bern area, this is tracking in your direction. Sawyerville once again as well. The warning for Blount County canceled. The storm that produced all the damage that we tracked all the way across the states continuing to produce tornado warnings over Georgia, but that is out of Cherokee County. So these are the two areas of concern that we'll continue to track. We'll head back over right now to Chief Meteorologist J.P. Dice.
All right, thanks, Wes. And just going down some of the list of damage reports, we talked earlier about Vandiver, plenty of damage there. I'm hearing from folks, Vandiver Church of God, near the Vandiver Church of God. So no injuries that are being reported right now in that area, but lots of damage. Also, Angel in just outside of Jacksonville, and that was one of the areas that we were tracking as well. So again, these storms are producing, they have a history of producing damage. The atmosphere is just ripe for severe weather right now, and we're looking at Tuscaloosa. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to our Tuscaloosa camera, and there we go. Look at that, 71 over 70. So 71 degree temperature, dew point 70. That is some juicy air. That is really, you know, that's why it's cloudy there. Low visibility, temperature and dew point close together. You got an atmosphere there in Tuscaloosa that is ripe for severe weather. So that's why as these storms move over to the northeast, they are going to be in an atmosphere that is very prime. There's a lot of what we call storm fuel there for these storms to continue to grow and get stronger. And just keep in mind, and Matt, if you can kind of slide this up a little bit. We've got two different areas that we're watching, and notice the southernmost storm. You know, I just want people to be really watching this because it could move into Bibb County, and again, you could have yet another severe weather system, another tornado warning even for Shelby County, again, depending on how these are tracking. I'm hearing Wes and Matt, both of you got something to say. I'll start with you, Matt.
Okay, yeah, so there's two things I've noticed, JP. That southern storm, I think it's going to be taking all the energy away from the one that's heading into Tuscaloosa. So that's a possibility that it could be weakening. I'm noticing those trends, but still be on guard if you're in Tuscaloosa. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Also notice those winds were out of the southwest, JP West. Usually you want southeasterly winds if you want a little bit more rotation. So that southwesterly component's interesting too to note as well. So I think the southern one, especially south of Utah, heading into, it's already in green, moving in Hale counties. Those two counties right there under the gun right now with the tornado warning, moving off to the north and east. That's the dominant storm that we're going to be watching that has more rotation. Okay, now I'm going to toss it on to West. We're just going to go in circles right now.
Yeah, good observation there too, Matt. And as Matt noted, you can obviously see here, you look at this storm really standing out across Greene County at the moment, and this one not quite as hooked as it moves into Tuscaloosa County. We'll keep a watch on it. Still a tornado warning. We want you to stay put until this passes by. We will give you the all clear once that passes. Right now, Greensboro, I mentioned Sawyerville, Wedgeworth. Okay, be ready. This one here is really ramping up as it moves across Highway 43 around the Forkland area. Getting some reports in here to our newsroom from the Pelham Police Department. 30 to 50 homes damaged in the Pelham area. We're also getting reports from Alabama Power, 14,000 outages in the Jefferson County, Birmingham area from all the severe weather report from Alabama Power. But we're getting... I'm getting a report here, JP, from one of our weather watchers, Patrick Knighton, said we've got a report now of sighting of the tornado in the Utah Forkland area. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got some ground truth here coming in on this storm around Forkland, a tornado with this one right here.
Yeah, Wes, that makes complete sense. As you were just saying that, we were looking at the data, and right there around Forkland, we're starting to see this thing really starting to tighten up, moving up toward Melton and Millwood. So Forkland, hopefully you're taking your severe weather precautions right now. This is tracking quickly to the northeast, and a great observation by Matt. I think this stronger storm to the south may end up really starting to weaken the one moving into Tuscaloosa. Don't let your guard down on that one yet, but this one is really tends to be ramping up a lot more than the one to the north. So the movement is tracking east-northeast now at 47 miles per hour. I'm going to go down the list, and if you're in Sawyerville, 431, Wedgeworth at 432, Melton at 433, Evansville 435, News Prospect 436, Greensboro at 439, Harper Hill at 431, Dominic at 445, and Havana at 445. So storm's going to be making its way on toward Mertz. May end up in Blount County, not Blount County, but may end up in Bibb County again. And if it remains strong enough, you know, we can't let our guard down in Shelby County because this could be moving on across again. Intense rain in West Jefferson County right now, and that is moving our way into Birmingham as we speak. So what we're starting to see, yeah, look at that. What Matt is he's pointing over at the corner of the screen here, the tornado signature that's up toward Tuscaloosa is really starting to really lose its tornado characteristics based on what we're seeing. And look at that. It looks like they have gotten rid of the tornado warning now for Tuscaloosa County. So what is indeed happening, that southernmost storm is becoming the dominant storm, and it's killing the one to the north. So this one continues to get stronger. It's taking all that energy, and it is moving up toward Centerville right now and Bibb County. So Bibb County, I want to give you the first alert. This is going to move into the Greensboro area within a few minutes. Also Sawyerville, please make sure you are in your safe place right now. We may have a debris signature around the Bird Eye area. Additional information coming in. I'm going to gather some of that. Wes Wyatt is standing by. You're going to take over tracking on this one, moving towards Sawyerville right now, Wes.
Yeah, JP, and I'm just looking at this. The way this is tracking for folks around the Lock 5 area. If you're watching me between Greensboro, Lock 5, Wedgeworth, Sawyerville, had a lot of folks that were reporting when we had some of that active weather that moved through with the last system, and you need to be taking cover right now. This is going to cross Highway 14, Highway 60. It may stay, here's Highway 60 right here, and Wedgeworth. It may stay just south, tracking right across Harper Hill. You're in the path of this, right in this zone. There's Hogglesville, the way this is tracking, but strong indications right now. This is the Warrior River back up towards Selden, Lock and Dam, and it looks like it's about to cross the Warrior River right here around Lock 5. That's where this is going to cross. And you know what? The tornado that moved near Greensboro back on April 27th, back in 2011, actually took a similar path and crossed near Lock 5 in that particular area. You can still see some of the scars from where that tornado moved through. So this is an active zone. We've seen a lot of big storms cross in this part of our coverage area, and what you're looking at, we're zoomed in really tight over Hale County, the storm of the moment. If we look at what's happening all across the state, we got a lot of rain. You probably have some intense lightning where you live right now, especially in Birmingham and in Shelby County, where we have some first responders out cleaning up some of this storm damage. We just want to highlight, stay weather alert for the risk of lightning and some of these storms in Jefferson County right now. Some very heavy rain about to move through the Birmingham area to the north. But if we follow this is going to be the kind of storm. Matt mentioned the competition here with these storms to the south and west. We really don't see a lot of development south of this particular storm, so it may hold together and may end up in Bibb County. So if you're watching us in Centerville, if you're watching around Brent and those areas, be weather ready again. This second storm may track in that general direction. But still watching, looks like Tuscaloosa County, that warning has been canceled. So we were concerned, and it looks like that one has really taken over to the south, JP, the one now moving very close to Wedgeworth and Sawyerville, Alabama.
All right, thanks, Wes. And gathering some of that information, some pretty bad news to report in Ohatchee. According to the Calhoun County Sheriff, 3 people have been killed in Ohatchee by this tornado that tracked across essentially the entire state. So at this point, that tornado in Ohatchee in Calhoun County killed at least 3 people right now. So again, take these things seriously. We're tracking every single one of them out there. This particular warning that's the northern part of Greene County, that thing's over and done with. They just haven't cleared that out yet. Sawyerville, we are seeing that rotation right now. This is moving toward Melton and Greensboro. I want to make sure that you are hunkered down in your safe place. Go to where you go for severe weather and do those precautions. Don't treat these things lightly. All of these storms today have a history of producing damage. So again, we had some reports earlier that this one had been cited by one of our weather watchers, Patrick Knighton, around Forkland earlier. So if you're watching in Melton all the way up toward Water Oak and again Sawyerville, we're seeing that rotation right now moving over you. Keep in mind, where's this going? I always like to think, where are these things going to be over the next hour or so? Well, it's going to be in Bibb County. And unfortunately, you know, if you're in Shelby County, if it holds together, that's going to be moving up toward Alabaster and Pelham and Helena and Maline once again. So again, I want to stress a first alert. What Matt's going to do here, this is our 60-minute advantage because we want to give you as much advance warning as possible. I'll put my hand right here. This is a future radar that is really good, actually developed by MIT, and it's going to show you where this is going to be at 450. 450, it's going to be around Phipps, okay? Brush Creek, and we'll keep moving through time. West Blockton at 509, okay, 509, Highway 5, West Blockton area. Very similar track to the previous storm that we tracked across the state. And then Elvira, Alabaster, and Ryan, that's going to be showing up perhaps by around 545. Lakeview and Anita at about 525 or so. So again, be on guard, Shelby County, because if the storm's healthy enough and it does stay together, we are going to again be looking at some problems in Shelby County that may face a very similar path of what we had before. I'm not going to say it's going to do the same thing. Let's hope it doesn't, but I want people to be on guard in Shelby County. First alert there, serious storm that is going to be tracking across Bibb County. Right now, it's very close to the Sawyerville area, and we hope folks there in Sawyerville are heeding these warnings. I'm going to step off screen momentarily. I want to look at something just up close on the storm there that is around Sawyerville. So we'll get in tighter here. And if you're around New Hope Road, Millwood Road and New Hope Road, make sure that you are in your safe place. Greensboro as well. I'm talking to you. Sawyerville, hopefully you're already in your safe place in Sawyerville. Millwood and New Hope Road, County Road 28. Those are areas that we need to make sure that you're in your safe place. Right now, do it. And you're looking at Thrasher Road. These are fast-moving storms, very, very fast-moving storms, and they're going to cover a lot of territory in a short period of time. Water Oak and Brush Creek, and this is eventually going to move on into Centerville once again. So keep that in mind. This is our tornadic area, and I'm going to give you a little track here very quickly of where this is going to go. It's going about 50 miles an hour. So this is out of Greene County. This now is in Hale County. All right, Greensboro at 436, Brush Creek at 447, Hogglesville 448, Morgan Springs 449, North Perry at 451, and Ironville at 455. That's where the possible tornado is going to be. So Bibb County, I want to make sure you're getting that first alert. You need to have that first alert if you are in Bibb County, because I think this may hold together and make its way on into Bibb County. We'll bring it back up to a live picture now and show you what's going on. I'll clear off some of this information.
Looks like that thing, JP's kind of like we have a bounded echo region
happening
there. It's kind of wrapped up. I wanted to mention Red Hill Road. You know, a lot of these areas where the Southern Pride used to be, you know, right there around Greensboro and areas to the north. If you're watching us anywhere, Greensboro points north. This is going to be crossing a little further south than the one we had earlier. We mentioned it may stay just south of
drive it like
60, and then it may be tracking. JP's actually putting this in 3D mode. We're going to look at, the height of these storms in addition to kind of looking at it in a 2D perspective. But it's going to cross Highway 69, okay? And JP, we want to give folks, if you're watching in Bibb County, this is the kind of storm it can hold together. Centerville, we want you ready to take action if this warning continues.
That's right, Wes. This is an interesting kind of perspective we're showing you here, and you really can determine a lot about the health of the storm by looking at it in 3 dimension. I always say this is kind of like, instead of an X-ray, looking at it with an MRI or a CT scanner, so we can tell this thing is starting to see, it has a strong updraft in it. It's a very healthy storm that is moving up toward the Greensboro area. There is likely some hail in here as well. So this is now to the east and northeast of Forkland. We'll take it back 2D right now and put it in standard mode. Just go back into our regular view. And to tell you what we're looking at here is something that is, a very healthy storm, probably going to move into West Blockton in Bibb County before too long. I think it may stay north of Centerville. And look at all of this. Now we're starting to see a little interesting kind of shape there around the Bush area. And this is going to be around Fairfield and Inslee. We're seeing some indications of some higher winds there on a radar. Not a warning on it yet. And Wes, you got the camera controls. You can drive one of those cameras off to the west, and either from the Crane Works cam, or we can probably see it from Alabama Power Cam. Right there, Fairfield, Interstate 2059. Make sure you are in your safe place. We're starting to see some higher winds around the Hueytown area, and this is going to make its way right across Jefferson County. Not a tornado warning, but again, some higher winds that we're starting to see in that area in Jefferson County. So again, I want to make sure you're getting that first alert right now that you may have some higher winds moving through Inslee and Fairfield, Hueytown. I think it's going to stay to the north of Bessemer, but Gardendale and Fultondale, there's likely some hail with this right now. Mulga as well. First alert for Birmingham, Fultondale, and Fairfield right now. Could be some hail and some higher winds. We've got our eye on that one, starting to see what we call a shear marker that's beginning to pop up there too on one of our displays. So let's zoom back into this, Matt, and we'll get a track on it. It's probably moving at about, there's that shear marker. This is going to be moving toward Birmingham, Little Italy, Fairfield right now. So giving you that first alert. Weather Service, they're looking at this. There may be some very high winds beginning to make their way into even the west part of Birmingham. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to switch over. Here's
camera pulled up.
Yeah, look at this. We're watching that storm begin to make its way into Birmingham right now. This is a live look outside. 72 degrees our current temperature, 68 our dew point, perfect conditions for severe weather. This is looking off to the west from the Alabama Power Cam. Intensity of the lightning starting to pick up as we continue to watch this. So we're going to hang with this just a moment. I'll switch back over quickly to the radar view. So Fairfield right now, we're getting a shear marker on this. We'll go ahead and click in there, see what we've got. These things may be outrunning the computer, though.
Debbie Alexander, by the way, JP, saying never seen lightning like this.
Yeah.
She said it's intense. Bryan Falls, the Inslee area, folks in Inslee and back over towards Midfield, lightning's almost continuous in some of those areas.
Yeah, 443. Looks like Little Italy at 434, Village Creek Junction, 434. It's moving at northeast at 65 miles per hour. You seeing any chatter there, National Weather Service chat, Matt?
Not yet. Not yet.
Well, again, West Jefferson County, really West Birmingham right now. I want you to be paying close attention to this. I'm going to go back to our power cam. Okay, and Wes, maybe you have that power cam on standby.
I'm zoomed in on that circulation right now.
Yeah.
You look at this. Let me take the lightning has really picked up. That is a strong couplet. Fairfield, Sherman Heights. We're talking about downtown Birmingham proper. We should have the view here. Let's go back to. I'll go back to the camera. And
do we have anything off the top of our building? Can we go over to the other camera? Actually, we've got it back here, Mark. We can handle all that here. Wes, we'll switch over to the Red Mountain camera. a little bit higher vantage point. So 72 degrees, West Jefferson County. Not so much West Jefferson County. It's really going to be Birmingham. There you go. I want to keep an eye on this one. And we haven't forgotten about you right now. If you're in Hale County, we're watching you too. And make sure you're paying attention in Bibb County, but something could be trying to happen right here in Jefferson County. I'll go back to the.
I'll try to pan the tower camera back to the west.
Matt, could you stand by with a zoomed in track on the one going into Birmingham? Thanks. Okay, here's the track. I'm going to switch over quickly. Okay.
We got a new tornado warning, JP. This one is the extension from the storm in the south. This is now for Bibb and Perry counties.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and move that.
So Centerville, folks in Centerville,
Yeah,
this is for you. We've been watching that storm moving through Hale County. Greensboro, stay in your safe place. That storm is approaching you right now. Greensboro, also New Bern, okay? This is about to cross Highway 25 right there. Centerville, New Bern, Greensboro, first alert.
Okay, yeah, Bibb County up toward the Centerville area, and we're going to keep an eye on the West Birmingham as well. A little concerning there with that.
Yeah, this is an observed one with this one. So.
All right, so okay, we got Brush Creek, Hogglesville, Morgan Spring, Centerville. So right here, this is going to be moving off toward the northeast. There's the rotation. There's the debris signature. So we're looking at this right now, moving toward Dominic and Brush Creek, a first alert, Hogglesville, on in toward Ironville and Harrisburg. So again, a first alert. Wes, by the way, keep an eye on that. Just bothers me there over the one around.
Yeah, I'm watching it too. I'm going to try to check the view out from Red Mountain.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're watching two areas right now very closely, and we may have to switch back to the Birmingham. Let's go back to the Red Mountain camera, because we may be looking at some higher winds coming into Jefferson County. Let's swing one of these cameras over to the west a little bit more. This is going to be coming into downtown Birmingham. So again, if you're in Bibb County, if you're in Hale County, just hunker down, get in your safe place. I want to make sure you are in your safe place if you're in that area. And we'll go ahead and bring up the current condition there, or just kind of show you what's going on. 72 degrees current temperature in Birmingham. So right now I'll go back to the radar view in Birmingham. Let's go back to the radar view on that. And this is going to be moving toward Birmingham, Elkton, Kingston. We're going to have some high winds. They're going to come right through this area. This is going to be incredibly high winds. It wouldn't surprise me if you see some 50 or 60 mile per hour winds coming through Birmingham. If we kind of query that right there, you're going to be looking at around 80 mile per hour winds from downtown Birmingham within just a matter of a few minutes. Okay? So again, a first alert downtown Birmingham, as well as maybe around Princeton Hospital. Around Legion Field, all of those areas, you're going to have some high winds. Pratt City, Forestdale, Fairfield, and Matt's drawing that out. And there you go. That's going to be Sipco. It's going to be Owenton. It's going to be Franklin Gardens, Graymont at 439. And Zion Heights at 439. We're holding out, we're watching that one in Birmingham. Matt's going to take us back down into Hale and Greene counties. Really Hale County and Bibb County, I should say, because this is where we may have that tornado. We had an observed tornado here, and I want to make sure that folks are watching this one closely. Hogglesville and Brush Creek, this is where we have that rotation, and this is moving up toward the Mertz area. Yes, sir, Matt?
Yeah, they're saying with that tornado that we're looking at right now, it's likely a wedge tornado. So this is a large tornado that's in Hale County right now, with debris being lofted over 15,000 feet.
And JP, if we can, by the way, if we could take tower camera and go to that, I'm actually zoomed in on what may be the wall cloud on this particular storm. You know, we're kind of watching. We see a little bit of a base there lowering back to the northwest of town. You know, we're just looking at this kind of like a virtual spotter here. You can see the heavy rain shield on the right side of the screen. and that's where the base is. But again, looking at what may be a wedge tornado is what Matt's talking about, and JP in Hale County. Let's get back to that tornado warning that we have now. Again, just want to say no active warning at this point for Jefferson County. It's just a storm that we're closely watching.
Yeah, Wes, and that one, while I'm talking about this one, the Alabama Power Cam is a pretty good vantage point there. If you can watch that one, we don't want to miss anything while we're tracking this one. This is a large wedge tornado moving through Hale County, and this is making its way into Bibb County. So if you're watching also Perry County, Ironville, and Duff Settlement, Centerville area, we're going to be looking at this tornado moving through that area. So I want to give you that first alert, We're going to be looking at some high winds, and we're going to zoom out just a little bit on this so you can see what we're talking about. Up toward West Blockton and Centerville, this is where we're going to be looking at that tornado. And I want to let you know this is going to take a similar path as before. We had it before move through Bibb County. This may indeed, again, make its way right on into Bibb County, or I should say Shelby County. So I want to give you that first alert. First alert for Shelby County. Over the next hour, you could again be looking at a tornado moving through your area. This is the latest track. We're going to bring this up right now, and this is going to be Water Oak at 4:47, Pondville at 4:56, Harrisburg 5 o'clock, Duff Settlement at 5:01, and Pearson at 5:01. I want to give you that first alert. This is a dangerous storm. It is a wedge tornado. It has been reported on the ground. Mertz right now, Brush Creek, Centerville, West Blockton. Get in that safe place as we speak. Start thinking about this by around 5:30. We could be looking at this thing making its way on into Shelby County. Look at those winds right now. Could be in excess of 100 miles per hour. Yeah, 100 miles per hour. Moving into Hogglesville and Brush Creek right now. This is going to be a damage producer. Serious biz right there. Major tornado, and it continues to ramp up around Dominic right now. This thing continues to get stronger and stronger. And it's just a few minutes, maybe 1 minute from Dominic. You're already starting to feel the effects of this. It's going to move through quickly. It's moving at about 50 miles per hour. So this is a dangerous situation we are currently seeing in Hale County. It is a dangerous situation in Bibb County. I want to make sure you're getting that first alert right now. We're also watching that storm that is currently moving into Birmingham, and I'm going to switch over very quickly here to one of our cameras. This is the Alabama Power Cam, and this is the higher winds that are going to be moving through. Wes is looking at this. I'm looking at this. We're switched back over into Birmingham right now, and we're just keeping an eye on this. Wes?
Yeah, I've been watching it. JP has seen a lot of rain. Very low, base right in there. It's kind of rain ramp, but that's where we're getting some broad rotation that's moving through. You're looking back towards North Birmingham, Top Golf, back in here to the right. Here's Interstate 5920 through downtown Birmingham. We're looking from the Alabama Power Building at a storm. It's not severe at the moment, but we're getting the indications there that it's trying to wrap up and rotate as it moves through. But now the heavier rain's moving in, which is a good sign on the back side of this, now starting to wrap into the city of Birmingham. And look at the visibility. I mean, it's just almost down to zero here as we look at what's going on in Birmingham. But back to the tornado warning, the active warning that we have, JP. This one, reports of a wedge tornado. When we say wedge, we mean it's a tornado in appearance. It's wider than taller when you look at it. And we're getting reports and some observations there from storm spotters. This thing's crossing at this point. It looks like actually it's crossed Highway 69. Here's Highway 25. Okay. New Bern area. We want you in a safe spot. It's right around the Sunshine community. If you're watching us in the Sunshine area, Southern Hale County, Hogglesville, Mertz. This is where Pondville is located. Years ago, the National Weather Service site was out in this part of Bibb County. It's going to be crossing there. South of Lake Payne, Eolin, you are in the path of this. Eolin, Harmon, Highway 82, and Centerville, all in the path of what may be a system that's probably going to continue to produce a tornado right on through Bibb County. JP?
Yeah, Matt was just reporting that the Weather Service now saying this is a tornado emergency for this area. So if you're in Bibb County, and also Hale County. You need to take this very seriously. This is not just a radar indicated tornado. This is a tornado that is on the ground, and we want to talk about Centerville, also West Blockton. We also want to mention Shelby County. All right. Shelby County is not under the warning, but it is something that we need to really pay attention to, because this thing still could continue to move on into Shelby County, including Calera and also up toward parts of Alabaster, Columbiana. So be thinking about that, as this, I know it's still a ways away, and right now it's beginning to get closer into Bibb County. We'll bring it up in our rotation tracker or our shear rate and show you what's going on right there around Brush Creek. This is where we are looking at that circulation moving up toward Mertz, Duff Settlement, and Centerville. We've already had at least 3 fatalities from tornadoes today. In the Ohatchee area, we've had a whole lot of damage in Pelham, and we've had a lot of damage reported in Eagle Point, in Shelby County, in Shoal Creek, parts of St. Clair County with damage. Those reports continue to come in. No reason to believe that this is not going to do the same thing. And also, I want to revisit what's going on. We might go to our airport camera, Matt, that we've got there as this passes over. I know those winds have got to pick up. Fultondale, and look at that. That is some high winds right there, moving toward the airport as we speak. So folks who live around the airport, up toward Roebuck and Center Point, I just want to talk about that area right now. Our camera there probably is going to show some intense rain, and we'll talk about this a little bit, and then we'll head back over to the storm that's moving into Bibb County. But northern portions of Birmingham, we're seeing 72 degrees, our current temperature, and we're going to switch over to that's the Alabama Power Cam view. Southeast winds at 7. We're going to take that airport view here in just a little bit at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport and show you what's going on there. Right now, don't see anything. We'll stand by on that. By the way, we are getting a debris signature back into moving into Bibb County. Here, I can find that real quick.
The Weather Service, by the way, JP, they've also, watching this storm in Jefferson County, they're concerned, keeping a watch on it. Right now, though, we just can't stress enough, tornado emergency. If you're watching us in Hale County, Brush Creek area, this is Highway 25, Hogglesville. This is going to be moving just south of Lake Payne. Pondville, you are in the path of a confirmed tornado. Weather Service just reporting a photo of the tornado as it's passed north of Greensboro. We told you right there, around where Southern Pride Catfish was located in that general vicinity there, going into Greensboro. It's crossed just north of there, and it's moving across Mertz, Pondville. And there we go. We got a warning, JP.
Yeah, this is a warning for Jefferson County. This is the airport right now. Show us that warning, Matt. Let's go take the polygon right now, 72 degrees. And that warning does include the Birmingham area. But I do think this is going to track closer to the airport. We're seeing that right now. We're going to switch back over in just a moment to our airport cam. This is moving toward Irondale Lakewood, South Highlands. This is the storm that we were concerned about just a few moments ago. We thought it could go tornadic, and indeed it has. Mountain Brook also included in that, as well as Birmingham. But we do think the worst of that is going to stay to the north of downtown Birmingham. This is going to be moving up toward the Trussville area. Irondale, make sure you're in your safe place. Again, go back to the airport cam very quickly here. We're starting to see those higher winds, and this is the closest camera to it. And you can actually see, when you look at that closely, the rain is just like sideways across the pavement there. 72 degrees right now, and this is moving up toward Roebuck. This is moving toward Huffman, Trussville, Center Point. I want you to make sure that you are in your safe place. This is going to be moving up toward Eastwood Mobile Home Park, Battleground, and Berkeley Hills. A first alert, a live look right there. This is kind of the back side of it from the Alabama Power Building, and we may be able to cut that camera off over toward the right a little bit and kind of watch this thing. But we do have until 5:30 a tornado warning for Jefferson County. Jefferson County. The polygon does include downtown Birmingham, but I'm going to tell you, based on the data that I'm seeing right now, it looks like that thing's going to go north of downtown Birmingham and up toward Roebuck, Center Point, Also up toward the Irondale area and Trussville. A first alert, we're looking live right there toward the airport as we're likely looking at the backside of this. The winds have not picked up yet at the airport to register a number, but I can tell you those winds right now are greater than 7 miles per hour. So right now we're looking at the backside of this thing as it moves across. This is actually looking out toward the Birmingham airport and out toward Trussville right now from the Alabama Power building. Interesting, you can actually hear the sirens outside right now here in Jefferson County outside our TV station. Our TV station is not in the path of this. This is going to be to the north for the folks that are concerned inside the building. This is moving up toward Trussville and Irondale right now. Let's go back to the maps, and we're going to get a track on this, and we're going to head back into Centerville as well. So multiple places that we're having to watch. Trussville, Lubbock, Vans, also Austin Hill. This is going to go back into St. Clair County, Bel Air area, East Haven, Larkwood, and Pinson, all in that area. We're going to be looking right there along Interstate 20. This is 20 and 459, and this is Trussville. That's Highway 11. This is going to move very close to Highway 11 in Trussville, St. Vincent's East, okay? This is close to St. Vincent's East, the hospital, okay? Again, I hope they are taking shelter because you are in the path of this. This is going to be around the Roebuck area. Now, this circulation is just to the east of the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport. We are looking at some intense rain with this and some very high winds moving toward Trussville right now. Take cover if you are in Trussville, Liberty Highlands, Weems. This is going to be to the north of Interstate 20, Highway 11. You're looking at the shopping center there, the Jim and Nick's Barbecue, the Home Depot, Best Buy. That's all in the path of where we have this possible tornado. So again, Trussville area, make sure you are in your safe place. Very serious situation right now. Also, Roebuck and Center Point, get to your safe place as well. We do have indications right here from our computer that we may have winds at least 100 miles per hour based on what we're seeing here, and a first alert. If you're watching in St. Clair County, this storm is going to eventually make its way into St. Clair County, I think. Right here, Morningside all the way to Central Highlands. This is going to be moving toward Trussville right now, St. Vincent's East. I'm talking to you. Old Medical Center East, St. Vincent's East. You're going to be in the path of this possible tornado moving right on up Interstate 459. It is staying to the north of Interstate 20. And we want to go back to Bibb County, because we got multiple warnings right now.
And I've got, actually, JP, I've got Bibb County pulled up.
I'll let you go to Bibb County. I'm going to look a little bit more at Jefferson County if you take Bibb County west.
Yeah, and we'll go back and forth here. I just want to let folks know, here's Centerville, the time of arrival. We got an update on this. It looks like the worst of the storm, the circulation is now crossing into you know what? This may actually include the far northern part. Perry County, we're included in this as well. If you're north of Heiberger, we are also included. So your weather radio in Perry County may be going off. Got times of arrival here. Spencer 5:03, Jamesville 5:05, Eolan around 5:06. But a tornado emergency now out of Hale County. Here's JP.
All right, debris signature right now for Jefferson County. Jefferson County, now we do have confirmation that we have something to reach in the ground. Hang loose right here. We're going to take it right down to street level. And we're going to show you what's going on right here. That's the old Birmingham Raceway, okay? There's Roebuck Plaza. We're going to head right on up the interstate. This is 59 right here, and this is moving toward Tutwiler Farm in Trussville, okay? We're talking Tutwiler Farm, and right through here, this is going to be where the shopping centers are. This is where we have, there's the cemetery right back here. We've got where the Jim and Nick's is in Trussville. It's all moving right through there. This is Highway 11. So if you're along Highway 11, if you're around Roebuck Plaza, I'm going to show you where this is. Huffman Gardens, Trussville, Interstate 59, and this is going to go toward Cotton Ridge, Arrowhead. Right now, you need to take cover. Confirmed tornado debris signature.
That's right around St. Vincent's East, JP.
Yes, exactly.
Roebuck area, St. Vincent's East, Moss Rock, Cahaba Crest.
Yep, Clay area, Argo, a first alert Argo. You know, Tyler Young, our weather watcher, he is an Argo. We can check in with him in just a bit. He's hunkered down. He told me he was ready for the severe weather, but Arrowhead and Center Point right now, and then down around Tutwiler Farms, Highway 11. Dr. Tim Coleman's over around there as well, so we can check in with him perhaps. The weather is very, very active through here. This is where we have a tornado debris signature. It happened just to the west of here. This is moving through Trussville right now. So we're looking at a tornado that is going to be moving through Trussville in a matter of moments. We're looking at the intersection there of 459 and also Interstate 59. So we're seeing a pretty good circulation. I want to give you that first alert. If you're in Margaret, you're going to be looking at this tornado moving into St. Clair County. This is going to stay, I think, south of the Pinson area, could impact Clay. I think Argo, you're going to see severe weather here. And this is going to make its way, again, you know, I think Highway 11 and Trussville right through here. I think we're going to be looking at Highway 11 and 459. The shopping center where Best Buy and you got an Olive Garden over there and a Red Lobster, all of that. That is what we're talking about right through there where the Jim and Nick's is. A first alert. This is right now around St. Vincent's East. Wes is on this. You're looking. Wes has got the other tornado. I'm gonna take it to Wes here for the Bibb County in just a moment. Trussville is right now looking at those high winds. We're going to go over to our triple threat, and folks, I think you're probably going to be looking at. You're probably going to have 100-mile-per-hour winds coming through here. There's 80-mile-per-hour winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds. There's 100-mile-per-hour winds moving toward Trussville Manor, Cahaba Cove, Breakstone Village. This is right there around, again, where the hospital is, that little elevated area. You can see it, St. Vincent's East, moving right there across the interstate toward Trussville. Going to be close to the where the cemetery is and also the shopping center. So if you're around Tutwiler Farms, I want you to make sure that you're in your safe place. If you're in Argo, get to your safe place. The tornado warning now for St. Clair County until 6 o'clock. So it's 4:55. St. Clair County now tornado warning. This is going to be around Alton and Trussville, moving northeast fast. It's moving at 55 miles per hour. Wes, I'm going to let you catch up with Bibb County. That one is just as ugly right now.
It is just as ugly, JP. This thing is producing a tornado right now. It's showing signs of ramping up. We're in northern Perry County, but detecting winds over 100 miles per hour with this. And if we track this, it's moving it right across the heart of Centerville. So if you're in Brent, Centerville, Harrisburg, all these areas, seek shelter. This tornado is closing in. Here's Pondville that we told you about. Highway 25, it looks like it's going to pass very close to Pondville, but the way this is tracking, look at this hook echo that we have on the radar here, and we may, in fact, if I go over to debris detection, we may see it. There it is right there. Look at that, JP.
Man.
Debris detected. We've got another tornado producing damage. You know, this thing has probably, you know, been producing damage as it moved through Hale County. We had a sighting. I've seen a photo of it as it passed north of Greensboro. So we may have a long track right through Brush Creek, right into Perry County. There's your debris that's being lofted thousands of feet up into the atmosphere. And this is a tornado now approaching Duff Settlement, Centerville, Brent, and with time, 6 Mile. And if you're watching us over around Thomas Mill, let me back this view out because this is a tornadic storm. It could impact Calera. Just want to let you know, give you the first alert. If you're in southern Shelby County, Calera, over to Jemison and Thorsby, be ready to take action if this warning is expanded. This is an environment here. The Storm Prediction Center, actually, JP, just issued an outlook kind of circling this area, and they think this is one of the more volatile environments that we have across the state right now, back over towards Shelby and into Chilton counties, and they're really watching that zone. So it's an environment where this may hold together here and continue into Shelby and Chilton counties. Just give you first alert.
Yeah, it's a tornado emergency for Brent and Centerville from the National
Okay,
Weather
so
Service.
tornado emergency. There you go. And let's head back over to JP. We're juggling 2 tornado warnings at the moment. JP, I'll keep a watch on this one. Let's get back to what's happening there into Jefferson County.
Yeah, the Jefferson County warning, another big concern for us right now, and that's including the Trussville area now into St. Clair County, Springville, Margaret, Asheville, Hood, Ragland. You're in the polygon. Your warnings are going off right now. It's not in St. Clair County yet, but it is going to be moving into the Margaret area very, very shortly, and this is the latest track. Is right now around Argo, moving very closely to Argo, and this thing's just kind of made a beeline down Highway 11. There's the latest track, and I said Argo. Well, there's the Argo estimated time. That's going to be at 5:02, and we can see Margaret at 5:04, Shady Acres at 5:05, Cotton Ridge. It's on you right now. So again, we are looking at possible tornado there. We've had a debris signature on this. So again, if you're in Asheville, that one looks, that does not look great in terms of, it's still a big concern. Let's get in a little closer here.
And by the way, JP, the storm moving through Bibb County is moving towards Montevallo. We're going to have that camera there. Folks in Montevallo, seek shelter if that warning's expanded there.
Yeah, and make sure in Centerville you are in your safe place. And I know this is the part of severe weather, and I'll say this one time. You guys get frustrated with us. We got a couple of warnings, and both of them are bad, and you can't show them both at one time. So we toggle back and forth. So just wanted to address that. Trussville area, this is a concern right now. This is moving into St. Clair County. We had a debris signature on this like we had with the one in Bibb County. So Margaret and Akmar, Blancheville, Hardwick, make sure you're in your safe place right now. We're looking at our debris tracker right now. Matt's operating the radar, and he's looking for any suspicious areas right there. And it looks like the worst of this now is pushing just to the east of Trussville. These things are moving so quickly that they don't last very long in one area. So when we give you a warning, we want you to get to your safe place. Don't even think about it. Just go to your safe place and get there, because at this rate of speed, usually a tornado is tracking at about 35 miles per hour or so. These today 55 to 60. Sometimes a little faster than that. So serious business. Margaret, make sure you're in your safe place. Also Ragland and Asheville. Anybody along Interstate 59 right here around the Springville area and Argo, I want to make sure you are hunkered down because of this tornado. And we're heading back into Bibb County right now. Tornado emergency there as well. You can see a pretty good circulation. Duff Settlement, Harrisburg, that's going into Centerville, Choctaw Hills, Vic, Antioch, a first alert. And I'm telling you, look how this thing is ramped up. This is really starting to get, if we go back into reflectivity, you can see right through here, this has got a pretty good hook on it. This is an environment that is healthy enough. If you're in Shelby County, you need to be listening to me right now, because it's going to be moving right across Bibb County, and it's going to go into maybe the Montevallo area. We're going to be looking at it perhaps in northern Chilton County, probably staying to the north of Jemison. It's going to move this one, I think, more toward Calera this time around. So more toward Calera in southern Shelby County. That is where we have maybe a little debris ball there, what Matt is showing us.
And this is a tornado emergency, JP, for Centerville and Brent. Multiple reports of a tornado here.
Yeah, we're going to spend a little bit more time on this, and then we'll toggle back over into St. Clair County and part of Jefferson County. That storm's almost out of Jefferson County, by the way. This is moving up right now. Centerville, it's just a few miles away. If you're in Centerville, you have roughly about 5-6 minutes to get to your safe place. Maybe a little bit less than that. You should have already been in your safe place, but let's just hope you're paying attention. Call relatives, friends that may not be in tune with the weather, and let them know what's going on. A tornado is moving toward Centerville right now. Get in your safe place. Antioch as well. Pleasant Hill, a first alert. So here's the breakdown. Spencer, Goodson, Jamesville, Brent at 510, Fairdale at 511, moving east-northeast at about 56 miles per hour. So really a tight circulation there across Bibb County. We're going to head back over to St. Clair County and show you what's going on there. And we are getting a shear marker there, indications usually that we're looking at a damaging producing storm. This is quickly crossing now out of Jefferson County. It's moving into Margaret and Meadowview Estates right now. Margaret at 5:05. That's 3 minutes from now. It looks like Springville, that's going to be at 5:08. Holly Springs at 5:10. Goodwin's Mill at 5:12 and Caldwell at 5:13. I'm giving you a first alert. Very, very important. This storm's going to eventually perhaps make its way into Asheville. Make sure you're in your safe place. Computers tell me right now the movement is northeast at 76 miles per hour. Typically, I wouldn't believe that, but based on the environment right now, it wouldn't surprise me if we do have storms moving about that fast. These are very fast moving storms, almost out of Jefferson County, and that warning is going to be over with here in probably about another 2 to 3 minutes. But St. Clair County, another troublemaker for you for Margaret, Springville area right now, and crossing perhaps just to the south of Interstate 59. Wattsville and Odenville, you are in that warned area. So again, Odenville, I'm talking to you. Get in your safe place. Do it now, because we do have pretty good rotation going on through there. Matt Daniel is in the First Alert Weather Center. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I just want to mention, if you can hear me real quick, that the tornado warning for Jefferson County has been dropped because that circulations now have moved on towards the east, right where we were showing you right there. But tornado emergency, though, for Brent and Centerville. If you're listening to us right now, if you're in Bibb County, you need to take shelter immediately, because this is a large and confirmed tornado. I think it's been sighted and has definitely been indicated on radar. So make sure you get to the lowest floor. Basement's ideal. Make sure you wear the bicycle helmets. A tornado emergency out for that area.
Just want to jump in here as well, and just some of the reports we're getting in here. Sadly, 3 fatalities reported in the Ohatchee area. We're getting that report. We've got thousands of power outages, down power lines. Be careful out there. There's a lot of folks responding to the earlier storm that moved through, but folks in Shelby County, some of these areas that were heavily impacted, just be aware that we've got this storm approaching us, and it is quite significant here, and it's probably going to continue on as it moves across southern Shelby County. I want you thinking about this. If you're watching us in Wilsonville, Calera, areas south of Alabaster, this is going to go a little further south than that earlier storm. If you're watching us around Thorsby and Jemison as well. I will say the way this is moving here, I think the worst of this may stay just north, Randolph and Lawley, some of those areas across the eastern part of Bibb County. It's going to be a close call. You can see, though, the way this is tracking here, it's going to move right over Centerville. Here's Eolan to the north, where we had that quite significant tornado back in 2011 that moved through there. Looks as though it's going to track between Eolan and the downtown area, so pretty much anywhere right now over Brent. In fact, you can see very strong indications that green to red, that's those inbound, outbound winds. And let's put a track on this and show you the latest times of arrival as we follow this along. Let me back this view out, and there we go. You can see the track takes us close to Shelby County. Jamesville 509, Fairdale 511, Choctaw Hills at 512. We're going to continue to bring these. Notice Montevallo that we talked about.
Shelby.
Actually, JP, I want to bring up.
We have a standby west. I think we got a warning now for Chilton and also southern Shelby County. So again, we do have a brand new warning. This includes Jemison northward into southern Shelby County, Columbiana, Calera, Ocampo, Jemison. Brand new warning information right there. This just in from the Weather Service. We were concerned that we would continue to see this thing track into Shelby and Chilton County, and that's what the Weather Service is also concerned about. So brand new warning now, South Shelby County. If you're in Calera or Montevallo, go ahead and get to your safe spot. You need to do that now. It's not there yet, but it is a tornado that has a history of staying on the ground. You need to go ahead and be in your safe place. Jemison northward up toward just to the north of Calera, not quite to Alabaster, but just to the north of Calera. This includes Columbiana as well. This is the latest track. Let's go ahead and bring that track up before we get back into St. Clair County. Okay, are we in the, yeah, those are St. Clair County names there. Yeah. Let's go ahead and clear that off.
And by the way, JP, I've got the camera pulled up in Montevallo here as we can watch this. This is going to be moving right over Montevallo. It's over Centerville at the moment. JP's actually pulling up. We've got the warning that we're tracking in Jefferson County. We're trying to clear some of those communities off and give you the updated times of arrival on those. Montevallo, winds gusty. This storm is approaching. Possible tornado here. We've got some ground truth coming in from areas to the west. We'll get back over. I'll watch this, JP. If I notice anything, I'll let you know. But we're watching what's happening now. Bibb, Shelby County.
All right, thank you, Wes. And Montevallo is an area that we're paying close attention to. This is the latest track. And then we're going to head back up to St. Clair County. So Brent, right now, Centerville at 509, East Centerville at 510, Antioch at 518. And this is going to, again, track into northern parts of Chilton County and southern Shelby County. So a little bit different track than the previous storm, a more southward track. Calera, you're in the warned area, as well as Columbiana. Jemison, you're also in the warned area. Centerville right now, you need to make sure you are taking your severe weather precautions. Here's our 60-minute advantage. Let's go ahead and take it minute by minute. So right here, Ashby at 528. Calera, let's go ahead and kind of walk you through this. Where's it going to be? When's it going to be at Calera? That's going to be around 535 to 540. Looks like the worst of that is probably going to track just to the north of Jemison. Columbiana, 545, 547, and then it may just stay to the south of the Chelsea area. I want to give Chelsea a first alert, as well as Westover, Harpersville, and Childersburg. Make sure you are watching this storm, because by around 550 to 605, I think it's going to make more of that kind of that northerly jog. You have to remember those winds are pretty stout out of the south, so everything on radar is being kind of pushed more to the north. So eventually, does it make its way into Talladega County? Could very well. So Childersburg and Sylacauga, already talking about you. Let's go back into St. Clair County, back to the storm that we're tracking in St. Clair County. We'll spend some more time on this one, and this is right now between Springville and Margaret. There's where our circulation is. This is a serious storm too. This is around St. Clair Springs, Odenville, Hardwick, and it is moving toward Raglan right now. So we are seeing some pretty serious rotation with this storm in the northern part of St. Clair County. So a first alert. We are kind of zooming down on this. Okay. All right, between Odenville and St. Clair Springs, and making its way toward the Raglan area. Let's get a track on this one, Matt. All right, St. Clair Springs, 513, 3 minutes. Goodwin's Mill, 516. Cool Springs at 517. Straight Mountain, 519. Okay, Straight Mountain, 519. All the way down to Whitney Junction at 522. It is moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. 65 miles per hour. Asheville at 522. So our first alert right there, Asheville, St. Clair Springs. Could this one make its way into Etowah County or Calhoun County? Certainly a possibility. Looks like the worst of this is now beginning to clear the Margaret area. So we're going to be checking in with St. Clair County momentarily to see if we've had any damage there. But Odenville, man, make sure you're paying attention to the weather in Odenville. This is where kind of the hot spot is right now, moving up toward Raglan. This is something that we need to watch closely as it again makes its way to the northeast. Could we be looking at something getting close to Ohatchee? Over the next 40 minutes or so, certainly a possibility. And today is one of these days, I think these storms are going to hold together, and to really get rid of the warnings, the storm has to move on into Georgia and just move out of the state. I don't think we're going to be looking at a whole lot of weakening going on. That said, you know, I'm talking about northern Chilton County and southern Shelby County. I think we're still going to be looking at problems there. I think Calera, you know, you need to go ahead and get in that safe spot now. You got plenty of time to do it. You need to do it now instead of waiting to the last minute. All these storms have a history of producing damage. Asheville, same thing. Raglan, this is going to stay to the north of St. Clair County, but multiple tornado warnings, all very serious out there. We're going to check back in with Wes, and I'm going to get back to the St. Clair County warning here in just a minute. Wes?
Hey, JP, strong indications that we've got debris, a tornado producing damage in Bibb County. You can see right there the damage indicator, debris indicator, and that is where you see that dark purple right there. That's likely where we have what's called a debris ball showing up in this hook echo. That tornado is right over Centerville, right there along Highway 82 out of the downtown area, and you can see the track of this is going to take that close to 6 Mile across Highway 25. Here's Wilton. You see Jemison back in here. We're actually included in the tornado warning. Jemison, Calera, it looks like into Shelby County. All these areas are going to be in this warning until 6 o'clock. Shelby, Chilton County tornado warning until 6 o'clock. 6 Mile, 522, Thomas Mill area, 524 on that time of arrival. And there's the update. Matt, this thing is right over Centerville, Alabama. Heavy rainfall extending north towards West Blockton. You're probably getting some of the strong gusty winds in these areas across northern Bibb County. However, the worst of this right now, Centerville. Let me go in here a little bit closer so you can see this. I want to get in really tight and name some of these roads. If you're in Gary Springs, County Road 20, the Antioch area, Thomas Mill, here it is right over the downtown area. There's a look at Fairdale being impacted by this as well. Getting some reports in right now. Let's see, some damage. Okay, getting some more reports of some of the damage here out of Shelby County. I actually got a picture I may try to show you here in a few moments from Utah from that warning earlier that we had in Greene County. But we're zoomed in. Tornado emergency right now. If you're in Centerville and Brent, stay put until we give you the all clear. Indications, we've got debris, Duff Settlement, Harrisburg area. This tornado still producing damage. It moved across Hale County. Here it is moving across Bibb County. Now, if you're south of Pondville, the threat has ended. Hale County, that threat has ended for you. We're most concerned at this point tracking the tornado, Gary Springs, Deer Creek Road. Okay, if you're watching on Deer Creek Road, Montevallo Road, 6 Mile. That's going to put this at 6 Mile at 522. Briarfield, talking about you as well, 528. The tornado moving east-northeast. Now, this is the track not only on the storm, this is the track on the tornado and where the tornado would be that we're tracking. Briarfield, Wilton, Calera, and you can see right there, Dry Valley, Wilton, Montevallo, we're talking about you. Let's go back to the view here. I was noticing the lightning frequency starting to ramp up here on the Montevallo camera, and look at all the rain. I mean, visibility. Looks like we may actually start to see the base of that storm looking back in the west direction. We could see a tornado on this, JP. I'm going to watch this closely. Let's get back to you. We're also watching St. Clair County.
Yeah, we're going to toggle back and forth. St. Clair County and also the storm in Bibb County and moving into Shelby and Jemison, or I should say Chilton County. St. Clair County, still some rotation here. Pretty strong indications of rotation moving toward Asheville and Ragland. This is around Hardwick. We're still getting those shear markers. This is concerning as well. This is the track right now in St. Clair County. So Asheville at 521, Whitney Junction at 522, Whitney at 522, Chandler Mountain at 527, Steele at 528. It's a fast mover northeast at 66 miles per hour. So this thing's going to be moving towards Steele and Hood. Asheville, I want to make sure that you are in your safe place. It is just minutes away from Asheville, Cool Springs. Checking in with my friend there in Odenville, and this just passed over him. He said the power was flickering. He has not had any damage there in Odenville from that storm. Doesn't mean you couldn't have some damage. We're certainly seeing a lot of radar indications where this thing is rotating right now. So again, up toward Whitney Junction and the Asheville area, back toward Trussville, Jefferson County, the all clear. We're good there. This is going to extend down toward St. Clair County. We're seeing the warning in Chilton County for northern Chilton County, as well as right now for Shelby County. And Wes is also tracking that storm that is beginning to make its way into Shelby County, Calera area, and also Montevallo. We're starting to see kind of the rain-free base of that storm as it moves toward Montevallo. So we've got a pretty good vantage point. I can see there's a lot of lightning with that right now. The conditions west are favorable for further strengthening at 71 over 71. So we got some juicy air there.
Yeah, exactly, JP. I was just looking here at some of the areas south of West Blockton. If you're around 6 Mile, you can see that very low cloud base starting to move in. We're looking live from the University of Montevallo and back in that west direction there where we have a tornado emergency. Everything I'm seeing on the radar, if we go back to this, I mean, looking at Centerville, let's see if we can get the radar controls here to pull up. Centerville is showing a debris ball right in that area around Vic crossing Highway 82. We're looking at the Antioch area, Highway 25. Mentioned a few moments ago, Deer Creek Road. That is where this is going to be crossing. And this is the tornado right here. And it's showing up. That's where it's picking up debris. It's crossed Deer Creek Road. Let's see. Okay, there's the Vic community. Here's Centerville, Highway 82 here to the south. So again, I can't stress enough, if you're along Highway 25 around 6 Mile, we still have every indication the radar can give you of a tornado that's about to cross. There it is, Deer Creek Road, Pine Tree Road right in here. This is Highway 25 back towards Montevallo. This is 6 Mile, okay? 6 Mile, be in your safe place. Tornado about to cross Highway 25. Let's zoom out the view and show you areas included. By the way, northern Chilton County, southern Shelby County were included in a tornado warning until 6 o'clock, as well as St. Clair counties. Just want to let you know, if you're Jemison, points north to Calera, you're included in that tornado warning. Wilsonville, we want you taking shelter. Wilton, Oakley, Ashby. Let's get in here a little bit closer. There's Montevallo, and you can see that this is tracking right there towards Montevallo. Let's go back over to a live look as we monitor. We've got a tornadic storm approaching Montevallo at the moment. Here's a live view from Shelby County, 71 degrees at the moment. And as JP noted, the Storm Prediction Center, they issue these discussions highlighting some of these areas of more enhanced severe weather, and they actually highlighted Shelby County, Chilton County, back towards Coosa County. There's kind of a zone in there where it's still quite unstable. This temperature actually just jumped up a degree. Did you notice that? So, you know, it's very warm, very soupy. So this storm's likely going to hold together as it moves into Shelby County.
Yeah, we're going to be on that as well. So this is the point where we're going to toggle back to St. Clair County, where we have yet another tornado warning right now for the northeastern part of St. Clair County. This is not for Pell City. This is kind of a reset. Matt's showing you the big picture, and you can see the multiple tornado warnings. Chilton County, southern Shelby County, back into Bibb County, and the tornado warning in effect right now for St. Clair County may be extended on into Etowah County. Looking better back out to the west. So that situation is improving, at least for right now. I think we're going to be looking, at least in the near term, we'll have a little time here when we get out of you know, it's busy right now, when we have a little time to analyze everything, but we are seeing some improving conditions back out to the west. Right now, Asheville, I want to make sure that you're getting this warning also up through Hood and on into Cobb City. This one, I know Ohatchee, we had 3 fatalities earlier from a tornado, and we still have a lot of rotation here, and this may graze Ohatchee once again. I think it's going to stay to the north of Ragland. Asheville right now in Whitney, that's a big concern, and this is going to be moving up toward Hood on into Etowah County, maybe the Rainbow City or South Side area. We're going to have to watch that. We're going to give you an updated track here in St. Clair County. Asheville at 525, Steele at 532, Williams at 533, Old Harmony at 536, and I mentioned South Side. That's going to happen at 537. So South Side at 537, Ramsey at 537. Fast-moving storm moving up toward Reese City and Gadsden. That northeast movement at 63 miles per hour. That's the ground speed. That's how fast it is moving across the ground. 63 miles per hour. It is traveling. We are seeing 100+ mile per hour wind shear with this storm. It's a dangerous storm, and again, you could have some damage from this. there in St. Clair County. It looks like it's going to go right through the Asheville area. May move up, kind of graze Straight Mountain as well as it crosses over the river here in the next few minutes. And we're going to move down to the other storm, and this one is very, very dangerous. This is moving toward Thomas Mill and Oakley. If you're watching us right now in Ocampo, if you're in South Calera, Montevallo, you need to make sure you're in your safe place. That also goes for Bessie and Jemison. This is a storm that has been touching the ground. It's got a debris signature on it. This is not radar indicated. This is one that is of great concern and probably the worst looking storm we've got on radar right now. It is the worst looking storm we've got on radar. So St. Clair County, hang in there. We'll be back to you in just a little bit. Make sure you're in a safe place. But my concern right now is going to be Chilton County and southern portions of Shelby County, because this is a dangerous storm and this one will do a lot of damage when it moves across. Again, Thomas Mill, Oakley, Ashby, anywhere north of Jemison, you need to make sure you're in your safe place. Ocampo, all the way into Calera in southern portions of Shelby County. Matt, if you can kind of expand this view a little bit so we can get the whole warning. That's going to include Wilsonville and Columbiana in that warning. So Calera, Columbiana, in that warning. Saginaw, you're in there too. This entire area, Cracker Barrel, the Walmart, all of that, all the way up toward Columbiana, and this is eventually going to cross, I think, into Talladega County. That's a tornado right there we're pointing at, and this does include northern parts of Chilton County. If you're south of Jemison, this is not going to be impacting you. If you're north of Jemison, this is a concern, and this is a tightly wound storm. You got a debris ball on it right there. So that's what this is. Sometimes we call this a hook echo. In this case, the debris is so pronounced, it's being lofted, and it's given us this ball right here. And that happens with your stronger tornadoes. So, you can't really tell if a tornado's EF2, EF3, EF4 really on radar all the time. But I can tell you definitely it doesn't look like a 0 or a 1. This is one that has got some wind to it, and when you're lofting that much debris, it's got quite a bit of power. So this is not a minor tornado. If you can ever call a tornado minor, this is one that can do some serious damage, moving Thomas Mill and the Oakley area. So I want to make sure you are in your safe place. Northern Chilton County, safe place. This is going to be Jemison northward and Wessington. Make sure you are in your safe place. Ocampo, I-65 area, and I'll go ahead and say Talladega Springs and Blue Springs, Valentine, Columbiana, Calera. Go ahead, hunker down now. How fast is the storm moving, Matt?
Ooh, let me look that up real quick. It looks like it's moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So these storms are going to be rapidly moving east-northeast about at least 45 to 55 miles per hour, JP. And I think we just have a brand new tornado warning.
Yeah.
This is for Calhoun and Etowah County. So we're going to go back to the north and east.
By the way, that Trussville storm, and that's the same one we're going back to.
Right.
And that's now extended to Calhoun and Etowah County. They did end up with some damage at the Pinnacle Shopping Center there in Trussville off Highway 11, right there between 11 and 59. So damage there, some damage around Tutwiler Farm. So this storm also has a history of producing damage moving through Colvin and Asbury, Ball Flat. Didn't we just do this? Same area, same cities, same places we just named. It's probably going to graze just to the north of Ohatchee. But again, Ohatchee northward all the way to Gadsden, south side, Rainbow City. Make sure you are in your safe place. We do have, it's a broader rotation than what we're seeing right now, farther to the south in Chilton County and also Shelby County. But you need to watch this one because we are looking at some high winds moving toward Old Harmony, south side at 537, Morgan's Crossroads 537, and Oak Level at 539. Every city doesn't appear on that list. If you live anywhere in the vicinity of any one of those places, make sure that you are in your safe place right now. This is going to be including the Gadsden area. So again, Gadsden all the way down toward Crystal Springs, you are under that tornado warning. This is going to be northern portions. Right now, northern portions of Calhoun County, southern Etowah County. The storm, within about 5-10 minutes, it's probably going to be out of St. Clair County. all of these things are moving at about 50 or 60 miles per hour. Wes Wyatt is working on some information right here. He's trying to get that track of a very dangerous tornado. This one is one of the worst looking ones on radar that we've probably seen all day, and Wes is tracking that through Shelby County, and he has the future radar. Wes, I'll let you go ahead and take us through that.
Yeah, and just a note, multiple warnings out there. Currently 527, you're watching WBRC Fox 6, continuing coverage, multiple tornado warnings. We are looking at a tornadic supercell storm here moving into Shelby County through Bibb County. This is crossing Highway 25 right there around 6 Mile. I've got the camera pointed. It looks like some of the heavier rain starting to work into Montevallo. This is from the Montevallo campus there, University of Montevallo, looking back to the south and west direction. And you can see there's a little bit of a rain-free base back in this general direction where that tornado would be. I want to go over to the forecast radar and take you through this. If we follow the tornado, giving you that advantage where it's going right now, model data, or actually radar data, telling us that this is almost to Ashby. It's going to be crossing Briarfield. Briarfield, you're in the path of this, moving across Briarfield, Dry Valley, Roberta. Notice where this is going here. This is going to be, let's stop this right here, 545. This has the tornado anywhere from Calera to the Varnins area. This is going to include around Shelby County Airport, okay? Around Shelby County Airport, Calera, back over towards Montevallo Road and Montevallo. And let's continue. That is 545. Let's take this on out close to 6 o'clock. And that's when the warning is set to expire, so we could see this reissued. But this does show this tornadic part of the storm tracking towards Columbiana, 4 Mile, and Wilsonville. Okay, Wilsonville and Columbiana included in that tornado warning. But if you're around Childersburg, Harpersville, we want to give you the first alert to be weather ready in case an extended warning is issued. We're giving you that 60-minute advantage. This warning is going to continue through 6 o'clock and could quite possibly move into Talladega County. So start thinking about this also around Alpine. Make sure that you're watching us and watching this storm here as it moves in your direction. Still a strong hook echo, though, JP, with this. This is about to cross. That is Highway 139 right there, okay? You can see Oakley and Ashby, Briarfield, all included. This is the tornado. Strong indication we still have some debris with this about to cross right around the university. There's the University of Montevallo and the city of Montevallo, Dry Valley, and we're looking back in here, Interstate 65. We'll send it back over to you.
All right, Wes, thanks for that information. And again, we want to emphasize these are deadly storms. We've had at least, as far as our knowledge, 3 fatalities already from this weather today in Ohatchee. So last week we were very blessed. We avoided any injuries or fatalities, not so much today. And we now have 5 fatalities. Okay, up to 5 fatalities now from tornadoes today. So if we're talking about your area, treat this seriously. If you're one of these people that usually doesn't treat it seriously, do it today, because the storms mean business today. Every one of these has produced some level of damage. So we're going to get back to, we've talked about Shelby County. I want to go back over to Etowah County and Calhoun County. I want to get back in here. Our fatalities earlier today, Etowah, or I should say Calhoun County, around the Ohatchee area. We're watching this storm. It's almost out of St. Clair County. It's moving just to the north of Ragland. And this is going to be, very close to the Shoal Creek area and also very close to Ohatchee. Burns Park, Cobb City, Colwell, Markton, Old Harmony. Make sure you're in your safe place. This is going to go to the north of Alexandria. Cobb City and Crystal Springs, it's going to move towards you. Markton, Glencoe. We're also going to be looking at this perhaps even in South Side by around 5:37, so that's 7 minutes from now. Make sure that you're hunkered down for a little while. If you can deal with this just a little bit longer in St. Clair County, it's going to be out of your area, maybe another 2 or 3 minutes. And it's probably going to, again, move right on into Cherokee County. These storms, they have a history of holding together, and they may make their way, one of those deals where you have to get it out of the state before it really is no longer an issue. None of them are really weakening. I'm going to go back into, we'll get a track and then we'll go back into Shelby County. Williams at 532, Southside 536, Morgan's Crossroads 537, Clubview Heights 539, Pine Grove at 540, Silver Lake Golf Course, the country club over there. That's going to be another issue that we need to watch. The storm, the computer's telling me east-northeast movement at about 70 miles per hour. That is an incredibly fast-moving storm. Wes Wyatt.
Yeah, we're going to stay with you, JP. If we can go to the Apple TV, I need to show you, I've got some scenes coming in from Centerville now where that tornado just moved through Bibb County. You know, we were watching Centerville closely. We'll go to the Apple TV primary here momentarily, and I want to show you. So this is what we have coming in. This from Braden. This was shared on my Twitter feed a few moments ago. And you can see significant damage in Centerville. So that's just now coming in some fresh video and images from Bibb County. So if you're hearing that back in the newsroom, this is that same storm now that's closing in. And we'll get back over to you, JP, Matt. The same one right now that's moving into Shelby, northern Chilton County. So this is a significant storm at the moment. You see the pictures right there coming in, another destructive storm.
All right, thanks, Wes, for that update. And yeah, he's showing you the pictures because we want you to really see what this thing is doing as it moves on in now into, this is Chilton County. So what's happening right here, we'll track from here. And that's going to go right across Ocampo, South Calera, city of Shelby, okay? That's the town of Shelby, Talladega Springs, and Columbiana. So there's the track. This is where it's going. Dry Valley at 537, Ocampo 538, all the way down toward Calera at 541, and Shelby at 551. This is where this storm is going to be. This is a tightly wound storm, and it's the way it's appearing right now, this is going to be a sliver, I think, of northern Chilton County, okay? Jemison, it looks like you're not going to be a factor there. This is going to be more to the north, the way this is looking. So better news there for Chilton County, but South Shelby County, I think you're going to have some damage. I think you're going to see that damage probably staying to the south of Montevallo and west. I don't know if we actually are able to, we might be able to see this from the Montevallo camera.
Yeah, I've been watching it. A lot of rain right now. It's going to be close here as far as the campus goes.
Yeah, that's right there. Just there's Montevallo. It's just to the south of there. This is going to be to the south of the Shelby County Airport. So right through there, almost, you know, very close to the Chilton and Shelby County line where this moves across. So we're watching it. This is a tornado that gets our attention a lot because we've had so many damage reports from it. We've had debris signatures from it. It's critical that we make sure that everybody in this polygon is in their safe place. And I'm going to talk upstream a little bit. If you are, or I should say downstream, if you're in Talladega County, this is going to cross the river and it's going to move into Talladega County. I see very little reason why it's not going to impact Sylacauga or even, you know, Talladega Springs. I see that very unlikely that we could get that fortunate and it just goes away. It hasn't. None of these have. They stay with us. So right now through Calera, I'm going to step over to the computer just for a second and zoom in on a couple of things so we get really a good handle on where this is going to be going. So we'll go over into our street level mode. I'm going to get as close in as possible here. And there's the city of Calera. There's South Calera.
Yeah, it looks like it's the strong circulation there, JP, probably 2 or 3 miles just south of the campus.
Yeah.
And you know what? We get a lot of rain. We show you these camera views. We get a lot of rainfall in many cases, and then you'll actually see the rain let up, and then you can see the tornado. I remember we saw that in Bessemer one night when we were tracking one of these storms through here. That's what we're kind of watching to see if that rain-free base area moves through. But there's a lot of precipitation to the south, and I will say this, winds now gusting up to 25+ mile per hour in Montevallo, so we're getting some of those significant wind gusts at the moment.
Yeah, this is right now around Dry Valley. So Dry Valley is where we're seeing this this circulation. That's right there on the county line, moving towards South Calera right now. I'm going to slowly just kind of roll this back a little bit. And Columbiana, Hillsdale, Dogwood Point, all areas that are going to be possibly impacted by this. And I really want to make sure that the folks in Calera are getting that first alert. Calera, you need to be in your safe place. This is no joke. You know, Calera is a place that doesn't typically get a lot of severe weather. We just don't see a lot of it moving through Shelby County. Today, it's a very bad day for Shelby County. This is a very active area today. And we need to make sure everybody is in their safe spot. That's also for Columbiana. And be thinking about, well, there you go. I was, well, Talladega Springs. I think here between Wilsonville and Talladega Springs, we could have a little bit of an issue in a little bit. If you're in Pelham or Alabaster, this is not going to impact you. You've already had significant impacts already in the Pelham area. So again, we're going to touch on this. Calera, it is moments away. This is going to be a good possibility of a damage producer here. Let's go back to our debris tracker and see what's going on. I'm watching Wes's camera over there, and he's got 24-mile-per-hour winds. I'm not seeing a debris track on this right now. That's, again, we're pretty close to the Shelby County NEXRAD, which is right up here off screen. So this is going to be Calera, South Calera, where this is going to pass through. Now beginning just to kind of move past Dry Valley. It's going to move toward Talladega Springs. So I-65, Highway 31, right now intense rain around Montevallo that we're seeing. You may have some flooding there as well. Wilton, this is going to be kind of clearing that area. It's not an all clear, but the worst of it has moved past. You still could have some high winds on the backside of this. Sometimes as they exit, you can have some pretty decent winds even on the backside of these storms. That's why we're reluctant to give somebody an all clear, even though you're seeing the red and the green right there. I want to go back to, and I think Wes is doing this, we'll go back toward Hoax Bluff and over toward Etowah and Calhoun counties, because we do have the other tornado warning that's moving across the state. Wes?
Yeah, JP, a tornado warning until 6:15. You can see where this system's at. We now have another marker indicating some strong rotation. Markton, Glencoe, this one tracking towards you. I was about to go to our Hoax Bluff camera. Gadsden, we're seeing that ominous sky back to the south. Etowah County included in this. It looks like south side. Here's the Coosa River. The tornado now crossing the river right here close to Cobb City. Want to give you the first alert. Let's show you some times of arrival on this. Center, this would actually track in your direction if this holds together. Just give you that first alert. South side 544, Riverside at 546. There's Cobb City at 550, and the Clubview Heights area at 550. This one you can see they're moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Anniston, some of the worst of this is north of you, okay? This is actually tracking closer to Glencoe. This will be moving a bit west of Knighton's Crossroads. Here's a closer view. There you go, Glencoe, Hoax Bluff. I'll tell you what, JP, it is pouring rain in these areas right now. This is not a situation where you're going to look out the window and there's a, which we don't want you near windows. Stay away from windows, but this is not a situation where you're going to easily spot a tornado with all this rain that's moving through. And we really don't want you thinking about that. We want you getting to that center part of the home, low spot. And again, not a time to be on the road trying to outrun this thing as fast as these storms are moving in these tornadoes. But Hoax Bluff, Glencoe, again, first alert, Gadsden area, getting damage photos, damage pictures out of Centerville.
Wes, I'm just going to stop.
Okay.
You can keep talking here. I just want to pass this along. We're getting reports of debris falling out of the sky in Chelsea. If you know where the Terra neighborhood is, that is from that tornado that is moving into Calera. It's dropping debris over in Chelsea right now. So that's a good hike between where that tornado is and where Chelsea is. So this thing is lofting debris there in South Shelby County.
Let's see if I actually, we'll go to the Chelsea camera. I've got that pulled up here if you want to. You know, this is looking there from the Boardman Carr Law Firm, and we'll try to pan to the south. Let's see what we have in, first off, let's go to Montevallo. So we've got several of our first alert sky vision cameras. You can see visibility dropping off. We haven't lost power. We still have power here at the university, but you can see visibility. It's almost down to zero there in Montevallo. Heavy rainfall. The tornado, the way it's looking, is tracking just south of campus. We've got the strong winds there. Let's go to Shelby County Airport, because that's going to be close to where this is going to cross Interstate 65. Here we go, JP. Just looking, you can see just a lot of rain there back to the west that's approaching Shelby County. Let's get to, quickly, before I throw it back over to JP here, see if we have Hoax Bluff. camera. Let's see what the conditions are like there. So Hoax Bluff, very ominous sky at the moment. Not raining quite as heavily as I thought it would be right there just yet, but that heavier rain is moving in. Tornado warning, Glencoe, Hoax Bluff areas. We want you in that safe spot. We'll let you know once this threat ends, but it's been a while, JP, since I've seen, us talk about a report where you had debris falling that far away. Yeah. But it looks like some significant damage around the Centerville-Brent area from what we're gathering.
Yeah, that debris is probably, at least that may be 30 miles away at least where we're seeing some of that. So let's get back into South Shelby County. And again, I want to give you that first alert. If you're in Talladega County, Childersburg, Zubers, Sylacauga, this is going to be a storm that is going to eventually impact you. It is tracking right now across Calera and moving up toward Columbiana. City of Shelby, the community there of Shelby, you're going to be in the path of this as well. Wilsonville, also in the path of this. This stays to the south of Chelsea. It stays to the south of Pelham and Alabaster. This is going to be the southern part of the county. But Columbiana, yeah, you're in this, and as well as Hillsdale right there. That is that rotation. Calera, South Calera. This is a serious storm that we've got debris signatures on, and we do have good evidence that it is still reaching the ground. So this is not one that we need to give up on. This is going to be making all the way into Talladega County. What we're seeing right now, this is the latest track. Springs Junction at 546, and I mentioned the town of Shelby at 553, Spring Creek at 556, and Pine Grove Village at 557. And a tornado warning continues for southern Shelby County. I do not see this being a factor for Chilton County. This is going to be right there. It's now moved into Shelby County. I know a lot of folks are on edge in Chilton County from last week because of the sheer number of tornadoes there. This is impacting Calera right now, and it's about to cross the interstate, about to cross I-65 in the southern portion of Shelby County. We're getting a good rotation on this right now from our rotation tracker. You still may have some winds in northern portions of Chilton County, but I think right here, drill down on this as much as you can, Matt. And fortunately, as this passes through, you see this is a lot of wooded area through here, and that's what we like to see.
I see Timberline Drive right there, JP. Folks in the Timberline area, you see?
Yeah.
JP's pointing out this is it right here. This
in
is
fact,
Timberline.
Wes, I think your display, let's go ahead and take your display up full, and let's take these street by street and talk about some of the areas that are going to be impacted here.
Okay.
So
if you want to pull that up over there,
I will.
Let's go back to JP, and we'll expand the view so you can see this on the big screen.
Yeah. So right here, this is going to be Timberline. Timberline Ridge right here in Timberline Drive. This particular neighborhood, right? You see this development? Timberline Drive. This is a place I hope everybody in there is hunkered down. You get past there and you have a pretty good wooded area, so less likely to cause major damage because you're starting to get into a more rural area. But you do have a lot of neighborhoods around here right there near the interstate. So Timberline Drive, Timberline Ridge, Springs Junction, we're talking to you. State Route 25, Highway 25 in Shelby County, make sure you're in your safe place. These are all areas that we need to really watch, and I'm looking at Cornerstone Drive, Long Branch Parkway, Long Branch Drive. All of these areas, these are some of the neighborhoods. We're kind of drilling down in here as close as we can to get some of those communities. It's about to cross 65 right now, and there you go. It's crossed 65. This is where we're looking at the high winds. Hillsdale, give it about 3 or 4 minutes, and it's going to be moving toward Hillsdale. Shelby Springs also, and this is the worst of this, probably riding right along Highway 25. We're seeing winds around 70 miles per hour. And this is going to be moving up, again, Long Branch Parkway. If you live near Long Branch Parkway, make sure you get to your safe place. There's a debris signature again. I'm going to go back over to the other AccuTrack system, and there you go. That's our debris signature. And one thing you're going to notice, there's a lot of like quarries and stuff around here, so it's real easy to pick up a lot of dust and debris. So the debris signature is pretty easy to create in this area. There's a really, really strong area of rotation. And this is those areas that we were talking about. Right there, this is County Road 301. County Road 301. Make sure you are in your safe place. The rotation now has just crossed I-65 and it is clearing Calera. So it is moving now toward Ozan, and it's going to be moving toward the city of Shelby in about, these are moving about 50 or 60 miles per hour. That's roughly about 8 miles. So in about 8 minutes, we're going to be looking at this storm in Shelby. We're going to look at the possible tornado in Shelby in about 8 minutes. Matt's drawing the map out there. Shelby at 5:54. So yeah, pretty close, about 8 minutes, doing the math there manually. We're looking at Cobb City and Keysburg over in the northern part of the state. So again, this is now cleared Shelby. I think, based on what we're seeing here, it's probably going to stay south of Columbiana. If you're in Columbiana, make sure you're in your safe place. Hillsdale and Shelby, this is going to get a lot closer to you. I want to check in with Wes again on our tornado warning for the northeastern part of the state.
Tornado warning until 6:15. We're zoomed in right now. Here's Webster, Chapel, the Glencoe area right around Etowah, northern Calhoun counties. I was just checking the view here from Hoax Bluff, raining heavily. This is the tornado. It's now crossing Cobb City, okay? So for areas, if you live north and east towards Reeves, away from Cobb City, you're in the path of another tornado here. Strong circulation still showing up. If we go over to times of arrival, Colvin's Gap, you can see there around 5:52. Hoax Bluff at 5:52, Reeves at 5:54, Knighton's Crossroads showing up in the path of this. You know, if we look at the view, let me back this out so you can see where this is with respect to Gadsden. So looking at the map, you've got Gadsden back in here to the north of the tornado. Jacksonville, we're south. So you can see there's quite a bit of distance between Cobb City and Jacksonville based on this. The actual warning polygon does include Hoax Bluff Ball Play. We're also included in that warning polygon. Here's the current situation in Hoax Bluff. If we go over to a live look, you can see visibility dropping off, a lot of rainfall. That tornado would actually passing it's just almost difficult to impossible to see with all this rain that's falling there now, but the tornado is in there according to the radar indication, moving to the northeast. But you can see there pouring rain, and actually you can kind of see where the tornado is. This is where all that heavier rain is, Bachelor's Chapel area right there along the Coosa. But this is very close to Glencoe, and just looking here, I'm trying to see. Okay, here's Highway 278 right in here. So Hoax Bluff, Highway 278 around Colvin's Gap, that's where it's going to cross, and it looks like we may have gotten another warning. Let me just double check. Okay, no warning yet, but Cherokee County, let's watch this. JP, we're going to keep an eye on Centerville and those areas for this 6:15 tornado warning. It goes until 6:15 for far northern Calhoun County and southern Etowah counties.
All right, thank you, Wes. I was efforting to get some video here. Let's see if I can get this. Stand by, and this is going to be on Apple TV. Let's take this up full Apple TV right now, and this is what we're looking at is a damage. Okay, that's actually debris falling in Chelsea right there. That's from Chad Beasley. He's over around the Terra area, that neighborhood. And that was earlier today. That's some damage along Highway 280. But I just wanted to show you that debris. We can go back to our weather maps now and look at what's going on in Columbiana. But that debris was being lofted by, we'll go back to our system, right here. This tornado, or this tornado signature, even back when it was in Bibb County, it was lofting debris probably 15,000 feet up and dropping it in the Chelsea area. So this is a mean storm right now. Columbiana, Hillsdale, and Shelby. Make sure you're in your safe place. Wilsonville, Carlton Point, Fayetteville. Now we have a brand new warning for Talladega County. We knew downstream this was likely because of the storm and the intensity of it. So this is going to include, really, I'm going to include Sylacauga in this just in case. That's right there on the line. Childersburg going to cross Highway 280 and kind of cuts off around the Alpine area. So again, we're seeing a pretty good shear marker, a lot of rotation with this. We're going to get back and actually get into the velocity data, Matt, and show you what's going on with this thing right there. You see that? the green and the red. This is our rotation, and this is going to be right there around Shelby Springs and County Road 42. Another debris signature moving right up there toward Hillsdale and moving up toward Kingdom Crossroads. So if you're in this part of Shelby County, I want to make sure you are in your safe place. This has consistently produced a debris signature all across the state. This was back into Bibb County. It was doing it in Hale County. This is a serious storm, and if you're watching in Childersburg, I want to make sure that you are in your safe place now. It's not there yet. You got a little bit of time, but they are moving fast, and right there is the circulation. We see the green and red close together. County Road 42, again, I want to give you the first alert, and this is going to be moving toward Shelby and also Kingdom Crossroads. A first alert for Shelby and Kingdom Crossroads, the Hillsdale area. This is a tornado signature right here, just a classic tornado signature. We're going to give you a good track on this. It's moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. The one thing about these storms, when we give you that warning, it's not going to take a long time to cross the ground. The ground speed on these is about 60 miles per hour. So there we go. We're drawing this out toward Childersburg. Columbiana, we're going to include you in here as a possible kind of the crosshairs. Unfortunately, in Hillsdale, Columbiana at 5:56. Same for Hillsdale. Kingdom Crossroads, 5:58. Hillsdale actually about a minute earlier. Carlton Point, 6:04. Indian Shoals, 6:05. And Wilsonville at 6:05. So I want to give you that first alert there in Shelby County. If you're in Calera, this is now past you. We're still waiting to see if we had any damage back in the Calera area with all of the debris signatures. It would not surprise me if we did end up with some damage there. But Childersburg, I want to make sure you're getting into your safe place right now. Wilsonville, same goes for you. This is going to cross very close to the power plant, the Alabama power plant, the Gaston steam plant there in Wilsonville. That's one of the landmarks where this is going to come close to, and also the Shelby County downtown Shelby County Courthouse, Columbiana, that area. So again, a first alert right there between Hillsdale and also Columbiana, heading up toward Carlton Point and Wilsonville right along the Coosa River. So a first alert there. This is going to be, we're seeing a pretty good signature right there around Hillsdale. First alert if you're in the Hillsdale area as well as Columbiana. We are looking at a storm that a few minutes ago I was showing you that debris that it was lofting, and you were seeing that debris 30 miles away. So this is a storm, has a history of producing damage, very strong storm, and Talladega County now under a tornado warning, and this is going to continue all the way up toward the Alpine area. The storms are moving fast, and that's the problem. When we give you that alert and get that warning, you really have little time to get to your safe place. These storms moving 60, sometimes even 70 miles per hour because of the winds aloft really just pushing them forward. So they're moving very quickly. Now, some of the shear may start to lift out in some of the northern portions of our viewing area. That's going to help the situation there. By the way, the reason we're on TV today, First Alert Weather Day, and at this point we have 5 fatalities in place. 5 fatalities took place today from some of these storms. And Mark, if you get in my ear, I know you said Pelham has a curfew. That curfew is until what time tonight? Was it? Okay, starts at 10. Okay, 10 p.m. All right, 10 p.m. curfew in Pelham because of the extensive damage from the tornado earlier today. This is moving into Hillsdale right now. Let's look at this. Get in there as close as you can. Egg and Butter Road. Egg and Butter Road. This is going to be crossing Egg and Butter Road within just a couple of minutes. So make sure if you're in Hillsdale, you're in your safe place. And we're also looking at Ronbar Road. Ronbar Road, we're talking to you, and Wandering Meadow Drive, Kingdom Crossroads, Mooney Road, get in your safe place. Mooney Road, State Route 145, County Road 28. Make sure you are in your safe place. This is going to be crossing out of Shelby County here in a few minutes, and it's going to be moving on into Talladega County. Right now, the worst of this is south of Highway 25. It is south of Columbiana. We got a debris signature. You can see it very prominent moving toward Hillsdale right now in Shelby County. This is just moments away from crossing Egg and Butter Road. There we go. There's a new debris signature. This is going to be moving now, crossing Hillsdale Mooney Road momentarily. We're picking up some high winds right now in Columbiana. This is going to be tracking over toward Ferry Road and State Route 61. I think the worst of this stays to the south of Columbiana. Make sure in Columbiana you're in your safe place. You can still have some very high winds with this, but this is going to be right there along Shelby Road that we're seeing this, and it's moments away from crossing Ferry Road and Mooney Road and Kingdom Crossroads. So that's what we have right now in Shelby County. In just a few moments, it's going to be around Paradise Point Estates. If you're watching Paradise Point Estates, this is going to be close to you. So a first alert there, and then on into Talladega County, and it's going to make its way on into Childersburg, probably Carlton Point. We're going to be looking at all areas, Zubers, that we could be looking at damage. This thing's right now slightly just a mile or two south of Columbiana. So Columbiana, hunker down. You may have some high winds from this as well. Wes White is on the other side. Well, Wes has actually got a pretty good shot of this on AccuTrack behind him. I'll let you talk about this, Wes.
Yeah, I was just noticing, JP, I wanted to mention some communities there. County Road 47, if you're watching around Shelby, and back over towards, JP talked about Columbiana to Shelby, and also around Harpersville. Want to give you that first alert there. This will cross 280 very close. The warning has actually been expanded. Your weather radios are probably going off right now in Talladega County. Childersburg, back towards Pleasant Hill, that tornado warning isn't until 6:30. So we want to highlight that. Pleasant Hill, Sycamore, Ledbetters. If we follow this, Talladega, it's going to be close, but we're thinking Waldo community, if it holds together, Chambers Springs, perhaps it may include parts of Clay County. So just want to give you that first alert as we continue to track this, but the worst of the storm is now across Interstate 65. If we've got the Apple TV pulled up, I just want to go to this. We're getting more video of the tornado and some of the damage. This was actually, Mike Dubberly actually retweeted this a few moments ago. This was a gentleman who was actually recording, was in his vehicle recording as a tornado crossed in Pelham, and just a miracle he survived this. You can see the trees falling as this, let me turn this down a little bit, but some of the audio was muted, but look at the power of that wind there, the tornadoes that moved through Pelham. So some video coming in. We also have some video we'll effort to bring to you in a few moments so you can actually see the tornado. But this is that first supercell storm earlier that moved through Shelby County right around the Pelham area. Let's get back over here to the radar if we can and show you what we're tracking here in the weather office. And I believe Matt's got some information. I'm about to check in with Matt. But you can see here the actual hook, still seeing some debris showing up on the radar. It may be going through a cycle here. Just want to point that out. You look at this, it doesn't look quite as pronounced, but it may spin up again here once it gets out around Childersburg and Wilsonville. So stay weather alert on this particular storm. And you know what? This is out around Lay Lake as well. I just want to point that out. Wilsonville back towards Lay Lake. And Matt, you got some information?
Yeah, I was just going to let you know, the letters of Columbiana was covering up that supercell, but we have a debris ball on the radar, at least in the last frame we were just looking at, and meaning when we were looking at the storm itself, we could see a lot of purple and pink indicating something has been picked up from the ground and lofted into the air. So this is a tornado emergency. The center of that circulation looks to be just to the east of Columbiana, and it's moving off towards the north and east pretty rapidly at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. And I'm going to show you that debris signature right there. It looks like that debris is lofted just north of Kingdom Crossroads, and like I said, moving off to the northeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you are in Wilsonville, you need to take shelter immediately. This storm looks like it's just going to be just to the south of Nelson, so still be in your safe spot since you are still included in that warning, but looks like that signature is just to your south. But this storm is moving pretty fast, and it is holding steady. There's nothing slowing it down. I think Wes has something.
Yeah, Matt, just want to let you know, I was watching the storm that was in Etowah and Cherokee counties. That warning has expired. We're keeping an eye on it. So for folks around Glencoe, Hoax Bluff, all those areas we were watching, the warning has ended. I want to go back to JP right now. We're tracking debris once again, this storm producing damage in Shelby County.
All right, thanks, Wes. And heard from my brother-in-law over in Alexandria, and he's actually saying that they've got some sunshine now over in Gadsden. So they're seeing some sun over there. Back to what we're tracking now in Columbiana or near Columbiana in Shelby County. This is what Matt was referring to. That's that debris ball. This is kind of the hook here, and this is staying most of this just to the south of Columbiana. The radar updated, so this is now making its way over toward Carlton Point and County Road 30. That's where we're looking at the worst of this right now. County Road 30. We're going to hold that view for a moment, and this is going to be State Route 61, Wilsonville. I want to make sure you're in your safe place. Valentine, Carlton Point. Because you do have some high winds, and this is a pretty good circulation with a debris signature on it, a debris ball. This is now to the east of Columbiana. This is where what we're doing with this, we kind of erase everything except where the storm's rotating, and that's what we're seeing. County Road 30. If you want to drill down on that a little bit more, some of those roads adjacent to where that circulation is, and we're looking at 431, County Road 431, County Road 9. Also, that's going to be Blue Springs Road. We're in Shelby County right now, and we're around Wilsonville. If you look right here, you can see the power plant. It's right there where it says park, where it says mobile home park, right there where the P is in park. That's the power plant. And there's actually a little park, a community park near the power plant there that this is going to pass very close to. So this is moving right there toward Wilsonville, and it's just minutes away. We're seeing the worst of this rotation right there around County Road 30, and this is tracking quickly over to Carlton Point. When sometimes we see these broad rotations and a whole thunderstorm is rotating. When you see that, and it's kind of really just a pixel to pixel kind of thing, that always gets our attention, because what you have there, you're looking at a tornado. And if we go back to our debris signature, you can see that we do have debris with this. That is a debris signature on this, moving right there toward Wilsonville, and this is moving toward the power plant. It is moving toward the power plant in Wilsonville. It's moving toward Carlton Point and Valentine. Once it gets past the river, we're over in Talladega County, and it's going to come close to Sylacauga. It's probably going to stay just to the north of Sylacauga and move into the Childersburg area. This is a serious storm right now. All of these storms have been serious, but again, this is consistently a debris signature on this. County Road 30 and Wilsonville area, I want to make sure you are in your safe place. Wilsonville, this is past Calera, this is past Columbiana. Wilsonville, you need to be hunkered down. Valentine, Carlton Point, make sure you are in your safe place as this moves across. I think, Wes, you may have a little bit of new information.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to you here, JP. You can continue to talk. I just want to show you, we're getting some video in. If we could go back to Apple TV, more video on my Twitter feed here. This from Chase Goldman in Hale County. This is going to be north of Greensboro, some of the tornado damage. You can see some of the video that we're getting right now.
Just north of Greensboro, Alabama.
So you can see there some of the video coming in. So significant damage, certainly a powerful tornado. This is the same storm that we're tracking. One of the reasons I want to show you this, as we go back to JP, watching Wilsonville, this is moving in right now. There's Wilsonville. You see the little hook that we're starting to see, maybe trying to redevelop. Wilsonville, Carlton Point, and that's right there around the power plant. And actually, I may take the Chelsea camera.
Yeah.
We may be able to see, sometimes we can actually see the power plant looking back in that direction towards Wilsonville.
All right, Wes, and if we go to Apple TV very quickly here, I'll just show you some damage. This was Roebuck, Highway 11, and I think Wes is now. Wes, you may still be on the Apple TV. Stand by. I'm going to go ahead and connect to this. Apple TV. We've, okay. We'll go back to the radar maps. I think our computers are arguing over who gets Apple TV, but we've got some damage pictures coming in. Highway 11, that's between Roebuck and Trussville. We have some damage pictures. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Right now, Wilsonville, again, Wilsonville, I want to make sure you are in your safe place because we do have a tornado that is heading your way. Again, in Wilsonville, And we'll go ahead and go back to the Apple TV. That is the damage. Highway 11 between Roebuck and Trussville. Dr. Tim Coleman was out there today. That was the tornado that moved right there around the Pinnacle Shopping Center. There's reports of damage at the Pinnacle Shopping Center from earlier today. So just passing that along, a lot of damage along Highway 11. We'll go back to what we're tracking right now. And I want to make sure that Wilsonville, you are in your safe place right now. The Wilsonville area, this is where we've had a debris signature. Are we still looking at that from Birmingham next, Rad?
Yeah, still looking at it from Birmingham.
Is it starting to weaken here?
Yeah, it may be cycling through, though, you know.
You turn your head 1 minute and you go from a pretty good circulation to not seeing it as much there.
Let's back the view out, and we'll kind of take this several frames. Let's go back 1 hour.
And this is watching the storm as it crossed the Calera area. There's Calera. See how tight that is? And then moves south of Columbiana and now toward Wilsonville. So we may be looking at some weakening right there. You know, it doesn't mean you get out of your safe place. We're not telling you that, but hopefully, you know, we can start to see some improvement here as this moves farther to the east. We're still seeing a little bit. Let's go to SRV, storm relative velocity. You may have a little something there when we switch over to SRV. And yeah, it didn't look too bad there either. Let's go back to shear rate. We're looking at the different parameters that we have out here in our computer system for tornado detection. So we've got maybe some hail in there. Wilsonville hunkered down still a little bit longer, but we may be looking at this starting to improve. If it's not, it may be cycling and it starts to wind back up again. But right now, we are seeing at least a little bit of rotation there going to the Wilsonville area. But compared to what I have seen over the last, you know, I don't know how long we've been tracking this, probably an hour or so. It looks there's vast improvement, at least at this point in time. So in just a few minutes, this is going to cross over the Wilsonville area. It's going to move toward Childersburg and Bon Air across Highway 280 in Talladega County. So moments away from moving across downtown Wilsonville right now. So Wes has kind of circled that area that is of concern. If you've been watching in Columbiana or Calera, this is now off to the east of you. And areas to the west, we still have some storms out there, but we do not have any warnings or anything like that. The tornado watch is in effect until 8 p.m. That issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So we're still under that tornado watch. But right now, looking at the Wilsonville area, we are seeing some indications based on radar that we may be looking at a little bit of improvement here over the last several scans. And this is, you know, this is getting a good view from the radar. The radar is located near the Shelby County Airport. So we're looking really good at the low levels, and we're not seeing that hook that we had there. So all good. Not over with yet. Still the warning for Talladega County, but at least we're seeing some positive signs as far as the warning that was up in the northeastern part of our viewing area. That is over with. That has been allowed to expire. So we're still seeing some thunderstorms over toward Cherokee County, but those are non-severe. There's some pretty big noisemakers, however. Cherokee County down into northern Calhoun County and the Piedmont area. And right now, looking at that one storm moving out of Shelby County, moving right now over Wilsonville, and that's going to again make its way on into Talladega County. So yeah, seeing some improving conditions right now, but it's not over with yet. Hunker down in Wilsonville a little bit longer around the power plant, Wilsonville, Carlton Point. Those are areas that we need to pay attention to. We're looking at the radar here over the last several minutes, and that radar is just kind of looping back. And you can see over the last several hours, we'll get back into Shelby County right now and take a look at that warned area and see what's going on there. We'll get another scan off the radar. So zooming in on Shelby County. And let's see what we've got right here around Wilsonville. Some intense lightning, but again, we are seeing some improvement based on what we're seeing on the radar data right now. Keep a close watch on this in Childersburg. You're in the path if this cycles back up again. Wilsonville area, we're tracking right now. That's going to be crossing the Coosa River. I want to give you that first alert. And again, the warning goes all the way through Talladega County. So crossing the Coosa River on into the Childersburg area within about the next 5 minutes. This warning is going to be out of Shelby County. So it's going to be out of Shelby County and it's going to be in Talladega County. County. Wes, is the Weather Service, they got some commentary? I know you're looking at the chat information.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. The Weather Service, they said at 6:03, a confirmed and extremely large, dangerous tornado was located near Columbiana, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. A lot of spotters were spotting this tornado, and they're just highlighting, you know, this is a life-threatening situation, flying debris. And we're seeing reports even around Chelsea of some of that debris falling from the sky that's been lofted from the tornado warning, or the tornado. And Childersburg, you are included in this. I know we're seeing on the radar, it seems like it may be kind of going through a little bit of a weakening cycle, but with the history of this particular storm, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if it tried to ramp up again and as it moved into Talladega County. But Childersburg, right now, you're in the path of this. It has, you know, looking at the velocity, it has broadened quite a bit, JP.
Can we go back into the debris signatures?
Looks like maybe a
little bit there. We'll go back into our rotation tracker as well. You see, there's the debris signature, and this is what the Weather Service was talking about. As you kind of play that forward, it tends to go away. So we had it around Columbiana, and it was aimed at Wilsonville, had the debris signature, and now we're starting to see at least the radar data show some improvement. Again, the Weather Service still has you under a warning, but I kind of like to let you know if things are getting worse or if they're getting better. And by what we're seeing on the radar, I'm certainly seeing some improvement there. And it really kind of, you know, went from just, you know, max full throttle to something that just in the last several scans has disappeared. That's why I did a double take. I said, Wes, are we on the right radar? And we are. We're on the Shelby County radar because this storm has shown some signs of weakening right there. Childersburg, again, we're going to keep you in that warning for a little while longer, but we are seeing some positive signs as this thing tracks off to the northeast. This was one of the worst tornadoes, at least over the last couple of hours, that we were able to see. Had a lot of debris signatures, even early on in Hale and also in Bibb County as it pushed on through. And when we go back, we're going to look and we're probably going to end up with some significant damage in places with this because we had so many debris signatures with it. But right now, we're going to give you the all clear, at least for a tornado, for Alabaster all the way through Calera and Chilton County. So we have really essentially the Shelby County warning. It's a small part of Shelby County, the Wilsonville area, and also moving into Talladega County. Wes, you got something?
Yeah, and actually we'll go back to our Apple TV source. I actually have a picture from Ryan Carty shared. This is the large tornado as it crossed Highway 82 near Brent at 5:14. So this is that same storm, but you can see they're looking to the north. Highway 82, several spotters there. That's crossing between Eolan and Centerville in Bibb County from earlier. That's the destructive tornado that made its way into Shelby County, and it looks like, let me go back here. I got some more since we've got this pulled up. I'm getting a lot of photos in. This is mile marker 227, Highway 65. John sharing these images with the National Weather Service. Highway 65 search and rescue happening in that area. First responders, and this is in the Shelby County when the tornado crossed Interstate 65, and we are fairly confident this thing continued to produce damage even as it moved close to Columbiana because we saw that debris ball. All right, back to JP here and more information.
Yeah, you know, Wes, and you may check on, you've got probably Weather Service chat pulled up on your computer right now. We're not seeing the warning now for Talladega County as well as Shelby County. That is, and I'm going to walk over here on our computer and I'm going to update that. It updates on one map faster than the other. So the warning for Shelby County and Talladega County as we check out our radar view, no longer up there right now. That storm, we were looking at the radar trends and it weakened. And I think this is the first time in about 6 or 7 hours that we haven't had a tornado warning in place across the state. So it's been a while. It's been kind of a long haul situation. We still have some more storms back out to the west. We are looking at these, but what we are seeing is some of the wind shear starting to lift out a little bit for these storms back off to the west. This is something we need to pay close attention to. Over to the east, you may look at a transition more into a flooding type situation for parts of Talladega County. Storms are out of Bibb County right now. That's making a beeline toward Rome, Georgia. And the rest of the area is going to be looking at mainly rain right now. Now, for folks in news, I know we've got a lot of damage reports and damage pictures coming in. This might be a good opportunity that we can show some of that since we have a lull in the activity. Hopefully, this is going to be a long-term lull in the activity. But Wes, looking a lot better. We're starting to see the thunderstorms. They're still out there. But go. Okay, Ohatchee tornado. Let's go ahead and we can show that. I think Mickey Ferguson was sending in some pictures of the Ohatchee tornado, and there we go. Wow, that was, Ohatchee, this is where we had the fatalities today. And that is the tornado. It crossed Neely Henry. Very similar, if you remember April 27th, that path out of Shoal Creek comes across the lake there, and here it comes into the Ohatchee area. So we've had numerous reports of, very similar looking video. We had a video like that of a tornado crossing Highway 280 around Greystone earlier. We've got a lot of damage out there. Helena had some damage, Pelham a whole lot of damage, Eagle Point a lot of damage, Shoal Creek neighborhood, whole lot of damage through there. And we do have, obviously Ohatchee has some damage. The list goes on and on. I mean, there's a lot of damage this afternoon.
And that started out, you're talking about Hale County, Greene County, those areas. This is the same one, the same storm that produced the damage on Highway 280.
If you go to the shear rate track, on the computer over there, that's going to show just the track of that tornado and how long it really stayed on the ground. The storm we started tracking toward Hale County moved across Shelby County, it moved across Bibb on into St. Clair, and then into Etowah County and Cherokee County. That's that same tornado. That's the same storm that crossed Highway 280. That's where it was moving into Calhoun County. So when we say long track tornadoes, that's what we're talking about. Those tornadoes that stay on the ground doing damage for a long, long ways. And we also had tornado damage in Jefferson County, Highway 11, the Trussville area. We watched that storm develop west of town and move just to the north of the airport, and around Roebuck we had damage. So it's been extensive today. A lot of really dangerous weather out there. When it's all said and done, we're going to be looking at likely a good number of injuries from these, because we're looking at many of these homes that have been not only damaged but destroyed. You're looking at some large homes there in the Eagle Point area that have seen some significant damage. And do we have a new tornado warning, or is that's old information? Okay,
I was actually I was showing the track here of if you look at that tornado, this was from earlier, the storm as it crossed. Okay, we're getting some more information. Stand by. So just looking at that storm as it crossed the state. Let's reset the stage here quickly before we go to break and just show you what's going on. We actually have, is that okay, that's an old. Let me make sure we get all this up to date. We have no active warnings. I just want to point that out. In effect right now, the tornado watch has been expanded for eastern areas, the entire coverage area included in that tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Conditions still favorable. And JP, I'll let you jump in on this, but I would assume that areas further south, this zone in here where we've had lesser amounts of rainfall, probably quite a bit more unstable if we did see some additional warnings, around Chilton, Coosa, Clay counties, places like that.
Absolutely, and what we've been looking at is a lot of these storms here have helped prevent some of the storms over in the northwestern part of our viewing area, because these end up robbing all the energy for the storms farther to the north. And this was an area that we had a lot of concern about, because this is where you had the Okay, we're going to stay with you with this, and you guys just give us, damage pictures, anything you have that you want to show. Good opportunity to show any of that, but right now, no active warnings. This area to the west and northwest of Interstate 59 that we were looking at is kind of the hotbed of activity. A lot of this activity to the south prohibited that from happening. So folks in Marion and Winston and Walker back through Lamar County, even though you had some higher wind shear through here, this kind of of took away some of your instability. So that helped you out, didn't help the folks here out so much. So right now, Talladega County, Talladega, south of I-20, very heavy rain, and these are all flood warnings in effect right now. Flood warnings for Shelby County, Jefferson County, Etowah County, also Bibb County, and then back toward the west, we're looking at a number of flood warnings right now for the western part of the state. Been a while since I think we have worked a situation where we've had this many tornado warnings. So first alert weather day, Wes, certainly one of those things when we start seeing these parameters come together for severe weather. March is one of our busier severe weather months, March and April. And then after that, we get into a pattern where we get into more of a kind of a summertime deal. But March and April and oftentimes November, those are our peak months for severe weather. March living up to its name as far as severe weather month.
Yeah, and we're just talking about it's rare that we've seen two high risk like this so close together. We had last week and today. The high risk, because we were covering so much severe weather, was actually expanded to include Jefferson and Shelby counties. But last week we ended up 25 tornadoes statewide, 21 in central Alabama. We're certainly going to have a lot more with this setup out there today, more reports and more confirmations. But the Weather Service, they'll get out, they'll survey, look at some of these areas. I just want to let folks know in Talladega County, we were under a tornado warning. As JP noted, that warning has expired. If you missed that note, the warning has expired. The Weather Service pulled that off. The system, it's just like in 1 or 2 scans, amazing how quickly the system weakened, but thankfully it has weakened. I'm watching it. Don't see a lot of rotation with this. A little bit of rotation showing up around Coosa Pines at the moment. Let me look at this on, that's still that same area there, JP, but it's not quite as pronounced, as what we saw earlier. We'll keep an eye on this, but there's no active warning that we have at the moment. You can see that warning polygon's going away. But Talladega, we're watching it. Briarfield, Ledbetter areas. You can see a lot of rainfall, some intense lightning now tracking through. Here's Donovan, some of those areas impacted earlier. Chelsea, this is past you. Harpersville, this is past you. Some of the heaviest of the rain, the stronger wind gusts now crossing into Talladega County. And as we look further north, Birmingham area catching a break right now. We do have a storm here, maybe producing some hail around Carbon Hill. I was noticing a few moments ago, Hubbardville area. The lightning's really ramped up, and this is indicating we may have some very large hailstones there across northern Fayette County. The dynamics are still there as far as the system goes. So even to the north, some of these storms may try to ramp up. We still need to watch what's happening. Let's go over to the radar site here out of Columbus just to check on things. Don't want anything surprising us. And yeah, you can see even north around, see to the north into Tennessee, there are some severe thunderstorm warnings well north and west of here. Looking to the south, some big storms about to roll into Choctaw County, Alabama, but this is the first time today that the situation has temporarily kind of settled down. The tornado watch will continue through 8 o'clock tonight. We don't expect the severe weather risk tomorrow. This is just for today. We're talking about this afternoon and evening. And JP, I don't really think late tonight I don't know if this is going to be a situation where we have a squall line moving through. A lot of this will start to kind of settle down by 8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, the one thing about this is it's a fast-moving system. If you remember, day before yesterday, we had this thing out west. It was in New Mexico, and it's covered a big part of the country very quickly, the low-pressure area that's been driving this. What I'm showing you right now on AccuTrack, this is pretty interesting. This is the track of what I would consider the primary tornado today, the supercell that we started way back here in Moundville, moved across West Blockton, moved across Helena. There's Eagle Point, 119, moved on through St. Clair County, moved across Ohatchee, on just to the north of Jacksonville, and eventually on into Rome, Georgia. Look at that, and I'm going to show you just right here. We're going to measure this. When we say long track, that's 162 miles. 162 miles, and the majority of that time, that storm was on the ground producing damage. Extensive damage, and we're only beginning to scratch the surface on our damage reports. What you've seen has been a lot of damage, but there's a lot more out there that is coming in. We haven't had the time to tell you about it because we've been so caught up in the heat of the moment in tracking where the next storm's going. You've seen a little bit of it, but there's a lot more out there that we're going to be showing you later on this evening. A serious, severe weather situation out there as Wes kind of recapped. Things looking a lot better now. Not completely out of the woods, hence there's a tornado watch in effect. The reason there's tornado watch in effect, we still have the potential for a few of those storms to try to produce a tornado. The likelihood over the next several hours is certainly much lower than what we had during the heat of the day, but it's not without question. You could see, especially as you get toward the afternoon and evening, there's kind of a transition time that is characteristic for allowing a little wind shear to increase, and you start seeing some spinners out there. Doesn't always happen, but it is a time of the day that we really pay close attention just in case something tries to flare up. If that were to happen, I think it would be in the eastern part of the state. We are still watching areas west of Interstate 65. It's relatively calm right now. We are seeing some storms moving through Walker County, through Winston County. We're also seeing that around the Hamilton area. Some thunderstorms that's going to move into Lamar County. I'll bring you up to date with the current situation and show the big picture on the radar, and that's from 4 hours ago. So we'll just bring you up to date right now.
And while you're doing that, JP, if we could go back to Apple TV and I'll take this full screen. I got some more video from Matt Williams. This was at Eagle Point and Lee Branch, that tornado that moved through. We'll actually bring that up. It's on the Facebook feed here. Mike Dubberly sharing this video he got in from, let me see here what the source. So it looks like Griffin Park at Eagle Point. So let me know, can you guys see this in the back, the Apple TV source, if we could bring that up full screen. This is the tornado. Listen to that sound.
Look at that debris. You can see the debris falling.
So let me go back, let me play that again. So again, that's off of 280, Eagle Point area. So significant damage there through Shelby County. Let's get back over to radar. Again, we're going to have much more of this as we continue to bring some of the reports coming in. JP, we'll get back to you there on what we're tracking. And, you know, right now, it seems like for the first time, I know we've said that a couple times, but for the first time, these storms don't seem like they're trying to recycle or re-strengthen. Hopefully they kind of hold where they're at right now for the time being until we get through this tornado watch.
Yeah, you know, looking back into Mississippi, I think you've got it behind you, Wes. You can see a little bit of a line trying to form back there, and you can see kind of a narrow band between Oxford and Tupelo. So we may actually have a line that kind of comes on through later on tonight. But as far as the main show in terms of severe weather, I think this is the main show. And the reason we had such dramatic storms here is because, you know, the amount of instability. You had these storms coming through right there in the middle of the afternoon. So that gives you a severe weather outbreak, if you will, in places. And those long track tornadoes that stayed with us. You know, these tornadoes. We stayed with these tornadoes as they started on the western part of the state and they moved on into Georgia. So there's a lot of stuff out there right now we still need to watch. We're not giving you the all clear. We're not going anywhere. We're going to pay attention to these storms as the storms continue to push off to the east. But again, severe weather threat is much, much lower than it was earlier today. Still some active weather off to the east. Tornado watch continues until at least 8 o'clock tonight. Morgan Hightower, Sarah Verser here in the studio with us right now, and I'm going to toss it over to them at the news desk for more on kind of the aftermath of what's going on with this severe weather.
JP and Wes, thank you so much for all that you've been covering, and now we are getting a chance to see all of the damage from the storms you've been tracking for the past several hours. Unfortunately, we have to begin with this tragic news out of Calhoun County, where we are learning 5 people have been killed in that terrible tornado in Ohatchee.
We learned that 3 were family members in the same house. A 4th person was killed in a mobile home, and a 5th person, a woman, died off Wellington Road. Our Alan Collins and photojournalist Dixon Hayes are in Ohatchee, and we'll have a live report as soon as they are in place. We have more images from the storm to show you. This video was sent to us from Caesar in Pelham. Get a look at this. You can see debris flying all around his truck during what appears to be a funnel cloud there.
Now to video of the aftermath of the storms in the Eagle Point subdivision off Highway 280. This took a direct hit from an apparent tornado, and you can see just how extensive the damage is there. You see the roof blown off one of the homes. Several are damaged, and there are several downed trees in this area. And take a look at this drone video sent in to us by a viewer. This is also the Eagle Point subdivision, giving a better view of this damage. The bird's eye view, you can see the area where the storm went through, leveling homes, more roofs knocked off there, just extensive damage in this neighborhood.
And still more images to show you right now. Get a look at this. We have this video of the storm as it was moving through. Matt Williams sending us these images from the Griffin Park at the Eagle Point subdivision. That's in Birmingham. It's located near Lee Branch and Highway 280, but just get a look at that ominous cloud there.
There's a lot of damage also tonight in the Helena area.
Yeah, let's go right now to our Randy Hildreth, who was there, or our Lauren. Take it away, Lauren.
Morgan, Sarah, I'm right outside City Hall here in Helena, where city officials just told us there was a confirmed tornado that did rip through the town at about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it really left a lot of damage in the Old Town area in the center part of town. Take a look at some of this video, see if you can see that. You can see some of the damage there in the video. Officials tell us 6 reported damage, along with multiple different businesses in that Old Town area. I did walk down there earlier today. They are now asking everyone to stay out. But when I was down there on the other side of the barriers, I was able to see some downed trees, downed power lines, a lot of power lines crossing those railroad tracks. Many crews are down there. A large police presence is still in the Old Town area, and some business owners did stop me and tell me they don't have power. They haven't had power since about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, Helena police say they have no injuries and no deaths reported. They did go door to door on all 16 damaged homes, making sure everybody inside was okay. They say so far, again, no injuries or deaths. But they do have parts of Highway 261 blocked off. You can drive through, but once you get to that Old Town area, they do have barricades up. Again, they are asking everyone to stay out of there. They say it's very high risk with the power lines still being on the ground, but we've seen multiple Alabama power trucks recently in the last 10 minutes just heading on down there. So it looks like they are going to address that power issue as soon as they can. Now, they say it is very dangerous down there with the homes as well on the outer parts of that Old Town area. So Police Chief Brad Flynn did tell me that for those homes down there and for those areas, it was really centralized right there, but he told me it was just devastating for them. Take a listen.
There was pieces of roofs and pieces of aluminum that were wrapped several times around trees, so that attested to the wind speed. So it made my heart sink.
Now, I did talk to some business owners earlier today, and they told me they were sheltering in place right there in the Old Town area, and they say it came through quick, but it was very loud. Now, city officials at City Hall and the police station are asking everyone to go ahead and get shelter now. If you're worried about where you're going to stay safe tonight in case another event comes through, you can head to the high school. That's the nearest storm shelter for those here in Helena, but there is a capacity limit, so they're asking everyone to get there early. And if you are there and they've closed the doors and you can't get in, City Hall here is a backup storm shelter, the city says. This is a developing situation. You can follow along with me at News 8 at 9, News Fox 6, sorry about that, at 9 and 10. And I'll be updating on my Facebook page, and you can follow along for what's going on here in the Helena area. Reporting live, I'm Lauren Jackson, WBRC Fox 6 News, on your side.
Thank you, Lauren. Hale County, just another one of the spots in our area that have been significantly damaged by these storms.
Let's go now to our team coverage with Kelvin Reynolds, who's live in Hale County with more on the damage there. Kelvin, tell us what you've been seeing there.
Sarah, we got here in Hale County in the Sawyerville community about 15 minutes ago. This is a home that belongs to Johnny Morris. Johnny was not here when the storm came through and caused this damage, but his wife and his grandchild were. This is what's left of their living room. You can see that basically 3/4 of the roof is gone. Also, most of the side of the house is gone as well. His wife as well as his granddaughter were like in the shower, they say, when the storm came through, where they were ducking for cover and waiting for the storm to pass before they could finally come outside. This is his family's home. He says a member of his family has lived here for over 100 years. This house now considered a total loss. The house is located off of Highway 14 near County Road 30 here in Hale County in the Sawyerville community. You'll see trees that have been knocked down, bent over along this long driveway off of the highway that leads up to this family home here in the Sawyerville community. I did get a chance to talk briefly with the EMA director for Hale County. He described a situation where some people were trapped inside of homes and they were in the process of cutting them out and trying to get them out of there. So far, I have not heard any reports of any fatalities as of yet here in Hale County. You're noticing friends and family members of Mr. Morris that are walking down this long private driveway going into their personal vehicles and also going out to where the cars are parked near the end of the highway here. But once again, this storm came through here a couple of hours ago, caused a lot of damage here. We believe this is the same storm that came through Greene County, through here in Hale County, and then eventually made its way to the Centerville area in Bibb County and moved on also into Shelby County. But once again, a lot of cleanup and a lot of trying to recover family items that cannot be replaced are going on right here. Mr. Morris basically said he knows this house is a total loss, even though he said he spent several $1,000s trying to put a new roof on his home. He also actually cut down some trees that had been on the property, and this storm essentially took down many more that were still here. You can kind of see off to my left over here the tin that had been on the roof of his home blown over, and also in some cases wrapped in some of these trees that were knocked down during the storm that came through here a couple of hours ago. But once again, Mr. Morris says that his family is okay. They no longer have this home that's been in the family for a couple of generations, but he's already made plans to at least temporarily stay with some loved ones until he is able to get back on his feet, get resituated, then hopefully to try to rebuild and start anew. But once again, this area here in West Alabama, as well as many parts in Central Alabama, have been severely touched by tornadoes and or other severe weather. For now, live in Sawyerville in Hale County, Kelvin Reynolds, WBRC, Fox 6 News on your side.
And it is First Alert Weather Day. Things are starting to tone down just a bit. We're not giving you the all clear. We can't do that yet. We still have some ingredients here where we could have some tornadic weather. It's certainly not as bad as it was earlier. We're going to move the radar around a little bit and show you what's going on. The eastern part of the state, we're seeing those showers and thunderstorms continue to move on through. We do have some warnings farther to the south and farther to the north, but we're kind of in between. And our concern, one of the concerns tonight, we've got a whole bunch of rain out there. There's a lot of flood warnings. A lot of this rain fell in a very short amount of time. Some areas 3-4 inches of rain. This has been a very wet system, not only a tornadic system, but a very wet system. As we zoom into the eastern part of the state, you're still getting some thunder and lightning and maybe wondering, are these storms severe? What's going on? So let's go ahead and get into East Alabama right now, and we now have some additional heavier rain moving through the Anniston area and then down into Clay County, into the Ashland area. Keep in mind, these storms are not severe. They're going to get your attention. They're making a lot of noise, intense cloud-to-ground lightning, Pell City area, all the way back toward Harpersville, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. Some of these storms could produce even some small hail. So again, I want to make sure you're getting a first alert. These storms are still potent out there, but we're not seeing the tornadic signatures that we were earlier. We had a lot of damage reports. Shelby County still coming in. The Calera area, some of those places that we were talking about when we were at street level, showing you that minute by minute, did suffer damage. There's a lot of damage south of Columbiana earlier. That storm, as it got closer to Wilsonville, fortunately, it weakened dramatically. So what's going on in the western part of the state? We know we've got all the rain over toward the east. We still have some rain and some showers and storms back to the west. Some lightning. This is cloud to ground lightning, a little displaced from the center of the storm, showing up in Winston County and back into Marion County. We'll have to watch these storms. Remember, this is a part of the area. It hasn't really been worked over by a lot of thunderstorms. The wind shear starting to lift out a little bit, so that's helping the situation there. We also have some rain and storms extending back from Coaling down across Duncanville and extending down into Moundville. So still very active. We still have a tornado watch in effect for the area. That's in effect until 8 p.m. Not sure if that's going to be extended, at least for part of the area. We'll keep an eye on that for you. We're going to put it back to Morgan and Sarah for continual updates on the ongoing recovery and damage situation.
Yeah, and JP, one of the areas that we've already seen some video from and talked to people in is the Eagle Point neighborhood. That's where we're going to continue our team coverage right now.
Lots of roofs right off. Our Chastity Maxie is live at 5 Chastity. Hopefully everyone got out okay.
Yes, Sarah, as far as I know, everyone did get out okay. There was a news conference here. I'm actually at the Shelby County Sheriff's Office right now, and they did have a press conference a little while ago, around 5 o'clock earlier today, and they were giving us an update about some of the things that have been going on around here, and the sheriff saying that it was a miracle that just minor injuries had been reported at this point. So far, no major injuries. 2 people were transported to area hospitals, but again, those injuries were minor. Some scrapes, some bumps and bruises, things of that nature. Now, we were actually not able to get into the Eagle Point subdivision this afternoon. At least I was not able to. By the time I got there, the Sheriff's Department had blocked off all of the entrances there because a lot of people had come out to do some sightseeing. And of course, that is a no-no after we have these severe storms go through. Sheriff's deputies, of course, don't want people to be out doing that. They want to make sure that the roads are clear so that people can get in. Those first responders can get into the area and get people to where they need to be if there are any people who need help out there. So that is why that area was closed off to us. And so now sheriff's deputies are still monitoring the Eagle Point area, and they're saying that they're only allowing people who live there into that area. Now, during that press conference, the sheriff said that the damage started happening around Highway 119 close to Herdmont Park. The Oak Ridge subdivision as well as Summer Place were both damaged, but were not hit as hard as the Eagle Ridge area. In fact, he said that the Eagle Ridge area had 29 homes that had some heavy damage and 32 other homes had some damage to them. He says it was the miracle that minor injuries had been reported so far. Crews were in the middle of a secondary search of the county, but had to abandon that search as another tornado warning came through the area. The tornado continued up over Highway 280 into Highland Lakes, touching down and damaging 6 or 7 homes in the Knollwood area near the park, and continued down the mountain into Greystone Farms and down 41, where it damaged at least 2 homes in the Shoal Creek and snapped trees and power lines in that area. Continued up Highway 41 before exiting the county. Now, reports again of minor injuries to the area. No reports of major damage right now. Major injuries to people in this area right now. Of course, they're going to continue to do searches in the area, but a lot of that will be put off until tomorrow morning, where they can get a better lay of the land. Also, I'm hearing that the fire chief of Cahaba Valley Fire Department, says that he wants to make sure that people who lost power are going to turn off their stoves, turn off those, turn off all those electrical appliances that could conduct heat, because that's, of course, when fires start to happen, he says, because people obviously forgot to turn those off. So he says he wants to make sure that as your power comes on, you want to make sure you check the stoves to make sure that, those appliances are turned off, so no fires will be adding fuel to the fire, so to speak. I am reporting live in Shelby County. Chastity Maxie, WBRC, Fox 6 News, on your side.
folks there will not be able to stay in their homes tonight. They will have to find someplace else to stay. Those images are just amazing to see and just harrowing to know people had to live through that.
And what's the scariest part is that that's just one community. We have damage in Hale County, Bibb County, Calhoun County, where unfortunately there's been 5 confirmed fatalities. We do have our teams spread across the area, and we are going to take a quick break, but we're going to check back in with them and bring you continuing team coverage of the aftermath of this horrible day.
All right, we're back in weather here, and want to go back to a storm. Remember the one that we tracked through Bibb County and Calera, and it kind of skipped over Talladega County? It may be a troublemaker again, because we're seeing this right now around Turner. I'm getting a shear marker, and that's going to put it in line with moving toward Blue Mountain and Anniston, Coldwater. So I want to give you that first alert. We're looking at, again, a little bit of rotation there. I'm not saying this is producing a tornado, but due to kind of the history of everything today, these are all going to be concerning. Our computer is usually pretty good about this and giving us that first alert. So spending a little time around the old East Aboga, 648, East Aboga at 649, Plum Springs, and again, we're over toward Calhoun County, right at Talladega in Calhoun County line. Bynum at 652, Coldwater at 654, and looks like this storm's moving northeast at about 59 miles per hour. So this is going to be around the Turner area. If you're around Ritchietown or Bynum, I want to make sure you're taking your severe weather precautions just in case. As an abundance of caution based on some of this. We don't have really any shear, well, we have a shear marker, but we are not really seeing that rotation tracker overly impressive there. But this thing has a history of kind of cycling through, and we want to make sure it behaves itself. So we're looking at right now around the Brick Store and moving up toward Coldwater. You see this area right here? This is the Anniston Army Depot right here. So this is going to track just to the south of there and up toward Blue Mountain and Anniston. So right there south of the depot and moving up toward Blue Mountain, maybe Anniston itself, crossing the interstate right now. We do have that marker. When we see that, it does indicate that you may have some higher winds with this. I don't necessarily know if you got a tornado in here, but again, there's enough wind shear still in the eastern part of the state if you're around East Aboga. And what you're looking at here, this is the Talladega Superspeedway. There's the Talladega Airport. This is Superspeedway. And right here, Old East Aboga. And that's where this is going to be tracking. This is right there to the east of the airport right now. If you take the data off of there quickly west, you can kind of, we can almost get like a Google Maps view. There's the racetrack, airport's there, East Aboga. This is Superspeedway. Speedway Boulevard. This is where this is going to track, right across the interstate there. Over here is Coldwater Mountain. So this is moving up toward the Bynum area right now, and then farther to the north, you're looking right here at the Army Depot, and then eventually up toward Weaver and North Anniston. So I want to give you the first alert there that you may have some higher winds moving through that area. Again, no tornado warning, nothing like that, not yet, but every now and then we get one of these markers And we just want to give you the first alert just in case something starts to develop. So we're throwing that out there. We're tracking this. It's a little bit stronger storm that we could be looking at some higher winds near the Lincoln and actually Bynum area and Ritchietown just to the east there of the Speedway. So we're watching that as it moves toward Anniston and the Weaver area. There's no active warnings. We do have a number of flash flood warnings. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in place. So we can stand by and send it back over to news here. I just wanted to go back and let you know that we may be looking at a storm there. It's looking a little bit suspicious. We'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully it behaves itself, but if you're kind of in the path of that, make sure you are paying attention. We'll get back on TV if we see anything start to strengthen. Right now, there is a tornado watch in effect. This goes until 8 p.m. for the entire WBRC Fox 6 First Alert viewing area. After 8 p.m., they may extend that watch, but not sure about that. We're starting to lose some of the key ingredients for severe weather. So once the sun goes down, I think things are going to start to behave quite a bit better. Morgan and Sarah?
All right, JP, well, we have more images to show you. We showed you what happened at Eagle Point on Highway 280. The same storm hit the city of Pelham, damaging businesses and homes there.
We do know that there is a curfew there tonight because of the extensive damage. Randy Hildreth is live there showing us what she has seen and telling us what people have been telling her that they experienced through the storm. Randy.
Morgan, Sarah, I am at Pelham Park Middle School. This has been the command post for much of the afternoon for local fire officials, local police officials. The initial command post was actually over off Highway 31, but they moved to this location because of that second round of severe weather that moved through Shelby County. And thankfully they did, because this was an opportunity for us to be able to take cover at this middle school. A lot of the members of this community I saw come to this middle school to take shelter as we track that other system that moved through Shelby County and caused some damage. Now, the reason that they wanted to have this command post is because their 911 system took a hit, and so they needed all of the emergency officials in one place so that they could make sure that they're able to communicate with each other. I got a chance to talk with the PIO, or the kind of the liaison for the city, to give information to the community, and she says that fire officials were working through reports that had come into the fire department about damage and working to grid out this area so that they can make sure that everyone in this community was accounted for. And we know that this Pelham area sustained damage from that first round of severe weather that moved through Shelby County. A couple areas, we know that the Cross Creek community experienced some damage. Chandelar community experienced some damage. When I talked to the information officer, she said in that community in particular, there were trees on homes. I was out there earlier today, and Alabama Power was out there. I spoke to community members who had already jumped into action. As soon as you got into the community, you could hear chainsaws of people trying to remove some of the trees that had fallen into homes and it crushed cars. I got a chance to talk with a man who lived in that community. His home was not damaged, but he was out trying to help some of his neighbors. He works at a local restaurant. He was at the restaurant at that time with some of the employees when the storm started moving across Shelby County. They got into, I believe he said, the freezer or one of the storage rooms and shut the door so that all of them would be safe. Thankfully, they were not injured, and he was able to leave that restaurant and immediately go into the community and begin to help his neighbors clean up. Now, one of the things that the officials here want to stress is that they want you at home and off of the road so that emergency officials are able to move through this community and begin to help people clean up. Again, there is a curfew in place for Pelham. It starts at 10 p.m. tonight, and it is in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And in addition to the Cross Creek and Chandelar community, officials tell me that there was also some extensive damage in the Oak Mountain Circle community, and then also some damage at the Pelham Civic Center. When people arrived here in the last maybe 15 or so minutes, I've seen people leave and start to head back home, but this has served as a safe place for people this afternoon as we track this severe weather. Live tonight, Randy Hildreth, WBRC Fox 6 News, on your side.
Storm tracker is on the road in Bibb County. We're going to take you to Brent near Centerville.
And that's where Josh Gant is joining us live. Josh, I know you just got to the scene there. What is going on around you? This part of our area has had widespread damage, we're hearing.
Yeah, it does. A large tornado, we understand, hit this area between Brent and Centerville. We are along Highway 5 here in the Brent area. You can see that there are tree limbs scattered throughout this road. Crews are also right now working to remove large trees that have fell over onto this road. There's also a church not too far from here, which we understand has some damage as well. There's also damage to a few homes in and around this area. Also some damage as well over in Centerville. As you mentioned, we're just getting into this area, so we're just getting a chance to assess some of the damage here, but we're going to try and make our way around this area to bring you some of the pictures here. But right now, crews are working to remove large trees from this road. Traffic is currently backed up about a half a mile from where we are, and it looks like it's about a half a mile from this way where you can see there are other emergency crews along Highway 5 here just trying to remove trees here. I spoke with the EMA director a short time ago. He says there's also damage along Goodson Road. He says at the time there was possibly some people trapped in some homes there. We did make our way over to Goodson Road. That road is blocked off. There are a lot of trees. They're just trying to clear things to make their way back into those neighborhoods. But like I said, we're going to make our way in and around Bibb County, bring you the very latest once we get it. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Josh. Be careful out there, and still a very messy situation. Severe weather threat is not completely over with, although things are improving substantially. The tornado watch goes until 8 p.m. That's why we do have the counties colored in yellow. Also, a number of flash flood warnings in effect right now. Be careful if you're going to be driving around later on tonight, because even though today was a big tornado day, flash flooding is also potentially serious out there, so use caution. Right now, we're seeing some of the more active weather through Jacksonville and Anniston. Big-time thunderstorms moving through there. Additional rain and storms moving through parts of Bibb County and also into Shelby County. That's kind of the broad overview. And we may zoom into this right now, Jacksonville and Anniston, and show you exactly what's going on. As we get into Jacksonville and Anniston, intense rain. We're going to be looking at quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. You may have some wind in there, too, so we need to watch this. We are going to continue to watch this right there around Lincoln and Bynum. There could be some small hail. This is going to track toward a Weaver. Also Pleasant Ridge, seeing the indications that you may have some strong winds through there. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now in that area. Just kind of want to give you a regroup on what's going on with the current weather. Areas east of Interstate 65, a little while longer before these storms clear. But again, Calhoun County back into Talladega County, we are watching those storms very closely. Some additional rain and storms moving into Shelby County. Sarah and Morgan.
All right, JP, and we're going to go to Calhoun County now as we continue to follow that tragic news where people have died.
Yeah, the sheriff says at least 5 people were killed in Ohatchee. Alan Collins is live at 5 in Calhoun County. Alan, what are you learning?
Well, Sarah, we are on Grayton Road, and right across the street from me, 10 mobile homes, manufactured homes. They were living there. All but about 1 or 2 are still standing. The rest were obliterated. In one of those homes, it was a grandfather, a grandmother, and a mother. They lost their lives there. A 7th grader daughter, she was injured and has been taken to the hospital for her injuries. One family paying a heavy price for the severe weather threat that happened right here in Calhoun County. We did catch up with Calhoun County Sheriff Matthew Wade. He says tonight they are double checking all the structures to be sure they have not missed anyone. They don't want to be sure somebody's out there who still might need help. And obviously he's been shaken by this. We caught up with the pastor, and actually his nephew was married to the mother.
And we're going to get right back to Alan as soon as we're able to. He is.
And basically, we are dealing with weather out here. There's lightning and thunder around us. But the pastor we caught up with, his nephew was actually married to the mother, telling us that the daughter, again, is in the hospital. The son playing football in the state of Kentucky. Good people, heavy hearts. And really his message, and certainly his message to parishioners and all those folks in this area, is just to continue to have faith in God, and certainly to pray for this family tonight. It's going to be a lot of damage that was really in this one area, and as the people get back here. But this county took the heaviest hit, no question about it, in the state of Alabama. in Calhoun County. Alan Collins, WBRC, Fox 6 News, on your side.
All right, Alan Collins just reporting they're learning more about the family who died in one of those mobile homes. He says a 7th grader is being treated in a hospital right now. Him saying this family just having this tragic loss, paying a heavy price from the severe weather we're seeing.
We're getting some more images of Ohatchee, and you can just see total obliteration there. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Just widespread damage there. This drone video just coming in. This is the area where those deaths were reported. 5 people dead, 4 of them in a mobile home. Alan Collins is there getting more information for us, trying to take cover because they're in the line for another storm, Sarah.
Get a look at this image right here where you can't even tell that there was a house there. It's just a pile of rubble there. Of course, much more coverage on our 9 p.m. newscast. Thanks for joining us, everyone.